Luffy. What about the ones below? Zoro stood on the edge of the cliff, and asked the Ghost Island waste in the canyon. It is estimated that not many will survive, so don't worry about it. Luffy shook his head, then looked in the direction of the elephant owner, and said, Buggy, go to Zo and tell the cats and dogs there that the beast's pirates are gone. Buggy nodded. And then? Luffy shook his head. Just tell them that the beast's pirates are gone, we don't care about other things. When I was in Zo before, although Cat Fusaki and Duke Inuarashi did not say anything about Mist Reizu and Wano-kuni, but when Luffy listened to the voice of all things in the whale forest, he heard something about the matter of the fog of the thunder, but also know the relationship between the Nekobamushi and the poisonous thunder and Wano-kuni. After coming to Wano-kuni, Luffy and Buggy walked around Wano-kuni first, and through talking with civilians along the way, they learned a lot about Wano-kuni. For example, there are so many warriors in this country. There is still a group of people who want to resist the rule of Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi hidden in the dark. Now that the beast's pirates have been wiped out, the mountain of terror that weighed on these people has disappeared. The next thing, they can do it by themselves. Luffy can help when he sees injustice, but he doesn't need to feed others food. Let Zo's Fur tribe and Wanakuna's warriors do the rest, and let them participate in this resistance movement. In this way, they will cherish this hard-won victory even more. Okay, got it. Buggy immediately took off and flew towards Satori. Afterwards, several other people, carried by Luffy's Rubberman balloon, landed back on the ground of ancient Wano-kuni. When Luffy and the others found Frankie, he had already found the Pluton battleship. This is a huge battleship, sleeping in the underground riverbed inside the mountain. Luffy. Seeing Luffy and others coming, Frankie immediately said excitedly, this Pluton battleship can actually be activated. It really deserves to be one of the 3 ancient weapons. Luffy nodded, feeling very shocked. After all, it has been soaked in water droplets for hundreds of years. Not only is it not damaged, but it can still be activated. I have to marvel at the strength of the shipbuilders 800 years ago. Usopp came to the front, looked up at the huge monster in front of him, and murmured, can this thing really destroy an island with one shot? Okay. Fran nodded, and then excitedly introduced to everyone, I have checked its launcher, everything is okay. My god. If you say that, if we take this Pluton warship away, wouldn't we be able to walk sideways on the sea? Chopper opened his mouth wide and said in shock. Nami shouted excitedly. Great. With the Pluton battleship, if the world government wants to deal with Luffy again, we will blow them up with one shot. With it, we have the firepower that is many times stronger than Buster Call. Robin murmured. However, Frankie poured cold water on everyone. The truth is the truth, but we can't take it away. Why? Isn't this activated? Zoro looked at the Pluton battleship suspiciously. The power supply used to start the Pluton battleship as a backup power supply. At most, it can only maintain the lighting and living facilities on the ship. However, the energy consumed by the Pluton battleship to start is very huge. Battleship Pluton. The energy compartment of the Pluton battleship is empty. It should have been used to store the special energy device for the Pluton battleship. But I searched the entire Pluton battleship, and found no relevant energy devices. To put it bluntly, the remaining power supply inside the Pluton battleship is stored in the backup power supply. If there is no real energy device to continuously supply power, when the spare phone in the Pluton battleship is completely consumed, it will not even be able to start. And if you want to let the Pluton battleship fire, you must have a powerful energy device to a certain extent. Frankie explained. Ah, then we can't go to sea with such a big warship. Chopper's face showed a disappointed expression. Frankie spread his hands. It's like this, but we can't keep the Pluton battleship here. Once the world government gets it, maybe they have enough energy to drive the Pluton battleship. Robin looked at Luffy and reminded. As a survivor of Ohara, Robin understands how terrible the disaster this big killer can bring to ordinary people. If you can't take it away, Robin thinks the best way is to destroy it. That's right. Destroy it if you can't get it. Luffy thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. That's right, this kind of thing. If it can't be in our hands, then it must be destroyed. Nami shrugged his shoulders. Then wait for Buggy to come, and let him split the Pluton battleship and send it to the sea. No need. It's safe to throw Frankie's stomach without throwing it anywhere. Luffy shook his head with a smile, then patted Frankie on the shoulder. Just work hard and eat the entire Pluton battleship. Forehead. Hearing this, Fran shows a stunned expression. But after thinking about it, it was right. As a munch fruit capable user, if he eats the Pluton battleship, he can turn the Pluton battleship into a part of himself. Although it is impossible for him to become the original Pluton warship, at least. All the structure and data about the Pluton battleship will be completely digested in his mind. In this way, as long as there are enough materials, Lan Chi can definitely recreate the Pluton battleship. Moreover, because of the ability of Munch Munch Fruit, some functions of the Pluton battleship can also be used by Frankie. Okay. Then let me taste the taste of the Pluton battleship. Speaking, Frankie opened his mouth wide and bit the hull of the Pluton battleship. Capone beige. This fruit ability. I really can't eat anything. Basil Hawkins. I'm wondering. After he eats the Pluton battleship, will he shoot an island like the Pluton battleship? X Drake. It's hard to say. Didn't he just say that? The Pluton battleship seems to have no energy device, so it can't fire. I don't know if he needs energy after eating. Scratchy Manap. If you can fire directly without energy, then Munch Munch Fruit is too heaven-defying. In the evening, Frankie finally finished eating the entire Pluton battleship. Hi. Even Munch Munch Fruit ability users have to burp after eating such a big pile of battleships. Luffy touched Frankie's chubby belly, and asked curiously, "How is it? Can I use the ability of the Pluton battleship?" "I'll give it a try." Frankie stood up and activated the Munch Munch Fruit ability. The next moment, a large number of technological devices began to flip outwards from the surface of his body. As these technological devices continue to be uncovered, Frankie's body is getting bigger and bigger. In a blink of an eye, his size has surpassed the size of an adult giant. Then, he continued to transform. I saw him bent down and put his limbs on the ground, like the four supports of a fort, firmly fixed. Then, he pouted his butt, and a huge cannon barrel protruded from it. The muzzle of this gun is definitely not as big as the main gun of the Pluton battleship just now, but it is at least 1/5 of the caliber. Amidst a burst of mechanical collision sound full of texture, the muzzle of this giant gun has been raised to at least 100 meters high. At this moment, Frankie is like a small Pluton cannon. Ace Bagoo. PFF'd. Frankie, Ace Bagoo, what do you mean? Ace Bagoo. Cough cough. I'm sorry, I really can't hold back, ha 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 ha. Vinsmoke Sanji, ha ha ha. This is outrageous operator. Capone beige. This is even more outrageous than my castle. Gold D. Roger. OMG. This kid's transformation is amazing. Shaki. I am convinced by the angle of the muzzle. Even if my ship is flying in the air, I am afraid he will shoot it down with one shot. Edward Newgate. This still needs to be fired. Didn't you see that his cannon barrel is nearly 100 meters long? He only needs to twist his buttocks, and it is estimated that this cannon barrel can kill your flying pirate ship. Marco. Ha ha ha. Frankie. Damn it. As a transformation, I feel that my transformation is too much. Tony Chopper. No wow. Frankie, your transformation is so handsome. Usopp. Yeah. Man's cannon, so romantic. Frankie, whoa. I'm so happy to hear you say that this week. Super. Oh. When the scene of Frankie's transformation appeared in front of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, everyone opened their mouths in shock. Every jaw dropped to the ground in shock. Ah. This. Sanji gritted his teeth, and the eyeballs of shock were about to spit out. Chopper jumped up excitedly, holding up his little hoof. Oh. So handsome, Frankie. Hey. I promise this is absolutely unique transformation in the world. Usopp's eyes are full of fanaticism. Forehead. Zoro's expression is very frequent, the whole person is stupid. Nami and Robin silently turned their heads away. The corners of Luffy's mouth twitched, and he said bluntly, "This. Can you shoot?" Frankie shook his head. No. I don't have a matching power source. If I can find a matching power source, I think it should. Fired. Speaking of this, he added, but the power may not be as powerful as the original Pluton cannon. The 100-meter barrel is already my limit, so the power of my transformed Pluton cannon is about 5 times that of the original Pluton cannon. 1/10 of it. 1/5. Hearing this data, Luffy couldn't help but widen his eyes, it's so strong. The power of a single shot can reach 1/5 of that of a Pluton cannon, so what kind of bicycle do you need? Even if the Pluton battleship destroys the island with 1 shot, then our Frankie cannon will destroy the island with 5 shots, which is definitely enough to destroy the world. If you can really achieve such power, Luffy will definitely be satisfied. Paluzolino. Woo. This can actually fire a cannon. I thought this thing was for shit. Rox D. Zebek. Ha ha ha, Kuzan. Sakazuki. Paluzolino, you idiot. Crane. It seems that Munch Munch fruit should be listed as a key fruit. Once you master Munch Munch fruit, it is equivalent to having the opportunity to master a mobile Pluton cannon. Kong. That's right. Wapple. Damn it. This damn viewing system, I can only be a foodie quietly. Seeing that Marine began to pay attention to his Munch Munch fruit, Wapple was so scared that his pants were wet. The incident with the Blackbeard pirates last time exhausted him. Now that he is on the run, if he is targeted by the government of the world, then he will be in dire danger. Fixed the matter of the Pluton battleship, Luffy and others rested in Wano for a few days. During this period, the alliance formed by Zou and the Wano samurai began to counterattack Kurozumi Orochi. During the period, Yamato climbed out of the ruins of Oni Island and joined the battle. Without the Beast's pirates as a backer, the power of Kurozumi will naturally be unable to stop the anger of revenge. When all 8 snakeheads were chopped off, the sky in Wano cleared up completely. When Wano held a ceremony to celebrate the enthronement of the new general, the Straw Hat Pirates sat somewhere in Fujiyama, watching the fireworks all over the sky, and had a rare leisure time. Wano new general is named Kazuki Hiyori. The next day, 1,000 miles of sunshine left Wano and sailed to the sea. When I got here, the video with the red border slowly dimmed. The screen disappears. Kazuki Oden. It's Hiyori who became the new shogun. Poor my son Momonosuke died young. Edward Newgate. Hiyori is also good. I remember she was very strong when she was young. Gold D. Roger. Anyway, Wano over there has also returned to normal, and it has also opened a country. The result is always good. Kazuki Oden. Hey. That's right. Although Momonosuke died, Hiyori was able to carry the banner of Wano As a father, I am also very pleased. Gold D. Roger. And Red Luffy and the others solved the matter of the Pluton battleship, so that the Wano over there will no longer receive the attention of the world government. Kazuki Oden. Yeah. The screen with white borders gradually brightens up. The screen appears. The Straw Hat Pirates and their party have arrived at the future island of Egghead. Meet another 6 clones of Vegapunk. CP0's Lu Chi, Kaku and Stracy brought people to Egghead, and according to the order of the world's government, they want to eliminate Bergamuk. The reason is because Vegapunk also started to study the 100-year blank history. Afterwards, Seraph S. Snake, S. Eagle, S. Bear and S. Shark appeared on the stage, showing their great strength. Sangoku. Wait. Did Vegapunk actually create such a powerful combat power? Vegapunk. Not yet, isn't this plan just started? The funds haven't arrived yet. Gion. This is 2 years later, in other words. Vegapunk has developed a combat weapon like Seraphim in 2 years. Quinn. As expected of you, Vegapunk. Even Paramesh's ability can be reproduced perfectly, unlike the idiot that guy spread, who can't even understand Zone's blood factor. Guy Sakurong. Bastard Quinn. I can at least make the ingredients for artificial Zone devil fruit, you idiot is worse than me. Abel. It's outrageous. The flames behind them are the innate abilities of the Lunaria tribe. And the flames behind these guys won't go out. Watching the battle scene of Seraphim in the video, even Jin, who is the only survivor of the Lunaria clan, was shocked. Their Lunaria clan's body protecting divine fire can provide them with almost invincible defense, but this defense has a cooling time. But these blazing angels' body protecting fire made by Vegapunk can keep burning. This is really unbelievable. Kaido. Damn it. If I can get such a technology, why worry that my army of beasts can't realize it? Shanks. Wahaha. That's Hawkeye. Ha ha ha. Dracule Mihawk. It's really funny to use our prototype to shrink down to make the model of Seraphim. Don Quixote da Flamingo. What's more ironic than this is that the reason why the world government abolished the 7 warlords of the sea system 2 years later in the white frame video just now is because Marine made breakthroughs in technology and invented new weapons of war. Now it seems. The so-called new weapons of war should be these seraphs, right? Jinbei. It's really too much to use our prototype war weapons to eliminate us. Sakazuki. Good. With such a powerful weapon of war, the pirates will definitely be wiped out. Shiki. Gia ha 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 ha. Akainu, are you stupid? Didn't you see the 100-year history of Vegapunk research blank in the video? Didn't you see that the world government has sent CP0 to kill Vegapunk? Do you think that according to in the current situation, Vegapunk will help the world government to get Seraphim? Vegapunk. What are you doing? I have to run. Gold D. Roger. Ha ha ha. Charlotte Linlin. Stracy, you'd better run away from me too. You're a CPO. When I think that the queen of the pleasure district, who is very close to me, is actually the eyeliner that the government of the world has placed beside me. Break. Stracy. Hey, this movie viewing system makes me unable to taste Linlin's desserts in the future. Guernica. It seems that you have to return to the team. Because of the help of the Straw Hat Pirates, they quickly controlled all the people in Colorado. Even though Lu Chi and Kaku are all awakened, they are still vulnerable to Luffy in Nika form. At the critical moment, Lu Chi got Zhantaoan, so that the control of Seraphim fell into the hands of the CPU, and the situation on the battlefield was reversed all of a sudden. But Lu Chi hasn't been complacent for a long time. Stracy suddenly made a move, and got rid of Kaku and Lu Chi. Because Stracy's true identity is a successful clone from Mads, a clone of Bakingome Stracy. Afterwards, the situation in Egghead reversed again. Vegapunk and the Straw Hat Pirates are back in control. Guernica. Nani? Stracy is actually a clone. No wonder her appearance hasn't changed for so many years. Sora. Vegapunk really has a backhand. They actually planted spies in the world's highest espionage organization. What a good way. Stracy. Hey. It seems that Tob can't go now either. Charlotte Linlin. You bastard, you're still a mission impossible. Stracy. I was made by Vegapunk, he is like my father, I listen to my father, is it okay? Charlotte Linlin. No problem is no problem, but if you come to my mother to come undercover, that's the problem. Stracy. I can't help it, I'm undercover in CP0, and the CP0 organization sent me a task, so I have to do it. Charlotte Linlin. Okay. If you want to say that, there is still some truth, but I will never forgive you. Everything seems to be back under the control of Vegapunk and others, but it happened again. The Seraphim actually launched an indiscriminate attack and began to clean up Egghead's personnel. The Straw Hat Pirates are at a loss, but facing Seraphim's immortal body and powerful attack power, they can only fight. Afterwards, they removed the sea-stone handcuffs of Lu Chi and Kaku, and let them join the battle together. And the black hand behind all this has finally surfaced. It's actually Vegapunk's number 6 clone representing Desire, York. It turns out that he secretly colluded with 5 elders. As long as he helps 5 elders get all the data in Vegapunk's mind in the fusion furnace used to make the Mother Tinder, 5 elders promises to make her a celestial being. She even killed 2 clones of Vegapunk, York, Woa. I didn't think so. Vegapunk. Desire. If it's another clone, then I definitely don't believe it. But Desire, it is indeed possible to do this kind of thing. Atlas, Lilith, you go to lock York up later, get up and never let her out without my permission. Atlas. Got it. Lilith. I like to do this, hee hee. J. Golucia Satan. Vegapunk, are you sure you want to fight against the world government? Vegapunk. The video of the viewing system has been released, do you think we still have any room for maneuver? However, the mother fire was mentioned in the video just now, it seems that I really created that thing. Marcus Mashang. Vegapunk, as long as you don't touch the taboo that has been blank for 100 years, and don't touch the ancient weapon that will endanger world peace, then we can let the past go, and you can continue to study for the world government with peace of mind. Mother Tinder. Rox D. Zebek. Ha ha ha. Since Vegapunk is the smartest brain in the world, do you think he might believe your low-level deceptive words? Vegapunk. Of course not. Gold D. Roger, haha. At the time when the Straw Hat Pirates and the world Jungfu exchanged fire on the future island of Egghead. New World, Elbaf, Land of Giants. The Kid Pirates appeared here. On the opposite side of them, the pirate fleet appeared. In addition to the flags of their own regiment, the flags of the Red Hair Pirates' large fleet were also hoisted on those pirate ships. Kid Eustace. Am I at war with the Red Hair Pirates? Shanks. Hey. Those guys are sick and old, if I wasn't there. When he saw the large ship group under the command of Red Hair Pirates appearing on the screen, Shanks suddenly condensed. These subordinates of his can be said to be genuine old, weak, sick and disabled. Although they are called pirates one by one, if they are placed among ordinary people, passers-by will have to give up their seats in sympathy. Capone Beige. Kid, this guy is really beautiful. I just defeated Big Mom before, are we going to fight the Red Hair Pirates again? Eurogue. It's also a supernova. This guy has achieved such a high achievement. Charlotte Perisparrow. This little bastard can even defeat his mother, and the handicapped redhead should be in his hands. Sasaki. There can only be one redhead at sea. It seems reasonable that Kid the redhead, defeats Shanks, the redhead, and thus becomes the new 4 emperors. Ben Beckman. Hey, what a mess. The port of Elbaf, Red Hair Pirates Redforth is also docked here, co. Huh? I just stopped by, and I didn't expect to meet a big shot. Shanks suddenly noticed the approaching Kid Pirate's ship on the sea ahead, raised his eyebrows, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Then, he pointed to a pirate with a loud voice, and said, "Go and inform those ships to withdraw quickly." "What about it, big boss?" "Don't worry, with us here, we won't let the enemy touch a finger of yours." These old, weak, sick and disabled captains said one after another. "That's enough, that's enough, I've got my wish, you're just messing around there, let them withdraw." Shanks waved his hand, then walked towards the bow. At this time, Kid was standing in front of the Kid pirate ship, and a large number of instruments in his left hand were quickly assembled into an electromagnetic gun with a skull logo. "Whoever they are, within 10 seconds, they will all disappear under my electromagnetic gun." He pointed the muzzle forward, and the strong magnetic energy burst out suddenly. Those pirate ships seemed to be attracted by the magnetic force, all of them automatically gather in the direction of the muzzle. At this moment, Shanks and Ben Beckman frowned at the same time. In their observation hockey, they all saw a terrible future. If the bombardment of Kid is allowed to come down, all those ships on the sea will be destroyed. Without any hesitation, Shanks stepped on his feet, and his figure was like a gust of wind passing through the sea and sky in an instant. "Avoid." Shanks slashed out with a knife, and the majestic conqueror's hockey exploded with the wind. I saw the electromagnetic cannon on Kid's arm collapsed like a building block, and it was all shattered. Brush. After the powerful slash, the main force of the entire Kid pirate group splashed 5 steps. "Boss, get out of the way." At this time, on the shore, Luo and Dory waved their weapons at the same time. Elbaf Hakoku. Boom. The shock waves exhibited by the 2 giants are like light cannonballs. The solid Kid pirate ship fell apart in an instant. It turned into countless fragments and fell into the sea. Kid pirates, destruction Kid Eustace, Nani? Gold D. Roger. Wow. Ha ha ha. Little Shanks actually used my moves. Silver Rayleigh. Roger, Shanks' magic trick is stronger than your magic shield. Gold D. Roger. Ha ha ha. No way, who made little Shanks' conqueror's hockey practice to such a powerful level? This point, I can't keep up. Shanks. Captain, you are humble again, Capone Beige. This blow. Is it too strong? Did Kid get instantly killed? Kira. Damn it. I've already fought with Kid, but in a 2-on-1 situation, I was still crushed. X-Drake. This gap in strength is a bit big. Flying Squirrel. If you want to put it this way, the ant would actually prefer. Crane. Can't say that. After all, Big Mom faced the attacks of Kid and Trafalgar Law at the same time, and, even if it is. Under such circumstances, the 2 of them also paid a considerable price. Guion. Yes. If I didn't beat Big Mom into the magma in the end, Big Mom might not be defeated. Shanks. The Kid in the video just now seems to be recovering from his injury at Wano. Kid Eustace. Damn. Do you think I will accept this humiliation? Losing is losing. Only weak people use injuries as excuses. Redhead, you. Listen up. Although I lost to you in the future, I will not give up. Shanks. Ahahaha. That's great, there are not many energetic little guys like you. At the same time, World, Winter Area, Blackbeard, Fan Oka, Poison Q and Badgers appear here. In front of them, the Heart Pirates were lying on the ground covered in blood. Naturally including Trafalgar Law, the captain of the Heart Pirates. Trafalgar Law. Damn. Am I screwed too? Basil Hawkins. You 2 really are brothers and sisters. Charlotte Perispello. Haha. This is what happens when you beat your mother. This is the curse from your mother. Lick. Charlotte Linlin. That's right. These 2 little bastards deserve it. Just when Blackbeard was about to take away Trafalgar Law's op fruit, Beppo suddenly exploded. Although there is no moon in the sky, Beppo still takes the form of a moonlion, sending out a sudden berserk blow, forcing Blackbeard and others back, Then he grabbed Trafalgar Law, rushed into the sea, and rushed towards the deep sea at a very fast speed. George Army Headquarters, Shemale Island, Sabo is telling Monkey D. Long and Ivankov what he saw and heard in Mariajoy that day. When he lurks in the main hall where the Void Throne is located, he actually saw a person sitting on the throne. 5 elders all knelt on the ground in front of this person, calling him, I am dapping. Not only that, Neferutali Cobra, the king of Alabasta, is also present. Sengoku. This is a lie. No one is allowed to sit on the throne of the void. This is a rule jointly established by the kings of 20 countries who established the world's official government 800 years ago. Crane. Yes, the throne has been empty for hundreds of years, which means that no one will be dictatorial in this world. Zephyr. Should he be lying? Monkey D. Long. Impossible. Sabo won't lie to me. If he said he saw someone on the void throne, someone must be sitting there. Ridiculous world. On the surface it represents peace, but behind the scenes, someone has quietly become king? Rox D. Zebek. Sure enough. I have long felt that something is wrong with the government of the world. Sure enough, that is the case. J. Golucia Satanson. What are you guessing? That's just a one-sided statement of the Revolutionary Army. They want to fight against the world government, so they use this funny reason to pull people's hatred, isn't it obvious? Marcus Mashang. That's right, only a fool would believe this kind of trick. But at this moment, following Sabo's narration, a small screen appeared in the white frame screen. What appeared on the small screen was exactly what Sabo had in mind. That is, Sabo's memory is played in the form of picture-in-picture. On the void throne hall of Pangle Castle, Sabo is in the corner, in the middle of the main hall. The 5 elders are arranged on both sides in the form of 3 on the left and 2 on the right. In the position surrounded by them, there is an old man sitting in a wheelchair. Surprisingly, it is Neferutari Cobra. Therefore, to be precise, there are only 19 weapons surrounding the void throne. I checked all the ancient books in the country, but all we can know is the history after 100 years of blankness, but I can't find the name of Queen Lily at all. She did not return to Alabasta. Queen Lily's younger brother is later king of Alabasta. I just came here to ask, do you know anything about Queen Lily? Cobra asked. I thought you wanted to ask something. J. Golucia Satan laughed, and he went on to say, that was more than 800 years ago. We have no way of knowing the situation at that time. Sorry, we really don't know about these things. Hearing this, Cobra's face seemed to be expected, and then he asked, so, what is D? As soon as these words came out, 5 elders' brows were full of rice. The temperature in the hall dropped instantly. Why do you ask this? Izanbaran v. Nashao Langshang's eyes were radiating a fierce light. Cobra said in a deep voice, to be honest, 800 years ago, Queen Lily left a short letter. But at this moment, a figure appeared above the main hall. This person is covered in a black burqa, as if he can't see the light. The decoration of the hat on the top of the head is like the effect of a handful of leeks being stretched and inserted into the head. After he appeared, he didn't seem to see the people in the hall, but just walked towards the void throne. Why? The sudden appearance of this figure stunned Cobra, who was talking. Master, I am. King Cobra is still here. J. Golucia Satanshang immediately reminded me. However, this figure still seemed to have not heard it, and slowly walked to the void throne, turned around, and sat down. Wow. When this scene appeared, the hearts of all moviegoers were shocked. For them, this kind of thing is tantamount to setting off a tsunami in their hearts. Everyone knows that the world government represents peace. The reason why the void throne does not allow anyone to do it is to show the world that the world is being absolutely fair. But now, when that throne has an ass on it, everything has changed. Not a slight change, but a drastic change in everyone's perception. No less than the sky is falling. Especially for those who join Marine because of the justice they yearn for, this is undoubtedly a sunny day. Boom and blow their brains buzzing. Sengoku. What? This. Zephyr. How could anyone do that on the throne? Monkey D. Garp. I am. Who is this? Neferutali Cobra. I am. I know this name. Although it may be just a coincidence, among the first 20 people who founded the world government 800 years ago, there was indeed one the existence called I am. Emporio Ivankov. I am saint of the Nerona family, right? The names of the 20 people back then are not a secret, many people know it. Guion. What do you mean? Could it be that the I am Sama, who even the 5 elders would kneel down, turned out to be someone from 800 years ago? Flying Squirrel. This is impossible. How can anyone live for 800 years without dying? Emporio Ivankov. No. You know, there are abilities in this world that can make people live forever. For example, Trafalgar Laboy's op fruit. Since everyone knows that this fruit can perform immortal surgery, it means that this thing has happened in history, Otherwise how would it be known? Stracy. The analysis makes perfect sense. Op fruit wouldn't have been confirmed for immortality if no one ever lived forever. Kong. But don't forget. Op fruit can make people live forever. It seems that everyone is talking about it. Has anyone seen a real immortal person? Edward Newgate. Empty old dog. Don't forget, this movie viewing system rewarded Trafalgar Lawboy a chance of immortality surgery without any side effects from the very beginning. Even the movie viewing system has been certified, so there is still fake. Monkey D. Long. This should not be a coincidence, maybe. This I am is a real person who lived 800 years ago and is alive now. J. Golucia Satan San. Bullshit. Gold D. Roger. Damn, the viewing system has been released. You idiot old man, you still want to fool around? Shaki. Does he think everyone else is stupid? Gee ha 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 ha. He didn't admit it just now, but now the movie viewing system directly slaps you old dogs in the face. Marcus Mashang. Hee hee. Ridiculous guy, he would rather believe this false image than what we say. It's so sad. Charlotte Linlin. Old man Moshe, are you out of your mind? The abilities that the viewing system rewards us are all real. Do you think the viewing system needs to lie to us? Crane. Indeed, the viewing system can even change our age at will, and can resurrect the dead. This is indeed beyond the scope of gods. So, since the viewing system is released, it is obviously a really. Although he is a Marine, when Crane Vice Admiral saw a person sitting on the Void Throne, he was very disappointed. From Crane Vice Admiral's point of view, although the Tianlong people live like slave owners, their ancestors fought for the peace of the world after all. However, right now, when all of this is determined to be a hoax. What a blow to people like Crane Vice Admiral. I am sat down, muttering the name, Lily. If it weren't for Lily's mistakes back then, such hateful relics as the historical text wouldn't be scattered around the world. In this story, there may be a worse plot. That is about the reason why the historical text is scattered. Is it just a momentary mistake, or did she do it for 2 reasons? I am said angrily. Afterwards, I am asked what was the pen of the simple letter left by Queen Lily. When Cobra said the name, Neferutali D. Lily, Im's pupils shrank suddenly. Angry. Brush. Beside Cobra, a demon's tail pierced into Cobra's back in an instant, and then pierced through his cock. Seeing that Cobra is going to die here, Sabo rushed out. Fire punch. A burst of flames swirled, instantly engulfing the 5 elders. At this very moment, all 5 elders transform. All phantom beasts. Sabo originally wanted to kill 5 elders, but when he saw this posture, run with Cobra on his back. In the end, both Sabo and Cobra were seriously injured, and Cobra tried his best to stop the 5 elders, so that Sabo had a slight chance to escape. Neferutali Cobra. I didn't expect that. Went to World Summit and lost my life. Monkey D. Luffy. It turns out that these historical texts are the ancestors of Vivi. The queen has been scattered in the world. Nami. Stupid, she obviously did it on purpose. I just don't know why he did it. Nico Robin. According to normal speculation, she must have discovered some unacceptable and ugly facts, so she did this. Nefertari Vivi. So, in fact, I'm also a D family mother? Shaki. I really didn't expect it. 5 elders are all phantom beasts demon fruit power. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fooferfer. Tianlong people even use devil fruit as dog food for fun. Is there still a lack of good devil fruit in the Holy Land? Edward Newgate. Sure enough, it's the official government of the world, and the family property is really rich. After Sabo escaped. Holy Land, Mariajoy. Inside Pongal Castle, between the 2 sides. 5 elders are talking about Sabo. At this moment, the phone bug suddenly rang. Izan Baron V. Nashoro San pressed the back of the phone bug on the table and connected. I only heard Im's voice from over there. I want to activate the Mother Tinder, made by Vegapunk. Im's voice was cold. Hearing this, J. Golucia Satan nodded immediately. Indeed, if you don't try it once, you really have no way of knowing whether that kind of thing is genuine or not. Topman vocally said, then let's try to see the results of the experiment first, and then consider how to deal with the Egghead incident. Izan Baron V. Nashao Langshang on the side asked. As for the choice of the experimental location, compared to the sea, I think it is better to choose a place with more forests to see the effect. But at this moment, Im's voice came from the other end of the phone bug. The experiment site was chosen in the kingdom of Lucia. When the words came out, 5 elders also froze for a moment. Then, Topman vocally asked subconsciously, my lord, There are a lot of people there. No problem. The tone of ice energy that cannot be rejected came from the phone bug. Top man Vouchery no longer speaks. Maka's Mashang flattered. I really understand that everything in the world should obey the will of the Creator. My lord, why did you choose the kingdom of Lulusia? Because Shepherd 10 Peter Saint seemed a little curious. I am faintly uttered a word. Closer. What? When this scene appears, people all over the world are in an uproar. Especially the people of the kingdom of Lulusia are so angry. They don't know what the Mother Tinder is, but from the conversation between 5 elders and it can be seen that it is definitely not a good thing. There is a high probability that it is some kind of extremely destructive existence. From the words of Izan Baron v Nashao Langshang, it is obvious that the experimental location can actually be chosen to be at sea or in the forest. But insisted on choosing the Lulusia Kingdom as the experiment location. This is tantamount to taking the life of the Lulusia Kingdom seriously. What's even more ridiculous is that the reason he chose was simply because the kingdom of Lulusia is close to Mariajoy. What? It's convenient for you to see the effect if it's close, right? Damn Draco. Damn It's so hateful. They treat us as human beings at all. We are a member of the world's government. We should be protected by the world's government. Damn it. We hand in the heavenly gold on time and in the amount every year, but we only get this result. The people of Lulusia Kingdom are completely angry. Not only them, but people from other countries that have joined the world government are also completely angry. Since the world government can take action against the kingdom of Lulusia, it is entirely possible to take action against other alliance countries. What if the Lulusia Kingdom was not the closest to Mariajoy at that time, but other countries that joined the world government? Isn't the unlucky ones the other alliance countries? To be honest, they were not selected, not because of the benevolence of the world's government, but because of the absurd and ultimate reason that they are not as close as Lulusia Kingdom. And those countries that are not members of the world government. The reason why they did not become a member of the world official government is because they do not recognize the world official government. And now, they are even more determined not to recognize that the world is going on. Some countries that were still undecided and hesitated whether to fall to the side of the Revolutionary Army. Under the impact of this scene on the screen, he made an instant decision to join the wave of overthrowing the world government. Grand Line, Paradise, Kingdom of Lulusia. In the sky, the clouds are dense. But at this moment, a vast black shadow suddenly appeared in the clouds. The range of this black shadow covers the entire country of Lulusia. Mom. Look, there are monsters in the sky, a 5-year-old boy pointed to the sky curiously. Hey. What is that? Is there something above the clouds? On the pier, one of them looked at the sky in surprise with the work in his hand. What's going on? I'm drunk after only drinking 3 caddies of wine. It seems that my drinking capacity has regressed. An alcoholic looked up at the dark sky and rubbed his eyes. Ah. Everyone, look. What is that? At the market, a man shouted, and everyone looked up. At this moment, everyone's eyes showed a look of horror. The next moment, a terrifying scene appeared. Boom. Like the end of the world. No. This is the end of the world, when everything returns to calm. Where can you see the kingdom of Lulusia in this sea? In the original place of the Lulusia Kingdom, there are no more islands or land, and there is always a pothole in the sea with a diameter larger than the original island where Lulusia's lord was located. Seawater poured into the inside with a bang. However, no matter how much it is filled, there is no sign of it being filled. It seems that this pothole has become a bottomless pit, which can no longer be filled. When this scene appeared, there was an instant silence in the chat room. This kind of thing has too much impact on everyone. After a while, no one spoke in the chat room. Guanji. My country. The country is gone. As the king of the kingdom of Lulusia, I am completely stupid to send my membership. He originally thought that the experiment I am going to do in Lulusia Kingdom was some kind of weapon of mass destruction. But what he couldn't think of anyway was that this is not a weapon of mass destruction at all, but a demon that directly wipes out the island. Neferutali Cobra. Devil. This is simply a super demon. Lulusia Kingdom has millions of people at least. Just because of his words, they all died. Gold D. Roger. This is a devil. Millions of lives, if you say no, they will be gone. Sangoku. Get out of here. Tell me, do these people in the kingdom of Lucia deserve to die? Sangoku. This Seeing such a cruel scene, no matter how loyal Sengoku is to the government of the world, he cannot help being shaken. Even when Roger questioned him, he had no face to respond. Edward Newgate. Thousands of millions of lives. Can the number of pirates killed by pirates all over the world reach this number? Charlotte Linlin. Are you kidding? Killing millions of people? Whitebeard, you were too flattering as pirates. Sabo. Damn it. Everyone saw it. This is the world government. This is what the person sitting on the throne of the world government did. Marshall Deakey. Hey, hey, hey. What is this thing? This power is too exaggerated. Marco. In the video just now, that I am mentioned, what kind of female Tinder, it seems to be invented by Vegapunk. Frankie. What? Can even invent such a powerful thing? Vegapunk. No. Motherfire is not a weapon, but a super condensed high-efficiency energy source. The government of the world asked me to study this, saying that it would be used to solve the world's energy problems. Now it seems that they lied. Monkey D. Long. Vegapunk, listen to me, no matter what you do, don't invent this genocide again. People all over the world will thank you. Vegapunk. Don't worry, now I know what the government of the world is going to do with the Motherfire. Even if they kill me, I can't make this kind of thing. Maka's Mahjong. Vegapunk, I advise you to think clearly. Vegapunk. I think clearly, I'm going to join the Revolutionary Army. Izanbaran v Nashoro-san. Bastard, you are looking for death. Vegapunk. It's not bad to die, at least. I won't let millions of innocent lives evaporate because of what I created. Rox D. Zebek. The black shadow in the sky just now, if I'm not mistaken, it should be ancient weapon. Gold D. Roger. It's very possible, but what is Uranus, none of us have seen. Guan Ji. Damn it. I declare that from this moment on, the kingdom of Lulusia will withdraw from the official alliance of the world. All citizens obey the order, and I now issue the Supreme King's order. The government officials are all listed as the most senior criminals and can be killed on the spot. If there is no movie viewing system, people in their entire country will not know that. Until the moment before they die, they are still contributing the heavenly gold to the world government. Now, they are equivalent to people who have died once. Coupled with the order of the King Guanji, the entire Lulusia kingdom has a common hatred. Never let go of the world government, TB. Because Vegapunk won't invent female sparks for the world government anymore, so they don't have to worry about the world government using that thing to wipe them out. In the current situation, if the world government still wants to destroy them, the millions of civilians in the Lulusia kingdom will bite off a piece of flesh from them even if they die. Neferutali Cobra. I declare that from now on, Alabasta will officially withdraw from the World Official Alliance country. We are the descendants of Neferutali D. Lily, and we will never let our unexplained death of the Queen's ancestor. Zephyr. Hey. I announce, quit Marine. Monkey D. Garp. Hey. Hive Island. Garp brought the Blade team to rescue B. Almost single-handedly fought San Juan Hungry Wolf, Reign of Marriage Black King, Deju Basque and Aokiji. I was about to evacuate, but because Kebi was tricked by the pirates, Garp was stabbed by the invisible Shiryu. Afterwards, Garp and Punch. After successfully covering Kebi and others from leaving, Garp lay in a pool of blood. On his chest, an icicle pierced from the chest. When we got here, the screen of the white frame video gradually dimmed. The screen disappears. Monkey D. Luffy. Ah, Grandpa. Sengoku. Damn it. Garp. Crane. Aokiji, what are you doing? Kuzan. Have I actually made it to this point? Shiki. Gu la la la. It's so interesting. Kizaru kills Zephyr. Aokiji kills Garp. Does your marine have a tradition of specialized craftsmen? Charlotte Linlin. Wahahaha. Zephyr. What is this all about? Looking at this scene on the screen, countless people in the marine camp felt dejected. Not long after, the screen with the red border gradually lights up. The screen appears. 1,000 miles of sunshine leaves Wano Kuni. The elephant owner originally wanted to follow, but Luffy communicated with it and let it stay near Wano Kuni. Although Luffy doesn't mind having a giant elephant as a bodyguard following them, the problem is that there is a country on the back of the giant elephant. We can't let this country follow them every day. Since Zou and Wano Kuni have a relationship, it is also a good choice to let the giant elephant be near Wano Kuni. This way, whether Wano Kuni is attacked or Zou is attacked, they can support each other. After driving southeast for more than 10 days, the future island of Egghead appeared in front of their eyes. The surface of the sea was churning, and in an instant, countless mechanical sea beasts surged out of the sea, their physiques were comparable to small sea kings. A mechanical shark suddenly opened its mouth, and protruded a black cannon from its mouth. Boom. Terrifying laser light waves burst out, heading straight for the 1,000 miles of sunshine. Luffy instantly opens the Nika form, and the two palms are instantly stretched and enlarged. Luffy's two palms overlap each other, forming a rubber shield, blocking the laser light wave. His palm was dented by the impact of laser light waves. However, after the laser light wave is launched, the rebound of Luffy's palm will bounce off all the laser energy. Luffy's hands are still huge. One hand grabs the mechanical shark's mouth, the other hand grabs the mechanical shark's tail, and directly pulls it down in front of him. It's actually a robot sea beast. Frankie lost control when he saw this mechanical shark. His eyes looked like a sex man seeing a beautiful woman. Usopp also exclaimed, "Hey, hey, this is so handsome." Not to mention Chopper, with stars shining in his eyes. "Frankie, what are you still doing? Eat it up, and next time we will get some mechanical sea beasts as the guards of 1,000 miles of sunshine." At this time, Luffy pouted at Frankie. "Okay, then I'm welcome." Frankie took out a napkin from the small warehouse on his arm and stuck it in his mouth. "Hey, do you want to do this?" Usopp showed a contemptuous look. "Haha, this is called a sense of ritual, well, super." Haha laughed. Frankie raised his face directly, and started to eat with big mouthfuls. Thanks to this machine, a mechanical shark is a machine, otherwise, it would definitely scream in pain. Crack, click, click. It didn't take long for Frankie to eat about half of this gigantic mechanical shark. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. I saw a person falling out of the mechanical shark. It looks like it was swallowed by this mechanical shark before. Huh. This is not. Seeing this woman, Nami quickly took out the booklet of the reward order and started to read it. When the brochure was frozen on a certain page, Nami slapped her thigh. It really is her. Jewelry Polly, a supernova who was in the same era as Luffy and Sabo Archipelago before. Hey, hey, hey. What are you guys doing? She needs artificial respiration, let me speed up. Sanji rushed forward without hesitation. Luo Lan pulled him back. Idiot. Why are you meddling in saving lives? At this time, Luffy said, she is still breathing. Chopper, wake her up first, and ask what's going on. Although the female pirate in front of me has a bounty of 200 to 300 million Baileys, the Straw Hat Pirates and the others have been thugs for many years. Bounties are no longer attractive to them. Chopper stepped forward to check. Jewelry Polly suddenly opened her eyes and hugged Chopper in her arms. She pedaled on the ground with both legs, backed up quickly, and said as she backed up, Straw Hat Boy. We have no grievances, I don't want to hurt your pet, but if you insist on using me for bounty, I will die with your pet. Nani? Hearing this, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was stunned. This person's first reaction is this. Looks like in Sabo Archipelago, Luffy cast a heavy shadow on her. Flower Big Blossom. Robin crossed his arms and used the flower fruit ability. I saw many arms suddenly appeared on Jewelry Polly. These arms are all covered in jet black armament hockey. They hold Jewelry Polly's hands behind her neck, and her legs are also curled behind her. It seems that there is a rope behind Jewelry Polly, tying all her limbs in one place. Boom. I lost my balance, Jewelry Polly fell to the ground. Ah. Realizing that she has completely fallen into the hands of the Straw Hat pirate ship, Jewelry Polly suddenly exclaimed, Straw Hat Boy, if you really want to exchange me for a bounty, I don't. Any complaints? But I beg you, let me go to the island to complete one thing. As long as I complete this thing, my people will be yours, and I will do whatever you want. I won't resist. Robin-chan, it seems to hurt her. Sanji watched from the sidelines very worried. This is Robin's shot. If another man makes a shot, Sanji's devil's foot has already gone up. Robin ignored Sanji's opinion, but looked at Luffy. Let go of her first. Luffy shrugged calmly, then looked at Jewelry Polly. If I remember correctly, you should have a pirate team. Why did you appear here alone? And fell into the mouth of a mechanical sea beast. Also, do you know where this island is? Luffy came here according to the record pointer, and I don't know what this island is. Since Jewelry Polly can appear here alone, it means that she must know something about this place. What's more, from what she just said, she wants to go to the island to complete a task. Obviously, she is familiar with this island. If you answer your question, can you let me go to the island to complete what I want to do? Looking at the bounty maniac in front of her, Jewelry Polly asked nervously. You don't have the right to choose, you should answer my question first. If your answer satisfies me, maybe I'll be in a better mood, and maybe I can help you. Luffy twitched the corner of his mouth, and said lightly. Jewelry Polly. Damn red Luffy. So domineering, too bullying. Skulikmanip. Ah, blah, blah. It's fine if he didn't just throw you into the sea. Capone Beige. The main reason is that there is no place to exchange bounties in New World, otherwise you should be on your way to Marine Base by now. Gold D. Roger. PFF'd. Haha, you are Bartholomew Kuma's daughter? Luffy was a little surprised after hearing what Jewelry Polly said. Yes, but he has lost his human self now, he has been completely transformed by Vegapunk into a pure, biological pleasure. I must find Vegapunk for an explanation. Speaking of this, Jewelry Polly's eyes overflowed with tears, she gritted her teeth and said, if he doesn't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll kill him. As soon as the words came out, Sanji immediately jumped up. What? Damn Vegapunk. The most evil scientist in all mankind, actually transformed little Bonnie's father into a war machine factory. Unforgivable, Sanji said angrily. Are you familiar with him? Zoro looked at Sanji with a look of disgust. Stop sticking to her cold ass. Maybe she's lying. I'm not lying. Hearing what Zoro said, Jewelry Polly had a hysterical angry expression on her face. It actually made little Bonnie cry even harder. I will fight with you. Sanji bursts out and rushes towards Zoro. Two people wrestled into a ball. Robin looked at Luffy. During the Summit War, I did meet Bartholomew Kuma, and he was indeed transformed. I didn't lie to you. Jewelry Bonnie bit her lower lip and said in a low voice. I will analyze this myself. Luffy nodded, and then said, since this island belongs to the government of the world, it is our enemy. If this scientist really does something that transforms humans into unconscious war puppets, I will not spare him. Okay. You don't have to worry about us selling you out, we've stopped doing that kind of thing a long time ago. What's more, I'm the thorn in the side of the world government now. Luffy reached out and pulled Jewelry Polly up. Subsequently, the two sides conducted friendly and interactive exchanges. However, in front of them, those mechanical sea beasts are still floating on the sea surface. It seems to be the first island. At this moment, a robot emerged from the water. In the head of the robot, a woman said sternly, hey, you pirates. Hand over the money and get out. Hearing this, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates froze for a moment. Isn't this the line of our pirates? Luffy even started to do it directly. His arm stretches instantly, blows off the robot's mask with a punch, and then grabs the evil clone of Vegapunk, Lilith. Hey, woman. You really know how to play when you rob and hit a pirate. Luffy threw Lilith to the ground, pouted lightly. Tell me, who are you? Is Vegapunk on this island? Nani. I. Evil clone Lilith originally thought that with so many mechanical sea beasts around, she had already taken control of the situation. What she didn't expect was that not only did she fail to scare the other party with such a mechanical sea beast, but she was suddenly caught by the other party inexplicably. Brush. The black knife comes out of its sheath, and Zoro rests the knife on Lilith's neck, as if he will kill her if he doesn't agree with him. This time, Lilith panicked. She hurriedly said, wait. This old man is Vegapunk. Have something to say. Vegapunk. Luffy frowned suddenly, although he has never seen Vegapunk, but in his impression, Vegapunk should be a man. Stop talking nonsense. I've never heard that Vegapunk is a woman, and judging from your resume, your age doesn't match. Robin crossed his hands and launched the flower fruit ability. A pair of arms appeared on Lilith's neck, as if it would break her neck anytime. Lilith quickly explained. No. The Vegapunk you are talking about is the main body, and I am the number 2 clone of Vegapunk, the evil Lilith. Hearing this, Luffy frowned even deeper. Doppelganger. Does this Vegapunk even clone himself? So crazy? At this moment, the voice of the Vegapunk deity came from Lilith's earphones. Don't conflict with them, let them bring them here, I am very interested in them. Hearing this, Lilith looked at everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Okay. It seems that I am interested in you. Let me take you to the island. Let's go. There is nothing to hesitate, Luffy immediately agreed. When they came to the island, the Straw Hat Pirates entered a cave under the guidance of Lilith, and then climbed to the top floor along the hanging ladder in the cave. A technological island is displayed in front of everyone. Introduced by Lilith, the Straw Hat Pirates were amazed by the technology here. Afterwards, Vegapunk's number 5 clone, Frenzy, Atlas appeared. She took the Straw Hat Pirates for a while, and the real quadruple punk appeared. Vegapunk. The moment Vegapunk appeared, Jewelry Polly immediately lost control and rushed over. Seeing that she was about to kick Vegapunk to the ground, Luffy stretched out her arm, grabbed the leg kicked by Jewelry Polly, and lifted Ellie Polly up. Ah! Vegapunk and Jewelry Polly exclaimed at the same time. Vegapunk was so scared that he sat down on the ground and modeled his own head. Jewelry Polly looked back at Luffy angrily. Straw Hat Luffy, didn't you promise me just now? As long as what I said is true, you will help me. Luffy nodded. Yes, but I have to listen to what this uncle has to say. Then, he looked at Vegapunk. She said you turned her father into a mindless war puppet soldier, is that true? Vegapunk thought for a while, then nodded. Ah, yes. Okay. Then go and kill him. Now that Vegapunk has admitted it, Luffy has no reason to stop Jewelry Polly, and also let go of Jewelry Polly's running. Jewelry Polly flipped in the air, her feet landed on the ground, then took out the small pistol she carried with her, and pointed it directly at Vegapunk. Say, can my father regain consciousness? Little Bonney, you have grown so big. Vegapunk's tone sounds like the elder of Jewelry Polly. However, Jewelry Polly doesn't accept this trick. Don't get too close to me. Answer my question quickly, or I'll blow your head off with one shot. Vegapunk said calmly. Yes. Hearing this, Jewelry Polly's cheeks suddenly burst into surprise, and she shouted, really? Real. Vegapunk nodded, then shook his head again, but I can't do that. Jewelry Polly's face suddenly became furious, and the muzzle of the gun rubbed Vegapunk's forehead hard. Vegapunk spread his hands. Believe it or not, but this is the agreement between me and your father. Impossible. How could my father make such an agreement with you? Jewelry Polly didn't believe this at all. Nami also said, yeah. How can anyone voluntarily become a weapon of war without self-consciousness? Hey, old man. Are you cheating, little Bonney? Quickly agree to her request, or I want you to look good. Sanji rushed to Vegapunk and showed him the special effect of the Devil's Windfoot. At this point, Luffy said, well, even if you made a deal with Bonnie's father not to let him regain consciousness, how can you prove it? Empty talk. If you can prove it, then we can tell you about it too, Luffy said. Actually, Luffy analyzes the situation in front of him, and thinks that what Vegapunk said is quite credible, Vegapunk sighed. There is, but it's not suitable to prove it. Luffy frowned. Is this way of proof more important than your life? That's not. Vegapunk shook his head, then looked at Jewelry Polly kindly, it's just. Hey, little Bonney will definitely be in pain. You don't need to worry about this. I don't care about the pain, I just want to know what my father really thinks. Jewelry Polly's eyes were red, and she sternly reprimanded, no matter who encounters such a thing, it is impossible to calm down. Alright. Vegapunk relaxed his shoulders, who told me to ask you something. Is there anything for us? Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at Vegapunk in astonishment. Vegapunk said, yeah, Straw Hat Luffy, I have been friends with your father for many years, I hope you can take me away from this. I said, you old man, are you so good at making connections? You act like Little Bonnie's elder for a while, and you act like Luffy's elder for a while. Don't be self-righteous, okay? Sanji looks at Vegapunk with the eyes of a judging fraudster. Vegapunk ignored Sanji, but Brick looked at Luffy. There is no need to doubt this, I can call the dragon right now, Straw Hat Boy, do you need me to prove it? Okay, you can prove it. Luffy agrees in seconds. Vegapunk is a little embarrassed, you really have to prove it. However, since Heiko boasted, Sujapunk had no choice but to make a phone call. After a while, the voice from the phone bugged. Hi, Vegapunk, what's the matter? Vegapunk responded. Dragon, have you paid attention to your father and son recently? Vegapunk, what's wrong with you today? How dare you ask such a thing? On the other side of the phone bug, Monkey D. Long looks dazed. At this time, Vegapunk covered the phone bug and looked at Luffy. Have you heard your father's voice? Luffy spread his hands. Since I can remember, I have never heard his voice. Nani? The expression on Vegapunk's face suddenly became extremely speechless. You haven't heard his voice and you ask me to prove it to you? Are you playing with me? Even everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates couldn't laugh or cry. These two are not on the same channel at all. Hey, Straw Hat Kid, how do you want me to prove it? Vegapunk also has a temper. It's okay, although I haven't heard of it, someone has. Luffy takes out the phone bug and dials Garp's number. After a while, Garp's voice came. Luffy, missing Grandpa. Grandpa. I am now in Egghead, Future Island, and I met Vegapunk here. He said he knew his father and called his father, but I don't know if that person's voice is his father, so let you listen. Luffy doesn't talk nonsense, he quickly and briefly talked about the current situation. What? That bastard dragon. Hearing about his son, Garp's blood pressure surged, and he said, okay, put the phone bug there. Afterwards, Luffy and Vegapunk each held a phone bug, and came together, like fighting crickets, and opened their palms at the same time. The next moment, the two sides of the phone bug changed from a dialogue to a unilateral reprimand. Then, Long hung up the phone. This kind of scene really made everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates know. Luffy also feels speechless. However, he also understood that the end of the phone bug is indeed his father Monkey. Chatting with Garp for a while, Luffy hangs up the phone bug. Okay, I'm sure you and my father are friends. However, if I remember correctly, you are a scientist in the government of the world. Why did you let me take you away? Can't you leave at any time? Luffy asked. Actually, I don't agree with the world government, but there are sufficient materials here for me to conduct various researches. But when I start to study the 100-year blank history, the world government must drop me. Also, have you read the recent news? The kingdom of Lulusia was directly wiped out of the world by some kind of terrible weapon. This incident made me very disappointed in the world government, and it also made me blame myself. If I'm not mistaken, the mother fire that the government of the world asked me to research and manufacture is not actually used as the energy source of the Holy Land as they told me. An energy worker who is a kind of weapon. And now, the government of the world has discovered that I am studying a 100-year blank history, so I have to leave. Vegapunk said seriously. After hearing what Vegapunk said, Luffy frowned. According to what you mean, since the world government has now mastered this, Mother Tinder, as long as they are not willing, they can destroy any island in an instant? If this kind of thing is true, then Luffy feels a lot of pressure. A few days ago, Luffy also read about what happened to Lulusia in the newspaper. Weapons that can cause such consequences are absolutely catastrophic. You know, even in the moment of disaster, he can survive in Nika form, but what about his partner? Taking a step back, even if Luffy can use rubber to protect his partner in Nika form, but can he stay by his partner's side all the time? What if he is not with his partner when the disaster strikes? There is a more terrifying possibility. Perhaps he can't protect his companions in a disaster of that scale even if he activates the rubberization in Nika form. If there are enough female fire seeds, the world's government can indeed achieve this level. Vegapunk nodded, and then said, however, the female fire seed sent to Mariajoy is only a test product, and it is the only one currently in the hands of the world government. Hearing this, Nami on the side grabbed Vegapunk's collar and said excitedly, so, what kind of terrible weapon can't be used by the world government for the time being? Cough cough cough. Yes. Vegapunk was strangled by the collar and coughed a few times, and then explained, the mother fire is a kind of energy that is produced, and it is a consumable. But only one mother fire is needed, it can provide energy consumption for the entire Holy Land for 10 years. Luffy suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. However, he didn't dare to rest assured, but looked at Vegapunk. Then what about the technology of making mother fire? Has the world government mastered it? Only me and my avatars know the technology. Don't worry, the avatars are all my different personalities, so they won't betray me. Moreover, the degree of fusion that can create the mother fire is only available here. Speaking of this, Vegapunk scratched his head, but this is also a headache for me. I have to leave here, but I can't take that huge fusion furnace with me. There is also a large amount of knowledge stored in the Punk records, on the dome, and I can't take it away. This is the most troublesome thing. Looking up at the eggshell-shaped facility at the top of Egghead, my face is full of concerns. Punk records? What is that? Luffy frowned. That's all the knowledge stored in my brain. If it keeps being stored in my brain, my head will keep getting bigger, and eventually it will become difficult for me to move. Now, I put that knowledge separately in the Punk record, so it looks like I only need to receive the signal through the antenna on my head. Speaking, Vegapunk pointed to the apple-shaped antenna above his head. Nani. Hearing Vegapunk's words, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at the apple on Vegapunk's head in surprise. Originally they thought it was just a decoration, but they didn't expect it to be an antenna for brainwaves. Seeing the reaction of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, Vegapunk quickly explained with a smile. Don't be so surprised. I am a brain person who ate the brain fruit, so I can infinitely remember the knowledge I have learned. Forehead. All right. A person with abilities. Hey. This is amazing. You can actually store the contents of your brain in other places, no wonder you will become the smartest person in the world. Frankie is full of excitement. Since eating 2 research institutes in Punk Hazard, Frankie has absorbed some knowledge from Guy Sakurong and some knowledge from Vegapunk. Comparing the two, Frankie can clearly feel that the 10 parts of knowledge theory belonging to Jianjia Pongshu have completely crushed the part of knowledge belonging to Guy Sakurong. Since then, Frankie has adored Vegapunk. Luffy's eyes lit up when he saw Frankie. He looked at Vegapunk and said, "If you don't want to leave the things on this island to the government of the world, then I have a way to try." Vegapunk gritted his teeth, with a serious expression on his face. "You mean to blow up this island?" Although Vegapunk is already fully prepared for this kind of thing, if he really wants to completely blow up this island, he still has a little heart. No. Luffy shook his head, then pointed to Frankie. He is a swallow man who ate munch fruit. He can swallow everything in this world except seawater and sea stone, and he swallowed it. The things after dropping can be used by him. I'm thinking, if you can't take away the things here, and don't want to leave them to the world government, then it's better to let Frankie swallow them. In this way, when you want to study, let Frankie manifest these things, that's it. Moreover, after these things are fused by Frankie, he can also get the theory and theories about these things. In this way, in the future, if you need help in scientific research, Blanche can also be your good partner. Luffy expressed his thoughts. This is fine. Vegapunk listened to Luffy's proposal, and agreed without hesitation. However, Luffy pointed to the Punk records on the dome and said, "But if those things are swallowed by Frankie, I don't know if it will affect you." This. I don't know. Vegapunk shakes his head. After all, he has never tried this kind of thing before. So I can't guarantee what will happen. Luffy thought for a while, then said, "We can try it boldly. You choose a small piece of memory that is least important to you and let Frankie swallow it, and see the effect like yo. If Frankie swallows a small piece of Punk record, you can still receive the signal of Punk record, that would be great. If Frankie swallows a small piece of Punk records, causing you to lose this part of memory directly, then we will find a way to transport the eggshell device of this dome to our ship, so there will be no problem." Okay. It's not too late, let's hurry. Vegapunk felt that there was nothing wrong with Luffy's proposal, so he urged. He has just received the information that the world government's large fleet has already come this way, and it is estimated that it will arrive in Egghead in a short time. The most ideal situation is that he and the Straw Hat Pirates will evacuate before the arrival of the big fleet of the world government. Okay. So, where to start? Frankie is very happy to know that he has such a heavy burden. He raised his arms high and pointed to the sky. Well, super. Come on. Let me see the power of munch fruit. The technical shoes under Vegapunk's feet sprayed out anti-gravity and flew in one direction. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates quickly catch up. Not long after, they came to a place like a waste recycling bin. What's going on? Nami looked left and right with some doubts. There are dirty looks everywhere. On the contrary, Frankie, Usopp and Chopper's eyes lit up, and they rushed forward. Wow. What a big robot. Hey, this is too handsome. It's a mech. They looked at the huge robot soldier sitting in the ruins in front of them, as if a group of 2-year-olds suddenly got their dream toy. This. Luffy looked at the huge robot in front of him with surprise. This is not a modern thing. You are right. He is indeed not a modern thing. Vegapunk nodded, and then continued to introduce. It should have been manufactured 900 years ago. Things from 900 years ago. Are they so advanced? Although Luffy is not very proficient in machinery, he has never eaten pork and seen a pig running. There is Frankie, a mechanical transformation man, and Luffy is very easy to learn. When there is nothing to do, he will ask for some advice on the operation and principle of the 1,000 miles of sunshine. This makes Luffy now equal to half a little mechanical doctor. Bay. Hearing Luffy's surprise, Vegapunk laughed. Do you think technology is getting better and better with the development of time? Isn't that the case? Luffy looked at Vegapunk suspiciously. According to the normal point of view, it should indeed be like this. It's just that 800 years ago, there was a country with a very advanced technology, which was destroyed by some reason, and their technology was not destroyed. Pass it down. The island you see now is actually built with the knowledge I learned from technology 800 years ago. Vegapunk explains. What? As soon as these words came out, the partners of the Straw Hat Pirates once again opened their mouths wide in astonishment. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a technology from 800 years ago. Usopp's eyeballs are about to protrude, and he can't help but exclaim. That's why. I inherited the behest of my old friend Clover and started to study the 100-year blank history. I think that if I can completely decipher the 100-year blank history, maybe I can touch more technology 800 years ago," said Vegapunk. "But this why is a robot here?" Luffy thought about it, and found it very strange. Actually 200 years ago, this robot was unknown. But one day about 200 years ago, this robot attacked the holy place for unknown reasons. Mariojoy, but at that time due to insufficient energy, it was not able to cause actual damage. Originally Mariojoy requested that this robot be completely destroyed, but the scientists at that time had never seen such advanced technological achievements, so they quietly removed it. Stayed. Even the government of the world doesn't know it still exists. Speaking of which, Doppelganger looked at Frankie. "This robot must not stay here, you should swallow it first, so that I can see the effect of the fruit of repentance." "Well, old man." Frankie is like a fan who has been selected by his idol at this time. The excitement is beyond words. He rushed over and began to eat big mouthfuls. At this time, Luffy looked at Vegapunk. Since this robot was created 800 years ago, and only relied on the remaining energy and memory to attack Mary Jo. "Yeah. This actually shows one thing." "What is it?" Vegapunk wondered. Luffy said calmly. "The country that produced this robot, if nothing happens, should be destroyed by the current world government." Vegapunk nodded. "Oh, your analysis is very reasonable. Indeed, all signs show that in the 100 years of blankness, the world government must have destroyed a giant big kingdom. And the means must be disgraceful." 10 minutes later, this huge robot was completely eaten by Frankie. "Wahaha. That's too strong." Integrated with the robot soldiers, Frankie laughed, and immediately turned on the robot transformation form. Caw caw caw. After a clanging sound, Frankie's figure soared dozens of times, turning into a giant war robot similar in size to the robot soldier just now. Chopper's eyes lit up immediately. "Wow, Frankie. So handsome." Usopp raised his hands high and jumped left and right excitedly. Even Zoro and Sanji couldn't help opening their mouths, completely stunned by the scene in front of them. "Frankie, put on a pose," Usopp yelled. "Well, super." Frankie in the machine form raised his hands above his head, put the backs of his hands together, and pointed at the sky obliquely. Super. Super." Usopp, Chopper, and Brook imitate Frankie's look at the same time. "Can you actually turn into a war robot directly?" Vegapunk was also surprised. He asked, "Is there any example of a super powerful gun or something?" Frankie responded immediately. "Yes. But I can't use it because of energy problems. My coke power can't drive, now I can only do it in this form." Some physical action. Zoro curled his lips slightly. "Ah. That's the same as a master clan with steel armor." "Sure enough. We still need the Mother Fire Seed as energy." Vegapunk rubbed his chin, and then his face showed joy. "Wait for the second Mother Fire Seed to be produced. After it comes out, I can let you swallow it and try it. Maybe you can fully activate this robot Xing Tian." Luffy nodded. "Well, don't worry about this, let's go to the fusion furnace. That is something that the government of the world wants very much, let Frankie swallow it as soon as possible." "Okay, come with me." Vegapunk brought everyone from the Straw Hat Pirates and Jewelry Polly to the door under the dome, and put his hand on the identity verification beside the door. Beep. The big red fork shuts everyone out. At this moment, Luffy frowned, because 4 incomparably clear killing intents suddenly struck. Luffy turned on Nika form in an instant. Not only rubberized the surrounding partners together with Vegapunk, but also enlarged the hands immediately and turned them into rubber barriers, blocking the front. Boom. 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 4 terrifying laser beams suddenly landed on Luffy's palm, setting off terrifying mushrooms. Kangling. Zoro got out of the sheath 3 times, just about to make a move, otherwise he would be taken aback by the 4 figures in front of him. What's the situation? He saw that the 4 figures rushing over were actually children, but their appearance was very familiar. To be precise, the children's version of Hancock, Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma and Jinbei. It's all original 7 warlords of the sea. However, according to the news I saw in the newspapers some time ago, the world government has now abolished the 7 warlords of the sea system. And 4 mini-versions of the original 7 warlords of the sea suddenly appeared in front of my eyes, which really surprised everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. However, after a brief shock, Zoro killed it without hesitation. "Since you have already done it, how can I manage whether it is an adult or a child?" Brush. Zoro's knife slashed on S-Eagle's body, instantly blasting him. However, when the knife went down, Zoro looked at Eagle S in disbelief, and exclaimed, "What's going on? He's not human." Even if this powerful slash falls on Kaido, it will leave a wound on the opponent. But the kid in front of me doesn't have any traces on his body, this is too outrageous. At the same time, Sanji and the S-Shark fight. Buggy and S-Bear are fighting. Luffy and S-Snake are fighting. What's going on? Why did Seraphim suddenly attack? Vegapunk on the side saw this scene, and the whole person immediately turned pale with fright. What do you mean? What is an angel? Isn't this your enemy? Nami asked loudly, while quickly activating the slippery fruit ability, putting slippery protective films on all the partners. Vegapunk quickly explained. These are all war weapons invented by the old man, but in Iard, the highest command authority is in the hands of the old man and the 6 clones of the old man. Just now I tried to order them to stop attacking, but my order could not overwrite the order they received before, which means that the authority of the person who issued the order is no lower than mine. Usopp yelled. Hey. What the hell are you trying to say? You invented these things. Is there anyone else with higher authority than you? On the surface, the authority of 5 elders is on the 1st floor, and I am only on the 2nd floor. But in fact, I still have a backup on the 0th floor. But I tried it just now, and I still can't override the order, Vegapunk said. To put it simply, the combination of the angel's attack can only come from your 6 clones, isn't it? Since the 5 elders are excluded, only his 6 avatars have no lower authority than Vegapunk himself, and Sanji quickly analyzed it. That's right, but my 6 avatars will not betray me, and if they have the idea of betraying me in their hearts, I should accept it. Vegapunk scratched his head, his face was full of confusion. Don't think about it too much. Since you can have backhands against the world's government on Seraph, how can the world's government give you so much money and this island as a research site? What? Tell me now, how can you reorder these Seraphs, or destroy them? Luffy asked while fighting S-Snake. Mero Mello. S-Snake Girl suddenly released her ability. The pink light wave fell on Luffy's body, and was directly slipped away by the slippery protective film. Rubber hyphenation .8 King Gun. Luffy's fist magnified loudly, ignoring any sympathy, and punched Snake Girl against the wall. Boa Hancock. Ah. Mr. Luffy, he beat me. Vince Smoke Sanji. Hey, Luffy, can't you play softer? Capone Beige. No matter which side of the Straw Hat Luffy treats women, they are really the same. Don Quixote Doflamingo, Fooferfer. Women only affect the punching speed of Straw Hat Boy. Gold D. Roger. Ha. Don't think about destroying them, the flames on their backs will not disappear until the energy is exhausted, and the defense will be very strong. Vegapunk shook his head, and then said, if the person who issued the order can be made unconscious, then the orders of me and other clones will be effective. However, he said with a sad face, but I can't guess which 10 clones betrayed me, and they have no reason to betray me. You can't let the innocent clones suffer together. While fighting, Luffy asked, what are your avatars? Vegapunk then said, the number 1 clone, Sakamuni, represents integrity. The number 2 clone, Lilith, represents evil. The number 3 clone, Edison, represents thought. The number 4 clone, Pythagazilla, represents wisdom. The number 5 clone, Atla C, represents fury. Number 6 avatar, York, represents desire. After listening to Vegapunk's introduction, Luffy said without hesitation, it's because of desire. Gion. Fortunately, it's him. Who guessed the correct answer right away? Kuzan. Guess? It should be said to be an accurate judgment. York. Oz that read Luffy over there. Vegapunk. York, you idiot. I won't give you a chance to betray. J. Golucia Satanzen. This F** King viewing system. In the white frame video just now, 5 elders and I have seen the power of the Mother Tinder. But the problem is, this is what happened in the future 2 years later. At this point in time, the Mother Tinder has not been produced yet. However, due to the early exposure of the movie viewing system, all the methods of the world government have been exposed. It made Vegapunk rebel ahead of time, and did not plan to study the Mother Tinder. This is an absolutely unforgivable crime for the world government. Nami, please support Buggy. Buggy, go find York and make him lose consciousness in the shortest possible time. Luffy ordered immediately. Although Nami is a girl, but Nami has now awakened, and armament hockey has entered the threshold of advanced. Observation hockey is also a short distance away from advanced. She can be alone. Okay. Buggy saw Nami coming to fill his seat, and immediately flew over in the direction of the dome. At this moment, in front of the spherical portal above the dome, York's figure appeared here. Through the glass portal, she stuck out her tongue at the Vegapunk below. Blue, 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 sorry, this deity, I think only one Vegapunk is enough. As for you and other clones, it's better to die. Buggy punched the glass door, making a loud noise. However, this glass door guard is made of unknown material, and its defense power is extremely strong. Even under the bombardment of Buggy's advanced armament hockey, there is no crack at all. It's useless, that material can't be destroyed even if Buster Call's artillery hits it. Vegapunk sighed, his face full of worry. Thousands of calculations, I never thought that I would become a thief. If he enters the dome, then he can't take Punk records with him, and he can't bring the fusion furnace that made the mother tinder. In that case, as long as York is willing to obey the world government, with the Punk record in the fusion furnace, she will be able to create the mother fire sooner or later. Wahahaha. You red-nosed idiot. This is a super polymer material made by the old man with high technology 800 years ago. If you want to destroy him, go practice for another 500 years. Brub rubru. Through a glass door, York taunted Buggy mercilessly at Buggy, who was only 1 meter away from her. Red nose. Hearing this iconic ridicule, Buggy's blood pressure instantly shot up. Just now he didn't know that the glass portal was so strong, so he planned to use a neat punch to knock the glass portal and York unconscious. If he knew, he wouldn't use that kind of attack. I won't leave York with this opportunity to ridicule. You are courting death. Buggy's eyes turned cold instantly, and he stretched his right hand towards York's neck. York seems to like to mock others, and deliberately raised his neck towards Buggy. However, the next moment, the moment Buggy's hand touched the glass portal, the glass was blurred and instantly shattered into countless particles like fine sand. York was stunned for a moment, and then the proud expression on her face suddenly froze. Ah! During York's horrified screams, Buggy strangled her neck directly. Red? Nose? Head? Buggy pulls York close to him, and the two look at each other. Buggy's eyes almost burst into flames. Ah! No, 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 no. Suddenly being controlled by the other party, York can no longer maintain the complacent look just now, and suddenly turned into a crying, little fairy. Apologize. Hee hee. If an apology is useful, then why do you need fists? Speaking, Buggy's left hand covered the rich armament hockey, and then a fierce punch landed on York's face. Boom. The sandbag-sized fist directly covered York's face. At this moment, York only felt that his brain was about to splash out, and then the world was pitch black. Stop attacking. Vegapunk immediately issued an order to Seraphim. Sure enough, the 4 blazing angels all stopped in an instant. Damn it. Sanji was very upset and kicked the shark again. Just now this guy's ability to swim fruit made him a little uncomfortable. What's the matter with these guys? It looks like they're just human beings. Why are their defenses so strong? Luffy asked with some doubts. Vegapunk explained. That's the bloodline factor I extracted from the body of the Lunaria tribe, so that they have the talent of the Lunaria tribe. See the flames behind them. When the flames are burning at that time, their defense power was almost invincible. Amount. It's really pervert. Zoro grinned. When he was fighting S-Eagle just now, although he felt that the flame looked familiar, he couldn't remember it for a while. However, the powerful defense of these Seraphim gave Zoro a headache too. Let's go up quickly. Since York has been instigated, it means that the world government is very close. We must hurry up. Vegapunk knows that time is running out. So he hurriedly urged. Come to the dome. Vegapunk's other avatars don't know about York's betrayal yet, they are still busy with their own mouths. Vegapunk wearing a straw hat and a group of pirates came to the fusion furnace and asked Frankie to eat the fusion furnace. And he himself just brought Jewelry Polly to the place where Bartholomew Kuma's memory is stored. Warning Jewelry Polly again. This memory is very painful, because El Polly still insists on knowing the truth, Vegapunk is no longer blocked. When Jewelry Polly quit Bartholomew Kuma's memory covered in sweat, she was numb. She couldn't imagine how painful it was. She also understood why Bartholomew Kuma would voluntarily let Vegapunk seal his consciousness. Little Bonney, now you understand I'm not lying. Vegapunk handed Jewelry Polly a tissue. Jewelry Polly bit her lip tightly, trying hard to cry softly. And at this time, the Straw Hat Pirates and their party also came to this room. Is the fusion furnace finished? Seeing them coming, Vegapunk looked up and asked. That's right. Now I'm a fusion furnace, super. Frankie immediately turned on the fusion furnace to transform. I saw the furnace, and the head became the lid of the furnace. He looked at Vegapunk excitedly, and said, Uncle Vegapunk, now I only need enough raw materials, and I can make the female tinder. This fruit is really convenient. If I met you earlier, many of my researches can greatly improve the efficiency. Looking at Frankie's form, Vegapunk sighed, then, without further ado, let's go to Punk Records now. Luffy looked at Vegapunk with a questioning look on his face. Good. Vegapunk didn't hesitate, and immediately agreed. Come to the place where Punk Records. Vegapunk took out a small part first, and handed it to Frankie. This is about my knowledge and memory of pirate games. You can swallow it. I will try it continue to receive this part of knowledge. Good. Frankie took it and swallowed it in one gulp. Now? Can you still accept the knowledge and memory about pirate games? Frankie looked at Vegapunk and asked with some expectation. Seems like. It's okay. Try it out. Vegapunk's old eyes suddenly popped up. Hearing this, Luffy said, then try eating a little more. Good. Vegapunk once again retrieved some storage components of Punk Records. After Frankie ate. Efficient. Vegapunk showed joy on his face and said excitedly, I can still receive my memory. Then, he looked at Frankie and asked, is there any timeliness after the fusion of the things you swallowed? Will it be lost under certain circumstances? No, unless I die, everything I swallow will be fused into my body. Frankie replied affirmatively. That's great. Hearing this, Vegapunk patted Frankie on the shoulder excitedly, then pointed to the vast egghead with his other finger. Young man, eat everything you see with your eyes. I can't ask for it. Hearing this, Frankie was overjoyed. This island is full of future technology. For him, he wants to make anything on it, but he can't make it. Now, Vegapunk wants to give him all this island. Frankie's current mood is almost. A brat who has been poor for more than 10 years suddenly inherited all the property of a billionaire. When the next day evening, on the entire Egghead Island, apart from the natural mountains and forests, there are no artificial traces. Even the tables and chairs on the island couldn't escape Frankie's mouth. The things in the warehouse just now, are there any raw materials for making mother fire? Frankie burped. Look at Vegapunk. Although Frankie can swallow things infinitely, but he has limited brain power after all. When he swallowed too much, he will inevitably forget some. Of course. Was forgotten by him, it didn't disappear from his ability pool, it was literally forgotten. If Frankie is compared to a warehouse of abilities, then his warehouse is infinite. Anything swallowed by him will be stored in this ability warehouse as part of his ability. If Frankie thinks that this ability will be, he will be able to fuse this ability and use it. But if he can't remember this ability, then he definitely won't use it in battle. But this ability is still stored in his ability warehouse. He has been swallowing things on the island just now, so he can't remember some things clearly. Originally this was a difficulty that Frankie could not overcome, but now that Vegapunk is here, all this is not a problem. Everything Frankie swallows, Vegapunk can record in his mind. As his head gets bigger and bigger, Quadpunk can also cut off this part of the brain volume and let Frankie swallow it. On the one hand, Frankie's ability warehouse can provide infinite space for cyberpunk records. On the other hand, Vegapunk can clearly record everything Frankie swallowed. This is equivalent to forming a perfect closed loop of cooperation. Yes, that was the energy warehouse just now. There are indeed some raw materials that can make motherfire seeds stored in it, and it should be barely enough to make one. Vegapunk nodded. Hearing Vegapunk's confirmation, Frankie said excitedly, that's great, then I'll make a female Tinder now. Now. Vegapunk frowned suddenly. Hey. Even if you already have the ability of the fusion furnace, even if the fusion power is turned on to the maximum power, it will take at least 10 days to successfully fuse a female fire seed, and the success rate is only about 70%. Right now, The entire Egghead Island has been eaten up, and it's time for them to leave. At this time, it is obviously unwise to spend 10 days here to make the mother fire. 10 days? No, no, no. After realizing Vegapunk's concerns, Frankie suddenly laughed. Haha. 10 days is the past tense. And perverts, Frankie only needs 10 seconds. 10 seconds? I thought I heard it wrong. Vegapunk picked my ear, and then looked at Frankie's appearance. Make sure Frankie is not joking. Vegapunk stretches his neck forward. Really? Really? Look good. Frankie fusion furnace transformation form. While speaking, Frankie activated the ability of Munch Munch Fruit. His body size instantly became bigger, and in a blink of an eye, he became a huge fusion furnace. It's also fortunate that there are no other things on the entire Egghead Island now, otherwise he suddenly turned into a Philippine village and destroyed some flowers and plants. Frankie, after transformation, covers an area of about 800 square meters. It looks like a head is placed on top of a building. What's even more outrageous is that this huge building has limbs. To be precise, this is Frankie with a big belly. Wow. So handsome. Chopper's eyes are shining, and his face is full of admiration. Frankie fusion manufacturing mother tinder. I saw Frankie yelled loudly, and then his legs suddenly parted, making a horse stance. He raises his hands high, the backs of his hands together, group finger mishung, super. Super. Chopper, Usopp and Brook posed in this pose at the same time. Then the next moment, the three opened their mouths in surprise at the same time. Because Frankie was posing with his back facing them at this time. After the pose was done, his back door was suddenly opened. The back door is like a circular passage, and a beam of light is emitted from it. Then, a cylinder that looks like an hourglass quietly popped out from the back door. 10, 9, 8. As Frankie started to count down, this cylinder actually protruded out piece by piece. Vinsmoke Sanji. This. Frankie, you really deserve to be the queen. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fooferfer. Frankie, it's changed too much. Roar no Azoro. Even you think it's too much? Tony Chopper. This is too Frankie. 2, 1, 0. As Frankie's countdown ended, I heard a dwang sound. The cylinder completely protruded from the circular passage and crashed to the ground. OMG. When this scene appeared, the entire chat room was suddenly silent. Operator. Next moment, Shaki, PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. This is just too much. Charlotte Lin. Ah ha ha ha. This ability is useful. I am so laughing. Gold D. Roger. Damn, don't talk about those useless, you just say that this is not efficient. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, it still doesn't work. Operator. Vegapunk. It took only 10 seconds to pull out the finished product after eating the raw materials. Even the old are envious of this efficiency. I really want to cooperate with people with Munch Munch Fruit abilities. Take a look. Wapple. That's impossible. I saw the true colors of I am in the 5 elders, they can't let me go. If I fall into the hands of the world government, I will be silenced immediately. Nami. Stupid Wapple. That's what happened in the future. Besides, now it's not you who see their true colors, but the whole world sees it. Stupid. Vegapunk. And the old man has now decided to suspend the cooperation with the government of the world. The old man must not let the tragedy of the Lulusia kingdom happen in reality. Wapple. Is that so? Then I can think about it. Since the other party is the most powerful scientist in the world, it must be a good way to hang out with him. J. Golusia Satan. Wapole, it is your wisest choice to cooperate with the world government. Marcus Mashang. That's right. As long as you help the world government to eat the fusion furnace, we can make you a celestial dragon. Wapple. Draco. Really? Upon hearing this, Wapple immediately felt relieved. Monkey D. Luffy. Wapple, I don't care if you want to be a celestial dragon or an earth dragon, but if you help the world government to create that kind of motherfire, I will definitely beat you to the ground. Wapple. Come on. If I become celestial dragons, I don't have to be afraid of you. Obviously, Wapple is very interested in what 5 elders said. When the cylinder landed, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates around them all opened their mouths wide, completely petrified. They all have 2 big characters written on their faces. Stupid. No one would have imagined that the process of Frankie making things turned out to be like this. Quickly, answer questions. Everyone's eyes are all on the luminous cylinder. But this is too heavy, Mother Tinder. Vegapunk's 2 eyeballs were about to pop out. He stepped forward, grabbed the cylinder in his hands, and looked carefully. Only it seems that this cylinder contains a small blue Uzumaki. This Uzumaki is spinning rapidly, like a black hole, constantly absorbing everything around it. But because it is stored in this cylinder, it is extremely safe. This female tinder is right? Luffy came to Vegapunk's side and grinned. If it weren't for the fact that the female tinder didn't emit any smell, he really wanted to hold his nose and talk. From the looks of it, this is indeed a perfect reproduction of the mother fire, and the energy is about 80% of the one I made, of course. This is because there are only so many raw materials, so it can only reach 80% of the amount. Vegapunk is talking while spinning the cylinder in his hand. Afterwards, he frowned. Although it is perfect, I always feel that this is a flavorful mother fire. Puff. Nami covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing. Suddenly, Luffy seriously asked. Wait. Since you said that all the female sparks are perfect, then, can this female spark drive the Pluton battleship? Hearing this, Vegapunk was surprised and said, Pluton battleship? Isn't that one of the 3 ancient weapons? Do you have that kind of thing too? Yes, we found the Pluton battleship at Wano according to the content of the historical text, and let him eat it. Luffy pointed at Frankie, hiss. Vegapunk was shocked. At the same time, it possesses the abilities of Pluton battleship, ancient robot soldiers and fusion furnace. In this way, Frankie himself is a super weapon of war. He thought for a while, then nodded. With the energy level of the mother fire, it should be able to drive the Pluton battleship. Really? Then let me give it a try. Hearing this, Frankie instantly returned to normal form. The power unit under his feet spews out anti-gravity fluctuations, instantly keeping him away from everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Frankie Pluton cannon form. Frankie jumps lightly. When a person is in the air, his figure instantly magnifies. Turned into a giant cannon in the shape of a pyramid. His limbs are 4 supports. The top of this pyramid is Frankie's head. I saw Frankie's mouth open, and said, Luffy, quickly install the mother tinder. Luffy suddenly felt scalp tingling. He looked at Frankie with horrified eyes. Are you sure it's installed here? The other partners of the Straw Hat Pirates also grinned in disbelief. Vegapunk and Jewelry Polly are also confused. XX. Hurry up. I'm going to try to see if the Pluton cannon can be activated. Frankie urged. Good. Luffy resisted the strange feeling in his heart, and grabbed the mother tinder. His arm stretches instantly, and he stuffs it directly into Frankie's open mouth with, day. Just like installing a battery, click and fix the 2 ends of the female tinder on Frankie's upper and lower jaws. Hey, perfect. Frankie laughed loudly, and then started to activate the Pluton cell's mouth. When this scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes, the faces of all the viewers were extremely exciting. Shiki. This kid is really going further and further on the road of becoming too big. Guion. It's really unacceptable, Paluzolino. People who become too big. It's really scary. Emporio Ivankov. Wow. Frankie Boy's super transformation. Even a ladyboy has to bow down. Vince Smoke Sanji. Hey. Frankie, you've changed so much. Frankie. Hey. I feel like I'm getting too big over there. Frankie himself is speechless. He never thought that after eating Munch Munch fruit, he would become so. With the activation of the Pluton cannon, Frankie's whole body is filled with the brilliant light of Madara, as if some kind of high-tech facility has been activated. This thing. Can really blow up an island. Buggy's eyes widened, and H exclaimed in disbelief. Thinking back, when Buggy was still in Orange Town, at that time he relied on the reputation of Buggy Cannon to make the civilians in that sea area tremble. However, compared with the Pluton cannon in front of him, Buggy can't help but feel self-deprecating when he recalls his Buggy Cannon. What Buggy Cannon? In front of the Pluton cannon, it can only be regarded as a small firecracker. I do not know. Frankie shook his head, and continued, the size of the Pluton guns I have produced now is about 1/5 of the Pluton guns on the Pluton battleship. I guess even if 1 gun can't destroy the island, 2 or 3 guns should it's almost. However, there is a problem, Frankie said. What's the question? Vegapunk wondered. Frankie replied. I activated the Pluton cannon just now, and I have a thorough understanding of the Pluton cannon. Its launch system not only requires a powerful energy source like the mother fire, but you may not believe it, this Pluton cannon wants to fire. If so, biometric identification is actually important. Biometrics? What do you mean? Luffy tilted his head, many question marks appeared on his face. Frankie didn't need to say anything. Vegapunk explained. It's literally It needs specific biometric authentication to enable it. Since it's ancient weapon, then this biometric should be a certain person, or a certain type of person. Frankie said. Yes, Pluton Canon's biological authentication is a bloodline called Neferutali family, and it must be the bloodline of the princess. Neferutali Cobra. What? Is it the blood of our family? Princess? Isn't that Vivi? Hearing what Frankie said in the red frame video, Bratton couldn't sit still. If the bloodline of the princess of the Neferutali family is so important, it will definitely be targeted by the government of the world. Monkey D. Luffy. Does Pluton need Vivi to launch? Nami. Oops, in the white-framed video just now, Princess Vivi was arrested by the CP, that's probably why. Nico Robin. Yes. Later, Princess Vivi was taken away by Wapol, but I am also specially ordered 5 elders, saying that she wanted Vivi. When I watched the video, I thought that I am just because of what happened to Queen Lily 800 years ago. I wanted to vent my grievances on Vivi, but I didn't expect this to be the reason. Edward Newgate. How can a guy who can be above the 5 elders be a man of passion? Whoever he wants to catch and kill must have clear intentions. Silver Rayleigh. Indeed. Even if the kingdom of Lulusia was destroyed with a weapon suspected to be Uranus, I'm afraid it's not because of the near reason, there must be another ulterior secret. Neferutali Cobra. Asshole. There is no way I will let you get your hands on Vivi. Neferutali Vivi. Even if I die, I will never fall into the hands of the world government. Monkey D. Luffy. Vivi, you wait. When the summit war is over, I will pick you up on board. No one can take you away. Vinsmoke Sanji. Little Vivi, we'll definitely pick you up. Nami. Yes, Wei, don't be afraid, we didn't have the ability to protect you before, but now, we have it. Neferutali Vivi. Well, I'll wait for you to pick me up, guys. Zoro frowned suddenly. Neferutali. Why is this surname so familiar? You idiot. That's little Vivi's last name. Hearing that Zoro actually forgot all about it, Sanji flew into a rage. Princess Vivi's bloodline is so special. Hearing this, Luffy gently rubbed his chin. He looks at Vegapunk and Frankie. That is to say, if we find Vivi now, we can fire the Widow Cannon? Frankie nodded and said, in theory, this is the case, but here is a problem. The launch of the Pluton cannon not only requires energy, but also consumes the soul force of the launcher, that is, lifespan. Nani. Hearing what Frankie said, the face of the black question mark appeared on everyone's face. Usopp opened his mouth wide. How long does it take to live? How long does it take for one shot? Frankie shook his head. I don't know exactly how much, but it's conservatively estimated that it won't be less than 20 years. So much. Everyone grows their mouths in shock. This is still a conservative estimate. Might actually need more. In other words, a beautiful girl like Princess Vivi, after firing a Pluton, will she become an old Sang who is at least 40 or 50 years old? It may even be an old woman in her 60s or 70s. This side effect is too scary. Kaido. Wait. The Pluton battleship not only needs to be certified by the bloodline princess of Naifei's family, but also consumes life. Then what's the use of this? Even if you find that princess, you can't fire 2 or 3 shots. Charlotte Linlin. Idiot Kaido. Do you have any misunderstanding about the 2 or 3 shots of the Pluton battleship? One shot can destroy an island, just like the scene where the kingdom of Lulusia was destroyed just now. This if you put this kind of thing in your hand, even if it can't be shot, it is definitely a terrible thing that can spoil everyone. Kaido. Ha. Hi. Old woman, what you said really woke me up, ha ha ha. Vegapunk. Since the Pluton battleship needs biometric authentication and lifespan consumption, Uranus, which is also an ancient weapon, may also need it. Monkey D. Long. It's very possible. I am wants Princess Vivi, probably because of Princess Vivi's blood certification. And I am should have Uranus in his hand, although I don't know why I am can launch Uranus, but judging from the fact that she is eager to get Princess Vivi, there is a high probability that the Unlord needs to be recognized by the blood of the Ferutali family. Marshall Deakey. Boldly guess, could I am be the Princess Lily of Alabasta 800 years ago? Thief ha ha ha. Ben Beckman. From the conversation between I am and Cobra in the video just now, it is unlikely that I am is Princess Lily from 800 years ago. But judging from what has been done now, it is really necessary to launch Uranus if the bloodline of the princess of the Ferutali family is certified. Then this I am may have used some method to take away the body of Princess Lily from 800 years ago. Usopp. Hey. Your guess is too crazy. But that person was 800 years ago. Even if you took the house, you took it 800 years ago. How did you survive until now? Ben Beckman. I'm just guessing. Who knows what kind of fruit power I am is? Maybe his fruit power can be taken away. As for life, if he is really a person from 800 years ago, maybe he accepted eternal life, maybe surgery. Crow. The analysis is very reasonable. And, as we saw in the video just now, I am is covered in a black robe. It stands to reason that only the 5 elders know his identity. Only when the 5 elders met him, he shouldn't hide his head and show his tail. But he still did it. Charlotte Mundahl. That's right. The reason for doing this can only be, even for the 5 elders, he has something to hide. Crow. Yes, based on the information we know now, there is a high probability that his appearance has changed a lot. He doesn't want the 5 elders to see it. Then can we boldly assume that he took the house before? His body is getting very old, or starting to rot. Ben Beckman. So, the reason I am wants Vivi is. Crow. Yes, the truth is very likely that he wants to replace this body with the body of Princess Vivi. During the analysis process of these few people, the entire chat room was extremely silent. Everyone is quietly in front of the melon-eating crowd. When the result of the last hypothesis was analyzed, everyone didn't think this conclusion was absurd. From the situation seen in the previous white frame video, plus the information from the red frame video. With the combination of the two, everything really seems to be like this. Gold D. Roger. So, the body of 800 young Princess Lily was used by I Am for 800 years? Edward Newgate. Very likely. Empty. Nonsense. In the past 800 years, there have been countless princesses in Alabasta. Why didn't I Am Wooden Golem catch them? Shaki. Yo, you are really a good dog in the government of the world. Knowing who your master is, you started licking it right away. Kong. Get out. This old man is just being reasonable. If you can refute me, I won't say anything. Crow. It's been so long since I've watched the movie, but many things have become very clear. The Mermaid Princess 800 years ago corresponds to the Mermaid Princess today, and the Joy Boy 800 years ago corresponds to the Joy Boy today. So, who was Princess Lily 800 years ago? Hiss. When K. Luo said this, everyone gasped in their hearts. In an instant, the hairs stood on end. The answer is obvious. Ben Beckman. This guy named Crow. IQ is not lower than mine. He pointed out the key point. Maybe. Frankie on the red frame video side misunderstood. Start Pluton and Uranus, not the ordinary Neferutali family's princess bloodline, but a special princess bloodline that only appears once every 800 years, just like the Poseidon bloodline, Joy Boy bloodline. Sengoku. Wait. Why do those special bloodlines all appear in this era? How could it be such a coincidence? Gold D. Roger. No, Sengoku, you were thinking wrong. Not all those special bloodlines are concentrated at this time. The generation appeared, but because the blood of the king will awaken each other. Don't doubt you. This is the information I got from Raftel. Shaki. Understood. I'm afraid that Im's body under the black robe is already rotten. But he didn't want to give up the privilege of activating Uranus, so he kept. After struggling to support this remnant body, now he finds that Princess Vivi has the same physique as the original Princess Lily, so he wants to take away Princess Vivi's body, isn't that right? Edward Newgate. It seems so. It's just that the only thing that can't be sure is whether this I Am is a person who has lived for more than 800 years. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fooferfer. I can tell you clearly that I Am is a person from 800 years ago, and there is indeed a national treasure in the Holy Land, and it takes lifespan to activate it. Rox D. Zebek. Clear. Even if you were a celestial dragon when you were young, you haven't been in Mariajoy for a few years, have you? How can you be clear about this? Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fooferfer. Because when I was 3 or 4 years old, I happened to see that national treasure being activated. J. Golucia Satan San. Da Flamingo, you're playing with fire. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Now the whole world wants my life. What else do I have to be afraid of? Playing with fire or water, no one can control me. My thoughts, Furoforafor. Edward Newgate. Wait. When you were 3 or 4 years old, wasn't that when the Valley of the Gods incident happened? Gold D. Roger. Hey. This way everything is right. After the Valley of Gods incident, the Valley of Gods disappeared directly. Thinking about it now, isn't it the same as the video just now? Is it the same as the disappearance of the kingdom of Lulusia? Shaki. Gia ha 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 ha. Where's the old dog? Get out. Now I can refute you, you should come to the lane. Kong. To your mother. Rox D. Zebek. Yo, the old dog is angry. Gold D. Roger. Yo, the old dog is angry. Shaki. Yo, the old dog is angry. Looks like this Pluton cannon is useless. Luffy sighs slightly. If you just need the blood of Princess Vivi, then he definitely doesn't mind letting Princess Vivi help, but if you want Princess Vivi to consume a huge amount of life, Luffy will go straight to pass this idea back. After all, it's not to the point where you have to use Pluton to save the world. As long as this thing doesn't fall into the hands of bad guys, then it's fine. By the way, didn't you still integrate that ancient robot soldier? Can that work? Luffy remembered the robot soldier, so he asked again. Let me give it a try. Hearing this, Frankie's tongue showed the function of a spring, which flicked out the mother fire, and then turned back into a human form. The next moment, he began to transform into a robot soldier again. Click, click, click. After a clanging sound, a large Gundam appeared in front of everyone. Chopper's eyes light up. Wow! This robot form is so perfect. Usopp opened his mouth wide. This is exactly the same as that ancient machine soldier. That's true. Even Zoro couldn't help but sigh. Put the mother fire in the energy chamber of my mouth. Frankie controlled himself in robot form and opened the chamber. Finally, it hasn't changed that much. Luffy complained, then stretched out his arms, and put the female Tinder in. Robot soldier form successfully activated. The next moment, Frankie Day works, but at this moment, Lilith, the avatar of Vegapunk number 2, said loudly, the warship from the government of the world is coming. The mechanical sea beast is under attack. The warship of the government of the world is coming. Vegapunk number 2 clone reminded, have you come already? Vegapunk frowned slightly, and looked around the empty Egghead Island. Fortunately, everything is ready. Before they surrounded the island, I asked the mechanical sea beast to stop them from swiping. We evacuate from the rear. Luffy nodded. Okay. Then let's go to the 1,000 miles of sunshine. Afterwards, everyone from the Straw Hat Pirates, Vegapunk and Jewelry Polly boarded the 1,000 miles of sunshine. They got too close, they couldn't go into diving mode, they had to get out of the water. Matsu's voice comes from the central control room. The warship of the world government has already pressed up. If the Qianli Sunshine dives at this time, it will be attacked by intensive artillery fire. Wait. There are also warships from the northeast. That's the direction we want to sail. At this time, Kiwi reported. Vegapunk frowned. It seems that the government of the world is well prepared. Then get ready to go to war. Faced with this situation, Luffy gave the order without hesitation. Although he doesn't like this kind of large-scale war, but if it is necessary to fight, he will definitely not show mercy. Let me come. I just happened to try the power of this mechanical soldier form. Frankie volunteered. Hearing this, Luffy rubbed his chin. Is that so? That's fine. Try to make it as fast as possible. He glanced at the rear, because the warships of the Emperor's World Jungfu were also approaching. Look at me this week. Getting Luffy's order, Frankie was in a good mood. He stepped on the moonwalk and flew into the air in an instant. Frankie mechanical soldier form. With the activation of the fruit ability, Frankie becomes a huge steel giant again. He puts the female kindling into the chamber, and the energy transfer is completed. Originally, this steel giant was broken, but Frankie ate a lot of materials, so he used his fruit ability a little bit to use new alloy materials to fuse the broken steel giant into a brand new steel giant. And this is a steel giant who can moonwalk. A huge steel spear emerged from his hand, appeared in front of those warships in an instant. What? Are you kidding? Where did this thing come from? Hurry up and fire. When the Marines on the warship saw this huge monster suddenly approaching, they were all terrified. Boom. 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 The cannons turned their muzzles one by one and became the Frankie steel giant in the sky. Cannonballs are blasting into the sky, however, for Frankie's height, these bombs can't hit him at all. This feels too interesting. Frankie in the form of the steel giant was very excited. He swooped down and rushed down directly facing a large number of shells. Boom. Those shells landed on Frankie's body, exploding pieces of flames soaring into the sky. But facing this kind of power, Frankie doesn't even need to open armament hockey, just ignore it. Hey. What a strong defense. Watching Frankie hit the cannonball with his steel body, Sanji pouted and exclaimed. Vegapunk smiled. The gunpowder shells on the warship can't even destroy the defense of the third-generation pacifist, let alone this 900-year-old high-tech mechanical giant. The third-generation pacifist was created by Vegapunk through ancient technology. Don't think about it. The steel giant created by the technology of the heyday period is naturally at least a few levels stronger than the third-generation pacifist. Look. Frankie is showing off. Chopper shouted excitedly. He has turned into Frankie's little fan. I saw Fran's feet land directly on a small warship. The waterline of this warship sank suddenly. Many Marines and agents on the deck were trampled to death by this foot. The rest of the people looked up at this time, and could only see the huge giant's tail. It's like looking up at a skyscraper. These Marine soldiers and agents can clearly feel how small they are at this moment. Frankie holds the steel spear in both hands, and goes directly to a large warship in front of him. Bastard, don't even think about succeeding. A Marine Vice Admiral who looks like a Michelin tire jumps up, and the Tempest kick of 6-style body art suddenly attacks Frankie. Frankie doesn't care about this level of damage at all. The steel spear in his hand changes instantly and stabs into the middle of the Marine. What? How could he be so fast? When this Marine Vice Admiral saw the steel spear in Frankie's hand stabbing towards him, his eyeballs were about to protrude. In his cognitive view, the bigger the thing, the worse the mobility should be. The speed of this huge steel giant in front of me is surprisingly fast. He didn't even have time to react, he was already stabbed by this huge spear. Of course, it's better to say it's a hit than a hit. Because this steel spear is also very huge, the area of the spear tip is directly attached to the Marine Vice Admiral. Boom. This huge steel spear is on the Marine Vice Admiral, and it stabs into a large warship in front. It's as if you stabbed the tofu with chopsticks, and the steel spear seemed to have no resistance, and it easily pierced through this warship. Frankie stabbed forward with both arms at the same time, and the steel spear that was rubbed out pierced into a medium-sized warship next to him. The next moment, Frankie jumped up hard. On the decks of these two warships, there were countless screams of panic. Among the panicked expressions of Marine and the agents, the two warships were picked up by the steel spears, and the hulls were abruptly lifted out of the water by the steel spears. Then, left the sea. Frankie is like holding a skewer, lifting these two warships high. His body suddenly shone with blue light. Powerful electromagnetic energy surges from his body, gathers on his two arms, and then transports them to the spear in unison. Countless electric currents and magnetic fields spread crazily towards the two warships on the spear. Frankie's two steel saw heels make a sharp downward bend. The terrifying gravitational potential energy caused the warship under his feet to sink suddenly. Then, Frankie's knees bounced away, and the small warship under his feet snapped. And Frankie jumped into the air. He raised up the two warships, kebabs, he pierced in his hands, and smashed them down at a large warship in front of him. When the three warships collided together, a terrifying explosion exploded. A huge current and magnetic energy storm penetrates the flame. There was a strong energy storm. Everything on those three warships was wiped out. Vin Smoke Judge. Is this the power of ancient technology? This strength is too strong. As Judge, who has always been committed to the research of scientific and technological combat effectiveness, he looked at Frankie's mechanical soldier form. He suddenly shouted, "This is the war weapon I want." Edward Newgate. Directly ignoring the guns of all warships, and possessing such terrifying power. 900 years ago, what kind of era was it? From the video just now, it is obvious that there was a huge kingdom 900 years ago. The scientific and technological power of that huge kingdom is very developed. Although it is impossible to see what kind of existence that kingdom is, just from the form of the steel giant in the video in front of you, you can see the tip of the iceberg of that huge kingdom 900 years ago. Rox D. Zebek. Having such powerful mechanical soldiers, it is hard to imagine how that huge kingdom was destroyed. Wapple. Hey! This thing is so powerful. If I eat it, wouldn't I be as powerful? Nefiltari Vivi. Don't dream. Without the mother fire, even if you eat that mechanical giant, you can't activate that form. Wapple. Hey, Vegapunk has made it clear that he will never make mother sparks for the world government again. No Uranus, Pluton can be used without the mother spark. And this mechanical giant also can't start. Vegapunk. This is a war machine made for war. Something like this is okay as a deterrent, but if it is put into war, it is really terrible. Wow. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates watched Frankie killing all directions in front of him, and they all danced excitedly. This feeling of lying down and winning is really cool. There are about 30 warships outflanking from the northeast. And Frankie is like a tiger breaking into the flock at this time. One bite, one baby sheep, slap an old ewe. Wherever it passes, warships are turned into scrap metal. In front of Egghead Island, about 100 warships are rapidly approaching. On the largest warship in the middle of the world, Marcus Mashang of 5 elders is sitting in the cabin, drinking tea and eating. With snacks. At this time, Marine Admiral Peluzalino came in. Marcus Mashang looked up. Have you arrived in Egghead? Have you issued a surrender warning to Vegapunk? No. Without answering Marcus Mahjong's question, Kizaru said with a very bad face, Master Mahjong, something is wrong. Suddenly hearing this, Marcus Mashang frowned immediately. He is happily eating snacks and drinking tea. I thought that Peluzalino came in to report the good news, but I didn't expect that as soon as this guy came in, he would immediately say, something is wrong. Who would be happy with this? He put down the tea in his hand, and said with a displeased face, what's the situation? Master Mazashung, you can see for yourself. Perusalino opens a video phone bug. Suddenly, the live broadcast of the warship ahead appeared on the wall. I saw in the picture, an extremely tall iron giant, rushing left and right among the warships, slashing wildly. Wherever it has passed, no warship can escape from his clutches. Suddenly seeing this scene, Marcus Mashang almost spewed out everything. Peluzalino reacted quickly. A light shield blocked the front, avoiding the tragedy of being sprayed in the face by Marcus Mashang. Isn't this the mechanical giant that attacked the Holy Land a long time ago? Marcus Mashang's face changed, and finally he slapped his thigh with an angry look on his face. Damn scientists. It seems that they all betrayed the order of the world government. Ling actually kept this mechanical giant. Damn it. Damn it. Command. Collectively march towards the island of Egghead. Attack. Marcus Mahjong can become one of the 5 elders, so his IQ is not low. When he saw this steel giant, he subconsciously thought that it was activated by Vegapunk. Under such circumstances, it is absolutely unwise to confront this steel giant head-on. The smartest way is of course to break through Egghead directly and catch Begalan. In that case, through Vegapunk, not only can this steel giant stop attacking warships, but it can also control this steel iron giant into the hands of the world government. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No matter from which angle you look at it, it is the most correct way for Marcus Mashang to order the direct attack on Egghead Island. See. Unfortunately, Peluzalino looked embarrassed. Master Moshe, I'm afraid. I can't. Huh? What stupid things are you talking about? I asked you to order the bombardment of Egghead. Hearing that Peluzalino was still pouring cold water, Marcus Mashang's anger suddenly rushed to his head. No, Master Mashang, please read this again. Peluzalino put another videophone bug in front of Marcus Mahjong. Open. On the live broadcast screen, a super large pirate ship is heading towards the northeasterly wind of Egghead Island on the sea. And the flag on this pirate ship is impressively Nani. When Marcus Mashang saw the pirate flag of the Straw Hat Pirates clearly, he jumped up from his chair in shock. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, then carefully stared at the live broadcast. 2 seconds later, the veins on Marcus Mashang's face were exposed. Damn it. How could they be here? Then, Lord Mashang, shall I give the order to attack now? Peluzalino asked in a low voice at this time. No. Marcus Mashang raised his hand and immediately refused. Then, he ordered without hesitation, quick, return. There was a burst of laughter in the chat room. Gold D. Roger. Quick, return home. Edward Newgate. Goo. Is this about being scared to death by Straw Hat Luffy? Charlotte Linlin. The old man Moshe is so cowardly. I really laughed to death. Shaki. Gia ha 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 ha. At the time of Summit War, the old dog Satan was slapped into a fleshy scene by the red Luffy. It must have formed a psychological shadow in the hearts of the other 4 old dogs. Kazuki Odin. That must have scared the shit out of me. Ben Beckman. A mechanical giant can deal with the fleet of the world government, and the red Luffy has the strength to kill the 5 elders solo. The old man Moshe leads the team to face the Straw Hat Pirates alone. It's no wonder you don't panic. Marco. Yes. The more powerful the person in his hand, the more he is afraid of death. That guy Moshe obviously doesn't want to repeat the mistakes of Satan operator. Marcus Mashang. Huh. It's ridiculous. The red frame video is something in another parallel world after all, So the me over there must have a different personality from the me here. The Straw Hat Pirates. Old man, how could you be scared away as soon as you meet? Rox D. Zebek. Tisk tisk tisk. You really want to save face, old dog. Quick. Return home. Maka's Mishang's heart skipped a beat. What the hell, how did you meet the Straw Hat Pirates in this place? At the beginning, the scene where Lulusia Satan was slapped to death by Luffy's double drums, although Marcus Moshe didn't witness it with his own eyes. But after returning to Mariajoy, they re-watched the live video many times. Finally, I came to the conclusion that if it was not Lulusia Satan who was present at the time, but any of the four of them, the result would not be better than Lulusia Satan. That is, since then, the fear from the Luffy Demon King has been deeply imprinted in the hearts of these old guys. Although it is said that Luffy's double battle drumstack buff is a Krypton life skill, and Krypton's life is not low. But for 5 elders, they don't know that Luffy needs Krypton life for this skill. Besides, even if they know, no one is willing to trade their own life for Luffy's 5 lifespans. Master Mazay, we have so many warships, this is a good opportunity to destroy the Straw Hat Pirates. Perusalino said intentionally. However, Marcus Mashang doesn't want to stay for a second now, he said angrily. Stop talking nonsense. Woo. That's fine. Perusalino has a regretful expression on his face. It seems that I missed the great contribution of annihilating the Straw Hat Pirates. Huashaoshan. It has to be Kizaru Admiral. Even knowing that there is so much difference in strength, you still want to annihilate the Straw Hat Pirates. What a role model for my generation. Sakazuki. Stupid. Can't you see that he said that on purpose? Kuzan. This cunning old monkey, he was actually ready to retreat from the very beginning. Seeing that Mashang wanted to retreat, he pretended to be fighting high. Peluzalino. I say you too, this is bloody spouting. Sengoku. Okay, don't talk about it. Who is what virtue? I saw it clearly in the Summit War of the White Frame video before, there is no need to say anything more. Seeing that Marine and Admiral started fighting again, Sengoku hurried out to stabilize the situation. Received the order of Marcus Mashang, the Grand Fleet of the World Government began to retreat immediately. Frankie has already killed 30 warships without leaving a piece of armor. In a war of this scale, no one would have the stupid idea of, should they be killed or not. Among the wreckage of a dilapidated warship, the 1,000 miles of sunshine smashed through these broken pieces and sailed into the deep sea. It seems that my choice is correct. Standing on the rear deck of the 1,000 miles of sunshine, Vegapunk looked at the retreating warships, and immediately understood that the other party was afraid of the deterrent power of the Straw Hat Pirates. Now, he is standing with Straw Hat Luffy. They have 2 powerful forces, the ancient mechanical giants and the modern Seraphim. Coupled with the strong fighting power of the Straw Hat Pirates, they seem to have the strength to challenge the government of the world. Of course, what Vegapunk wants to know more is what happened to the Void Century. And how brilliant the science and technology that once existed in the huge kingdom are. Sengoku. Huh. The Straw Hat Pirates over there have left Egghead Island. Why is the red-framed video still playing? According to the law, shouldn't it be the turn of the white-framed video? Crane. Yeah. The white-framed video has always been played first, and then the red-framed video is played here. Why is the playback progress of the red-framed video leading the white-framed video? Gold D. Roger. Others are not clear, but the red-framed video is definitely not over yet. Rox D. Zebek. Why? Gold D. Roger. You are stupid. Didn't you find that the question in the red-frame video has not appeared yet? Zephyr. It makes sense. Every time the red-frame video is played, there will be a question. If the question does not come out, it means that the red-frame video is not over yet. Monkey D. Luffy. Are they going to Giant Island next? Wow. So looking forward to it. Usopp. Yes. I'm so excited. It seems that our next stop here should also be Giant Island. Giants. There are so many giants. Time flies. D. On the sea. 1,000 miles of sunshine is sailing on a calm sea. Puff puff puff. On the deck, the phone bug of 4+ Punk rang high. Huh. It's a dragon. Vegapunk is a little puzzled when he sees the facial expressions imitated by the phone bug. I don't know why Long suddenly called him connected. Dragon. What's the matter? Vegapunk asked. Monkey D. Long's voice immediately came from the phone bug. Vegapunk, are you with the Straw Hat Pirates? Hey. How did you know? Hearing this, Vegapunk raised his eyes, a little stunned. It's only been a few days since he left Egghead. The fact that he left with the Straw Hat Pirates should only be known by the government of the world. It's not difficult to install a few undercover agents inside the world government. Monkey D. Long calmly explained the reason why he knew the news, and then said, I ask you, can you talk to Luffy now? Okay. Why? Do you want to talk to your son? Vegapunk suddenly realized that the other party did not have Luffy's phone contact information. Maybe he wanted to contact Luffy through him. No need. I'll give you the phone bug's contact information. You tell Luffy, let him contact you immediately. Monkey D. Long interrupted Vegapunk, and then gave Vegapunk a contact information. Hey. Vegapunk wanted to say something, but Monkey D. Long had already hung up the phone. This guy, why is he a father? Tukao, Vegapunk went to find Luffy. My dad? Let me make this call? Luffy frowned. For Monkey D. Long, he doesn't have much impression at all. The clearest impression is probably the last time Monkey D. Long and Monkey D. Garp faced each other. But, although there is no intersection with Monkey D. Long, Luffy knows that Monkey D. Long is the leader of the Gelon army. If you want to come to Monkey D. Long, you won't harm him. So, he dialed the number, puff puff puff. Not long after, the phone over there connected. Out of politeness, Luffy said cautiously, Dad? Forehead. The other end of the phone bug was stunned for a moment, and then he said dumbfoundedly, Luffy, I'm Sabo. Portgas D. Ace. Poof. Sabo. Ahahaha. Monkey D. Luffy. Hey. Watching the scene in the red frame video, Ace and Sabo couldn't stop laughing. Hearing that the person answering the phone was not Monkey D. Long, the corners of Luffy's mouth twitched. Grandmas, giving others an advantage in vain. Isn't it the number my dad gave me? Why is it you? Luffy's tone showed a hint of displeasure. Luffy, I asked the big boss to find your contact information, Sabo quickly explained. Then he said, Luffy, do you remember me? Remember. When you were in Windmill Village, you and Ace were good friends. We met several times. There is no brotherhood between Luffy and Sabo, but because Ace brought Sabo back for dinner a few times, so Luffy also knows that there is such a person as Sabo. Luffy suddenly frowned, and suddenly remembered something, so he asked, wait. I remember Ace told me that you were bombarded to death by the Tianlong people. What happened? Are you alive? Yes. At that time, I was indeed blasted into the sea by the cannons of the Tianlong people. But I was rescued by your father, and then I joined the Revolutionary Army. By the way, I lost my memory at the time. I didn't recover my memory until I saw what happened between you and Ace after the Summit War. Sabo briefly talked about his affairs. It turns out to be like this. Luffy nodded, and then asked, then why are you contacting me? Yes. There is something very important. Sabo said quickly, I'm bringing Alabasta's Princess Vivi to you now. Princess Vivi? Luffy showed a bewildered expression on his face, wondering. Why is she with you? This matter is a bit complicated. Anyway, I rescued her in Mariajoy. I originally brought her back to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, but when she learned about the relationship between the chief and you, she begged us to she sent it to you. And the big leader seems to agree with this matter. Sabo explained, Emporio Ivankov, the dragon over there seems to have selfish intentions. Gold D. Roger. Is that guy trying to send his son a date? Shiki. Gia ha 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 ha. This is really the case. Neferutali Cobra. This matter. I have no objection. Nefiltari Vivi. Father, King. Nami. Ahahaha. Nico Robin. Ha ha ha. After hearing what Sabo said, Luffy wondered. Look for me. I'm on the way to Elbaf Island from the future island of Egghead. How could you find me? Sabo said. You don't have to worry about this. Princess Vivi has always carried your life card. Now I can find you with the life card. Life card. Luffy remembers, before when Alabasta was about to leave, Princess Weiwei did ask him for a life card. Although life cards are widely used in New World, it is impossible for a person with the status of Princess Vivi not to know about life cards. And Luffy learned how to make life cards as early as when he said goodbye to Shanks in Windmill Village. So when Princess Vivi asked for his life card, Luffy simply made a small one for her. I didn't expect it to come in handy now, he scratched his head. But, why did Vivi come to me? And, you said you rescued her in Mariajoy, so what's going on? Luffy, at this time, Princess Vivi's cry came from the other end of the phone bug. I'm sorry. I really don't know where I went. All I can think of is your place. Please, let me be your partner. Woo. Princess Vivi's voice is full of sad emotions. Princess Vivi, we have dealt with each other before, and I know you quite well. There is no problem in taking you as a partner, but can you tell me first, when the time comes? What the hell happened? Luffy faintly felt that something serious happened to Princess Vivi. Before Frankie activated the Pluton battleship, he found that the Pluton battleship needs the blood of the princess of the Nefertari family to speak. And now, something happened to Princess Vivi. It's hard not to let people connect these two things together. At this time, Sabo took the phone bug and said, Luffy, some time ago, Princess Vivi and his father, King Cobra, attended the World Summit held by the world government. And because of some things, I happened to see the dark scene of the world government. But now is not the time to talk in detail, to prevent being eavesdropped. In short, Princess Vivi's father was killed by 5 elders, and there is another person above 5 elders, that person. Want to get Princess Vivi? As for the details, I will tell you in detail after I find you. I still have a letter that your father asked me to bring to you, saying that you should open it yourself. Okay, I'll hang up first. I should be able to find you within 2 days at most. Speaking of which, Sabo hung up the bug. There is still someone above the 5 elders. And that person wants to get Princess Vivi. Vegapunk, who has been listening to the phone call, frowned tightly. Then, he said deeply worried, Luffy, it seems that you must protect Princess Vivi. You must not let her fall into the hands of the world's government. Yes, I know. Luffy nods. It only takes a little analysis, and she understands the importance of Princess Vivi, and the current situation of Princess Vivi. Taking Princess Vivi with him, this is the best choice. Vinsmoke Sanji. Great. There's little Vivi on board too. Nami. Yeah. With Luffy's protection, she must be safe. Nefertari Vivi. It's just on the road. It's really safe when you really board the 1,000 miles of sunshine. Nico Robin. Don't worry, it will definitely be there. Time flies, another 3 days have passed. Sabo caught up with the 1,000 miles of sunshine on a revolutionary ship. Luffy. Sabo jumped from the deck to the deck of the 1,000 miles of sunshine first, and greeted Luffy emotionally. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that the boy who spent all his time practicing in the mountains and forests, would now become the big bar that moves the whole world. Sabo has joined the Revolutionary Army for many years, but even if he got into a high-level position in the Revolutionary Army, Sabo still feels that it is difficult to overthrow the world government. But until the Summit War 2 years ago, Luffy single-handedly killed the 5 elders. Since then, many people have understood that those who claim to be gods can also be killed. Sabo, hello, Luffy greeted politely. Hey, don't be so tense. Sabo came up and patted Luffy on the shoulder, and then said with a smile, my friend is also a member of your father's admiral, the current chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. Forehead. Luffy shrugged his shoulders. Fate is really interesting. It's fun to think about it. 2 people I've known since I was a child, but they don't have any deep friendship. Originally thought that after leaving the Windmill Village, there would be no intersection. Unexpectedly, the trajectory of fate turned to the same place again so outrageously. Mr. Luffy. At this time, Princess Vivi came to the deck of 1,000 miles of sunshine from the string bridge. Little Vivi. Welcome. Seeing that Princess Vivi is coming, Sanji, who has an eye bag, slid and knelt and slid past. Result Nami activates the sliding fruit ability, which provides him with extra sliding experience. He Shong. Sanji slipped out of the deck. Hello, Vivi. As the captain, Luffy came over, he sighed, and said in a low mood, please mourn about your father. For King Cobra, Luffy has a fairly good impression of him. When he left Alabasta, Luffy offered Cobra a compensation of 200 million Baileys. Although Cobra was in a tight financial situation at the time, he still readily agreed to Luffy's request. And when Luffy and the others were about to leave, they specifically asked Luffy and the others to bring a lot of meat and supplies. Getting along with Princess Vivi is also a good experience. In general, Luffy still recognizes Vivi as a princess. And now, Princess Vivi has a special bloodline, and was forced to ruin her family by the government of the world. It is impossible for Luffy to keep her out. Probably because Luffy mentioned Cobra's matter, Princess Vivi suddenly felt sad, and tears of pain and grievance poured out of his eyes instantly. After all, she is only an 18-year-old girl, how can she survive such a sudden blow? After escaping from Mariajoy, she learned that her father Cobra died at the hands of 5 elders. Princess Vivi's sky fell. If it weren't for Luffy being the only one to rely on, Princess Vivi might not even be able to hold on. Now, she finally came in front of Luffy, and her spirit of strength finally collapsed. The princess who suddenly became an orphan cried and threw herself into Luffy's arms, crying loudly, "My father is gone. I. I. I will. It's just one person. Woo woo woo." Vivi. Feeling the trembling girl in the chest, Luffy is somewhat embarrassed. To be honest, so far, the only girl who has had such close contact with him seems to be Nami. However, Luffy really sympathizes with what happened to Vivi. He raised his arm and gently modeled on Princess Vivi's hair, comforting. "Vivi. You are not alone, from now on, you have us. We are your partner." "Yes. Vivi, you still have us." Nami approached Vivi, wrapping her arms gently around Princess Vivi's back. "Vivi. From now on, the Straw Hat Pirates will be your home." Robin also came to comfort her. After some consolation, Luffy asked Nami and Robin to take Princess Vivi to rest first. Then, he asked Sabo about what he saw in Mariajoy. After some conversation, Luffy knew the existence of I Am. I also know about the 800-year-old Princess Neferutari Lily mentioned by I Am. Speaking of which, we have been thinking for a long time and still can't figure out why I Am insists on capturing the living Princess Vivi. But if I Am just wants to vent her anger on Princess Vivi because of the 800-year-old Princess Lily, it seems unreasonable. After speaking, Sabo expressed his thoughts. Luffy bows her head in thought. He knew that Princess Vivi's blood was very special, but another question came to his mind. Open HoloLens bracket write brutal novels, go to Filu Novel Network. I Am doesn't have a Pluton battleship in his hand. Why did he want to capture Princess Vivi? Could it be that Mariajoy's weapon, that can destroy the kingdom of Lulusia in an instant, also needs the special blood of Princess Vivi to launch it? But it is obviously not Vivi who destroyed the kingdom of Lulusia HL. According to Luffy's speculation, that person is likely to be I Am, who has just surfaced now. Could it be that I Am also has a special bloodline? But if he can launch that weapon by himself, why does he still want to capture Princess Vivi alive? Luffy murmured. One confusion after another came to my mind. Puff puff puff. At this time, Sabo's phone rang. After connecting for a while, Sabo looked at Luffy. "I have to hurry back. Do you have anything to tell me to bring to your father?" "Do you have a message?" Luffy thought about it. So he said. "Then help me tell him. Let him call Grandpa a few more times when he is free. Grandpa, I don't know how many years to live." Monkey D. Garp. Puff. "This little bastard, are you cursing me?" Gold D. Roger. "Ha ha ha. Garp, you don't know good people. People's Red Luffy obviously cares about you over there." Edward Newgate. Google la la la. Zephyr. "This kid's words really make people laugh and cry, but well, his emotion of caring for Grandpa is not even a little fake." Ah. Okay. By the way, this is the letter your father brought me to you. Hearing that Luffy asked him to bring it, Sabo twitched the corner of his mouth, and then put the dragon's letter on the table. Then, "Luffy, I look forward to meeting you next time. Goodbye." Luffy waved his hand. After Sabo left, Luffy opened the dragon's letter. The content is nothing earth-shattering and weeping ghosts and gods, some are just plain words. From the words of the dragon, Luffy can feel how nervous the dragon was when he wrote this letter. In short, it is probably that he blames himself for not being able to give Luffy fatherly love, and at the same time he is also very helpless, because what he is doing has very important meaning. After reading this letter, Luffy did not make any comments. In his opinion, Long is not a good father, but for those who were rescued by the Revolutionary Army from the dire straits, it is definitely a savior. So, Luffy didn't get too entangled in this letter, but just regarded it as an ordinary daily matter. 1,000 miles of sunshine continues to sail. After a few more days, we arrived in Elbaf. Everyone is docking at a wild port. After going ashore, led by Vegapunk, everyone came to one of the giant villages in Elbaf. Because I have been here before, Vegapunk arrived at the destination with ease. Vegapunk. Seeing the appearance of Vegapunk, the giant in the village shouted excitedly. Because the last time Vegapunk came, they brought them many high-tech things, and those things were very useful to them. Vegapunk greeted the pacifist to give some gifts to the giants, and then said to an old giant, "Take me to Saul." Kuzan. Saul. When Vegapunk in the red frame video said the name, Aokiji's hairs stood on end. Although the growth path of Luffy in the white frame video and the red frame video are different, but when the Ohara incident happened, Luffy was not born yet. So, the Ohara events on both sides are clearly identical. In other words, Saul over there should have died in Ohara too. But why would Vegapunk let this old giant take him to meet Saul? Sengoku. Kuzan. Did you show mercy to Saul? Kuzan. No. Sakazuki. Who doesn't know the friendship between you and Saul back then? You guy, you not only let go of Nico Robin, but also let go of Saul. You really caused a lot of trouble for the government of the world. Kuzan. I said no. Jaguar D. Saul. Yes, Kuzan didn't show mercy to me. He just looked at my death and gave little Robin, who was only 8 years old at the time, a chance to live. Kuzan. Saul. You. You. Are you dead or not? Nico Robin. Saw. Euro. Hearing Saul's voice with his own ears, Robin couldn't sit still. Jaguar D. Saul. Little Robin. I'm lucky, not dead. Nico Robin. Ah. This news is simply great news for Robin. Nico Robin. That's great, Jaguar D. Saul. You still remember my laughter, it's so good. Nico Robin. How could I forget? Saul, the next time we meet, I want to laugh in front of your face, hee hee. Kuzan. Saul, did you really survive? Knowing that Saul survived, Kuzan was also very excited. To be honest, back then he completely frozen Saul, it was really helpless. But after that, he still couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. Now that Saul is still alive, Kuzan is really happy. Jaguar D. Saul. Yes. Speaking of it, it's thanks to Buster Call's cannon fire. When I was frozen by you, I was bound to die. But Buster Call burned Ohara into a sea of flames, burned me out of the ice. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood. So that's what happened. Led by the old giant, everyone came to a huge stone house. When I came to the back room, a huge giant appeared in front of everyone, mouth. It's just that. His whole body is covered with bandages. The few marks on the skin exposed outside the bandages are obviously burns in the eyes. Although this man is almost completely wrapped in bandages, the moment he saw him, Robin burst into tears instantly. Saul. Robin covered mouth, tears flowed out. Nico Robin. Ah, Saul, you, Jaguar D. Saul. Although everyone burned me out of the freeze back then, they also burned me severely. It is a miracle in itself that I survived. God gave me a special mission. What a miracle I survived. Little Robin. Hearing Robin's words, Saul subconsciously turned to look at Robin. Although Robin's voice is completely different now than when he was 8 years old, Saul still recognized her voice immediately. Saul. It's really you. Robin burst into tears, cried and rushed over. Is he Robin's savior? Luffy looked at the bandaged man in front of him, took a deep breath, and then said with emotion, fate is really wonderful. A few days ago, he reunited with, now, Robin and Saul meet again. Yes, after what happened in Ohara back then, your father and I both went to the disaster site in Ohara. After that, your father founded a joint venture with the She-Monster King and Big Bear. Speaking of which, I didn't expect that your father would actually be able to go so far as to shake the world's government. Probably because I think this matter is a bit absurd, Vegapunk laughed. Bello Betty. It turns out that the big boss is the Revolutionary Army established because of the Ohara incident. Lindbergh. This reason is indeed somewhat unexpected. Mori. Watching so many fresh and innocent lives disappear in the criminal artillery fire, the big leader should be determined to overthrow the idea of the world government from then on. Guillaume. The incident of the Revolutionary Army was indeed about 20 years ago, so it seems to be right. Sengoku. Damn it. The Ohara incident was the trigger for the formation of the Revolutionary Army. Gold D. Roger. So. Everything is karma. The cause planted by you Marine in the world government led to the birth of the Revolutionary Army. Very obviously, according to the law of development of things, the Revolutionary Army will eventually overthrow the world government. Shiki. That's right. This is called self-inflicted evil, jihahahaha. Kong. Fart. It's just a mere revolutionary army that wants to shake the world's government. As long as the world's government makes a small move, the big waves will drown the leather army. Monkey D. Long. I will be afraid of big storms. Haha, old dog Kong, don't be self-righteous. If you are afraid of storms, our revolutionary army will not go to today, etc. Just wait and see. You group of demons in human skin will definitely withdraw from the stage of history. After Saul and Robin recalled, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates thoroughly understood Robin's past. Thank you for your help to Robin. Luffy sincerely expressed his gratitude to Saul. Saul laughed and said, you are Monkey D. Luffy, right? I should be the one thanking you. Luffy was a little surprised. You thank me? Because of Robin's matter? There are reasons for this, but more importantly, thank you for appearing and bringing hope to this world, Saul said. Luffy was taken aback. Then, he noticed that Saul's room was full of books, and he suddenly realized that Saul should have been studying archaeology for the past 20 years. Maybe, he also found some important historical information. Hey, Saul, we're not here to chat. At this point, Vegapunk interrupted them, and said, now Luffy has 3 waypoint history texts here. The only thing left is your waypoint history text. At the beginning, Saul escaped from Ohara. After he escaped from Ohara, he led a large number of giants back to Ohara, and brought all the ancient books there back to Elbaf. At the same time, the giants found a red historical text stele in the basement of the destroyed Tree of Omniscience. So the giants brought this important stele back to Elbaf. Hearing this, Saul's eyes lighted up. Are you going to find the big secret treasure left by One Piece, Roger? The big secret treasure is one thing, but for us, the most important thing is something else on that island. Vegapunk said with a serious face. At this point, we must not let the world government and IM run amok any longer. We must arrive at Raftel. I went to the truth of history. Find the truth of this world. The Lulusia kingdom has dealt a huge blow to Vegapunk. It was also from then on that Vegapunk made up his mind to overthrow the world government just like Monkey D. Dragon. Okay, come with me. Saul stood up, led the crowd up the mountain and waited, and came to a cave that is almost impossible to be discovered. The last stone tablet of the historical text of the road sign is in it. Robin went to translate. Luffy directly listened to the narration of the stone tablet by listening to the voice of all things. When they came out of the cave, they saw 2 tall giants rushing over excitedly. Luffy, Nami, Sanji, Zoro, Buggy, Long Nose. The 2 giants squatted down excitedly, holding up Luffy and others. Uncle Dory, Uncle Brogy. When seeing the appearance of these 2 giants clearly, the East Blue 6 members of the Straw Hat Pirates shouted excitedly. Ha 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 ha. Straw Hat boys, it's really you who are here. Hurry up, the banquet is safe. Haha, it must be arranged. At this moment, another familiar voice suddenly reached Luffy's ears. Banquet. Add one. Banquet. Add me. A red-haired man appeared behind Broke and Dory. Shanks. The moment I saw this man, Luffy showed surprise on his face. Luffy. Haha, Luffy, remember me? It's been more than 10 years in a flash, Luffy has grown so big. Behind Shanks, a group of red hair pirates appeared one after another. Dory laughed loudly. Stop talking, the banquet will start soon, haha. In the evening, a bonfire banquet turned out to be. The base of red hair pirates is in Elbaf. Shanks already knew about Saul and the historical text of the red road sign. He knows that Luffy will definitely come here in the end to find the last stone tablet of the historical text of the road sign, so as long as Luffy comes here, the people here will notify Shanks. Actually, with Shanks' current ability, if he wants to go to Raftel, it's not too difficult. But he knew that even if he went, it would be meaningless. When the Roger pirates went to Raftel, Shanks missed going to Raftel because he took care of the sick Buggy, but Roger told Shanks a lot. Among them is the legend of the king. So, Shanks wouldn't be going to Raftel without Joey Boy. Bastard Shanks, didn't you say you didn't want to go to Raftel? Why are you hugging Luffy's thigh now? At the banquet, Buggy grabbed Shanks by the collar and asked very unconvinced, Ahaha. Buggy, didn't you say it? It's just that I don't plan to go at that time, and it's not like I won't go in this life. After class, I passed the wine bowl under Buggy's arm and had a drink with him. Buggy scolded unhappily. Stop talking nonsense. From the time you handed the captain's straw hat to Luffy, you must have to wait until this day? If you want to say that, there is no problem. Shanks laughed. He looked at Luffy, and continued, actually, that place only makes sense if Luffy goes there. I just want to be a witness. Speaking of which, Shanks put his arms around Buggy. By the way, you will also be a witness. Are you kidding me? You haven't been to Raftel like me. How do you know these things? Buggy lifted Shanks' arm. Shanks smiled slightly. It was the captain who told me. Buggy frowned. Why did the captain tell you alone, but not me? Shanks laughed. It's not because the captain is eccentric, but because you can't keep your mouth shut. Some things will hurt you if you know them. The corner of Buggy's mouth twitches. Although he was a little upset, he had to admit that Shanks was right. Secrets in his mouth can't be hidden. The importance of Luffy can be seen from the fact that 5 elders personally came to kill Luffy during the Summit War. And from what Shanks said just now, Buggy can naturally hear that what Captain Roger said to Shanks back then has something to do with Luffy. Certainly, although there was no Luffy at that time, there must have been some kind of prophecy. If this kind of thing comes out of his Buggy mouth, then it will definitely become a thorn in the side of the world government. At that time, his Buggy will definitely be arrested and interrogated by the government of the world, and he will end up in a situation where he can't survive or die. By the way, the captain told me 2 things, Shanks said. Buggy was taken aback for a moment. One is about Joey Boy, right? What about the other one? Shanks hugged Buggy again. Another thing. The captain said that at the time, small Shanks, the only thing I can't rest assured about is little Buggy. If you can, you take him to form a new pirate team. When you are able to go to Raftel in the future, you all go together to make up for the regret of not being able to reach Raftel with me, L. Buggy's body trembles suddenly. Really? Captain, he can't forget me. Suddenly, Buggy's eyes turned red, and he quietly turned his head to the other side, not wanting Shanks to see his red eyes. What? Are you crying? Seeing Buggy's movements, how could Shanks not understand Buggy's situation at this time? But he deliberately reached out to grab Buggy's neck, and turned his head to this side. Are you kidding me? I will cry? That's what children do. Buggy gave Shanks a personal first separation, and continued to face Shanks with the back of his head. Never let Shanks see his red eyes, however. Shanks relied on what he saw and heard, directly avoided Buggy's observation hockey, and instantly came to the front of Buggy's head. Haha. I found out. Shanks laughed. Bastard Shanks. I fight you. The embarrassment was discovered. Buggy immediately broke the defense and jumped on Shanks, so what happened? Gold D. Roger. Ha ha ha. Seeing how happy you are over there, I feel relieved. Silver Rayleigh. Captain, don't get me wrong, you've been resurrected now. Don't say it's like dying. Gold D. Roger. Oh, that's right. It's over there, so I'm relieved. Buggy. Damn Shanks. Even the ones over there are just as bad. Shanks. Haha. Stayed in Elbaf for 2 days, the Straw Hat Pirates set off with the Red Hair Pirates. The combat conference room of the 1,000 Miles of Sunshine. There are 4 analog record pointers on the table, corresponding to the coordinates of the 4 red historical texts provided by the signposts. When the coordinates of these 4 analog record pointers correspond, several pointers of each analog record pointer are moving at a high frequency. When all the pointers are at rest, the 2 irregular magnetic field lines intersect each other, forming an intersection. Seeing this scene, Luffy's doubts are also solved. Luffy once thought about one thing when he got the 3rd road sign in Wano. Since the intersection point of the line connecting 4 coordinate points is Raftel, in theory, as long as 3 coordinate points are obtained, it is enough. As long as these 3 points are connected to form a triangle, and then walk along the sides of the triangle, you will definitely encounter Raftel. Of course. If you do this, you will definitely go a lot of wrong roads. But now, when the coordinates of the real Raftel appeared, Luffy realized that the previous idea was wrong. Because the connection of these 4 coordinate points is not a straight line drawn on the map, but a connection representing their magnetic field. The magnetic field is not a straight line, so if you want to get the correct coordinate position of Raftel, you must find all 4 road signs in the historical text. And now, the coordinates formed after the stabbing of the 4 recording pointers that respectively recorded the red road signs interact with each other, are the real coordinates that can go to Raftel. Looking at the magnetic field in front of him, Luffy carefully placed a blank recording pointer at the magnetic field at the intersection. After half an hour, the record pointer record placed on the intersection point by Luffy tends to be flat. Okay. Usopp's eyes are full of fire, and he can't wait to ask. Brook stared at the record pointer that was stabilizing, and said excitedly, "It's such an exciting moment. Even though I have no blood, yo ho 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 ho." Sanji kept smoking. What will the big secret treasure be? Zoro gave him a blank look. Anyway, it won't be a group of beauties. Hearing this, Sanji was furious immediately. You bastard Chlorella, he wouldn't be a famous sword. At this moment, Nami suddenly shouted excitedly. She stretched out her little hand, and carefully took out the full record pointer. She held it high in front of everyone, as if holding a rare treasure. All eyes are on this record pointer. Luffy suddenly shouted loudly, "Navigator." White chin proudly raised, Nami looked at Luffy. "I'm here." Coordinates. Raftel. Full rudder, set off. Yes. As the Straw Hat Pirates set off towards Raftel, the red-framed video slowly faded away. The screen disappears. Sengoku, Huh? What about the answer? Crane. The video on the side of the red frame is over? Kuzan. Is it time for white frame videos again? Gold D. Roger. Not necessarily, this round of video feels very strange. The progress of the two sides seems to be inconsistent. Edward Newgate. Indeed, it's a bit different, and the answers for this round are gone. Shiki. It would be a pity if the answer ends here. Sengoku. It's a pity that you have already been resurrected. Is it possible that you still want to get 2 rewards? Do you think you are as lucky as me? Shiki. It's a pity, old man. It would be nice if the last round ended. Then, you old thief won't be able to get the second reward. Sengoku. Get out. See if I don't tear your mouth apart. Shiki. Really? Let me tell you, if the restrictions on the viewing system are lifted, I will let you fly to the sky first. At this moment, the white frame screen gradually brightens. The screen appears. The viewing of the white frame screen enters the pause time. Next we'll enter the live broadcast time. Kong. Live broadcast? Where is the live broadcast? Sengoku. Could it be? Kaido. There is a picture. Crane. This is Naval Headquarters. Gold D. Roger. Wait. It seems to be able to move. Monkey D. Long. Yes, I can really move, even the ability can be used. See. Shiki. Gia ha 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 ha, isn't that going to war? Naval Headquarters, Marineford, I can really move. Whitebeard raised Kong Yunki in his hand and waved it. Meanwhile, on the battle platform at Naval Headquarters. When the prison of the viewing system came into contact with him, Yishi cast several eyes towards Doflamingo. Fufurfur. Do you want to exchange my head for eternal life? Just come and get it. Everyone has a share, don't grab it. Fufurfur. The corner of the mouth outlines a taunting arc, and Doflamingo claps his hands. Line escape super shadow clone. Brush. Countless Doflamingo appeared instantly throughout Naval Headquarters. No matter from appearance, voice, to breath. They are all exactly the same. Fufurfur. Want to get immortality? Come and try to catch me. Fufurfur. Thousands of Doflamingo laughed at the same time. Is this the power of the line he got? Damn it. How come there are so many identical Doflamingos, and I can't tell which one is real? It's scary. The rewarding ability of the movie viewing system is so strong. The entire Naval Headquarters is suddenly covered with Doflamingo, both pirates and marines are all confused. Sengoku suddenly shouted, Doflamingo? Can these clones fight? Flamingo smiled and said, Fufurfur, of course. Hearing this, Sengoku was overjoyed. Great. Doflamingo, you let these avatars go into battle immediately, I guarantee you will not die. Fufurfur. Sengoku, are you out of your mind? After all this, you still want me to side with Marine? Thousands of Doflamingo are scattered around Naval Headquarters, looking mockingly at Sengoku. It was the good deeds done by this old man that made him meet his brother with swords, and even caused him to kill his brother with his own hands. If there is no such old man to do things, even if Rosinante does not recognize him Doflamingo, at least he will not come under cover in the Don Quixote family, and he will not die in the hands of his Doflamingo. In the past, it was enough not to let Brother Ming not know the truth. Now that I know the truth, how can I still help Sengoku? What's more, he also has great strength, and he is no longer the previous Wuxia Amon. Gu la la la. Ace, wait there, the fathers are here to save you. At this time, Whitebeard smiled heartily, he stuck Kong Yunki on the ground in front of him, and then clenched his fists. The arm opened suddenly after a cross in the chest. The power of shock fruit is activated accordingly. Long rumble, terrible vibrations poured into the sea from the air, causing an earthquake on the bottom of the sea. The waves seemed to be thrown out of the sea by someone, instantly set off a wave nearly 100 meters high. Gia ha 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 ha. Watching this scene, Shiki smiled like a child in his. He is so happy. This time, not only can I get rid of my shame, but I can also fight side by side with Roger. He always believed that if Roger was willing to join forces with him, the world would surrender at their feet. Kuzan. Facing this scene, Sengoku didn't have any room to think, and immediately issued an order. It's really exactly the same as the one played in the white frame video. Kuzan patted his head, feeling deeply moved. In the white frame video before, he saw the whole process of his battle in the Summit War, and also saw his failure in the battle with Sakazuki for the position of Marshal in the future. I even saw myself joining the Blackbeard Pirates. Not only did I witness the death of Marine Academy instructor Zephyr this year, but I even buried my old teacher Garp with my own hands. These things have caused a great impact on Kuzan's heart. But even so, facing the situation where Whitebeard came up and caused an undersea earthquake and tsunami, Kuzan had no other choice but to act. Even if he has other plans, he has to wait until after the Summit War. After all, he is now on the battlefield, and his position belongs to Marine. There is no doubt about this. Ice Age. Kuzan leapt into the air and swung his arms towards the waves on both sides. The moment the turbulent and majestic cold air connected to the waves were completely frozen. Together with the sea around the entire naval headquarters, it is also frozen. Woo! Do you want to follow the battle scene played in the white frame video? Seeing this scene, Paluzolino couldn't help but joked. Gia ha 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 ha. Impossible. At this time, Shiki burst out laughing, and his figure flew up instantly. I reached out and touched the ice. Next moment. Boom. The huge ice rose directly from the ground, and flew into the air. Slammed towards naval headquarters, Nani. Not good. Such a large amount of ice, if it falls, it will directly destroy the entire naval headquarters. Ordinary Marine soldiers have nothing to do in the face of this situation, they can only yell in horror. It's really troublesome. Their abilities come one after another. Seeing this, Sakazuki frowned, he stood up suddenly. Lava-style chakra mode. Open. Sakazuki gave a low drink. The chakra energy in the cells explodes naturally at this moment. Since he is a lava fruit capable user, it is very easy to activate lava style at this time. Not only that, when lava style and lava fruit are combined, the power increases geometrically. Lava style flying Inamon. As the lava erupted under Sakazuki's feet, he soared into the sky like Astro Boy. His whole body is covered with billowing lava, and he can no longer see the shape of a person. Facing the ice that fell towards naval headquarters, Sakazuki's head transformed into a ferocious loathing. This vicious dog opened its ferocious fangs, and a column of magma and fire burst out. The moment the terrifying high temperature comes into contact with the ice cubes are completely evaporated in an instant. The white water mist rolls up the airbags and rolls up to the cloud away. Under the power of the lava fire column at the bottom of the foot, Sakazuki is like a flying dog, changing its trajectory quickly in the sky. Wherever he went, all the ice was completely evaporated by his lava. Looking at this scene, Paluzolino showed a surprised expression on his face. Woo! He has really evolved into version of a Kainu, it's scary. Great job, Sakazuki. Seeing Sakazuki's ability to easily resolve Shiki, Sengoku was overjoyed. But at this moment, the unique laughter of the user suddenly reached Sengoku's ears. Gia ha 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 ha. Akainu boy, the ice cream you worked so hard to melt is just an appetizer. Now, the dinner is officially starting. Fly, Marineford. Shiki's grinning sound, he slapped on the ground in Marineford. As Shiki's palm officially touched the ground of Marineford, the island, which is the naval headquarters, immediately started rumbling and vibrating. Not good. Seeing this scene, Crane Vice Admiral's expression changed. Lion Fruit's ability is very buggy. With just one touch, an island will fly into the sky under the control of the Golden Lion. And the Golden Lion can release its weightlessness at any time, causing the island to crash from the sky. Seeing this scene, Sakazuki also roared angrily, damn, this bastard's ability. Seeing that Marin Fanduo was about to fly into the sky, Shiki laughed arrogantly, Gia ha 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 ha. Sengoku, your naval headquarters is finished. However, facing all this, Sengoku suddenly sneered, HMPH, you dare to make a fool of yourself. I saw him instantly activate the fruit ability to transform. Great Buddha form. Then, he raised his right palm and shouted loudly, Dwei Tianlong. I saw a red light shining in the sky, and a brand new cassock with a red background and a gold border condensed out of thin air. The cassock shone with golden Buddha light, and fell on Sengoku's body immediately. The gigantic golden Buddha stomped on his feet, and Sengoku spit out an incomparably thick word sound, town. After these words fell, Melindo, who was originally rumbling, actually became quiet. Nani. Shiki's eyes widened, watching this scene in disbelief, this is impossible. Sengoku twitched his mouth, looked at Shiki contemptuously, and said with a sneer, huh. I have the Dwei Tianlong cassock rewarded by the viewing system, and your mere lion fruit ability. Don't try to shake this island. Sengoku originally just had the attitude of giving it a try, but he was really shocked. Seeing that Dewey Tianlong's dharma is useful, Sengoku's face is filled with pretense. Die. Pirates. At this time, Sakazuki took the initiative to fight. Lava-style molten bomb. Sakazuki is still in the air, let out a low growl. Endless lava is still pouring out from his arms, just like the sea breaking its embankment, roaring like a tsunami. These lava quickly condensed into two giant magma dragons braving the billowing heat waves. They fought in the air, and then killed the pirates below from both sides. Boom. Boom. The moment the two giant lava dragons fell into the crowd of pirates, there was a wailing sound. Ah! Help! What's this? I saw that where the two giant lavas reached, they all turned into a sea of flames. Whether it is a ship or a person, as long as they are hit by these two giant lava dragons, they will be instantly turned into lava ashes. Damn. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard's face instantly turned cold, and he shouted, "Come up to me, strangle with Marine." Those two lava dragons are active. No matter how strong Whitebeard is, it is impossible to chase those two lava dragons. Otherwise, Sakazuki only needs to keep condensing the lava dragons to walk Whitebeard to death. It is impossible for a strong man like Whitebeard who has fought in the sea for decades to make such a low-level mistake. On the contrary, as long as the pirate and marine strangle together at this time, the two lava giants will be destroyed immediately. Unless Sakazuki destroys marine and pirates together. Then, Whitebeard looked at the golden lion beside him. "Shiki, do me a favor. Get all 4 ships of this old man to the battle platform of Naval headquarters." "Gia ha 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 ha. No problem," Shiki laughed, and he immediately touched the 4 whale ships including the Moby Dick. Rumble, these 4 ships immediately flew into the sky. At the same time, 2 huge palms suddenly appeared in the sky. The white flame cloud around these 2 arms. These 2 big hands grabbed the 2 giant lava dragons in an instant, and then coiled them together, just in case they pulled. Tie a knot. What? Sakazuki's eyes widened suddenly. Because its lava dragon is made of lava, not to mention the high temperature, not many people face it head-on. Even if there are really strange people who dare to face the Dragon Rock dragon head-on, they can't directly catch the lava dragon. Because they're lava. As soon as you grab it, your hand will sink in directly, and then it will be cooked by lava. Fortunately, not only did someone catch the giant lava dragon with bare hands, but also tied 2 giant lava dragons together with a bow. When did my lava become this resilient? Ah ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Just when Sakazuki looked up to see who this strange creature is, cheerful laughter came from behind. I saw Luffy, whose whole body was surrounded by white steam, was slowly falling down with a warship in the form of a rubber hot air balloon. And the person who tied the 2 lava dragons into bows was Luffy. In the form of Nika, the 2 lava dragons were directly assimilated into rubber dragons when they were caught by Luffy. Luffy raised his hand and threw the pair of oversized bows into the distant sea. Zzz. After falling into the sea, the 2 giant rubber dragons turned back into giant lava dragons again, instantly evaporating countless white mist on the sea surface. Luffy. Seeing Luffy appear, Ace shouted in surprise. After watching the movie, Ace already knows how great everyone's determination is to redeem him. Since everyone is desperately trying to save him, then this time, he doesn't want to die again. Don't let everyone down. Ace. I'm here to save you. Luffy fell from the sky and landed on Marine's battle platform. Dwang. A warship from the deep sea prison also crashed. Certainly. At this time, the rubberized warship bounced a few times after landing, and then landed on the ground safely. Captain. Here I come. As soon as Buggy landed, he immediately looked back at the deck of the Moby Dick, shouting excitedly. Haha. Little Buggy. So good to see you again. Roger waved at Buggy with joy. Gu la la la. Crocodile. What kind of reward did you get this time? Are you going to take the opportunity to snatch my head? Whitebeard looked at Crocodile and chuckled. HMPH, that's what I planned. Crocodile snorted coldly. However, in the white frame video just now, I saw that you did not betray your partner in the end. HMPH, I will spare you for now. Now. I have promised the Straw Hat Boy, deal with Marine and the world government first. What about me and you will be discussed later. If it develops according to the normal situation, Crocodile will definitely attack the days now. But I saw the future scene in the white frame video just now. Crocodile has reached a total of understandings with Luffy. At least. At present, Marine and the government of the world must not be allowed to act recklessly. Well done. F*K me all. You bastards from Impel Hell. Suddenly seeing so many pirates appearing, Sakazuki roared. Billowing lava emerged from his body, condensed into countless lava fists, and the pirates in front of him rolled down. Hee hee. Crocodile smiled disdainfully. Endless yellow sand was flying on his body. Magnet-style quicksand burst. The sand erupted from Crocodile's body like a blowout, forming a quicksand wave nearly 100 meters high in an instant. With overwhelming momentum, they flocked directly to Sakazuki's meteor volcano. Rumble. Countless giant fists of lava and overwhelming waves of quicksand collided together. Zzz. The horrible burning sound is endless. The terrible high temperature seemed to melt the entire sky, and a large amount of white smoke was baked in an instant, rolling upwards and dripping. A large amount of sand was burned into ashes, and fell down one after another. And the countless giant lava fists also lost their power due to the obstruction of the sandstorm. Magnet-style sandstorm sandbound coffin. Crocodile raised a hand and pointed at Sakazuki from afar. In an instant, countless sands appeared around Sakazuki in an instant. Like a swarm of bloodthirsty locusts, all of them landed on Sakazuki. Boom. Sakazuki explodes in place. Boom. Under the ultimate move of Crocodile's sandstorm sandbinding coffin, Sakazuki instantly exploded. Akainu Admiral. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. Suru Vice Admiral said calmly, "Don't lose your temper, Sakazuki won't die like this." Really. In the exploding sand, rolling lava poured out of it, recondensing into the shape of Sakazuki. Gia ha 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 ha. Good, Roger, Odin, Whitebeard, let's take action too. Let's wipe out Marine completely now. As soon as he moved his mind, the four of them immediately floated forward. Because it was revived to the peak stage, Shiki's legs are not broken at this time. He holds Sakura wood in one hand and dry stone in the other. The two knives cut forward at the same time, and a wave of crossed sword energy crushed forward. But at this moment, a shocking slash rose from the ground in an instant, facing Shiki's crossing slashing waves and collided into it. Boom. The violent slashing wave explosion produced a terrifying roar, and the majestic energy rushed to the sky. Shiki frowned, and looked at the man not far away. He murmured, "It's the kid who is the #1 swordsman in the world right now." Yes, but that's just a false name given by others. Hawkeye held the black sword in his hand, and stared at Shiki with fiery eyes. I never expected to meet a great swordsman with 2 swords in his heyday in his lifetime. Wouldn't it be a pity if he couldn't fight? As he spoke, Hawkeye pointed the black sword Yato towards Shiki. Dracule Mihawk, please fight. Gia ha 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 ha. Seeing the fighting spirit of Hawkeye, Shiki laughed out loud. Although he has been floating in the sky these years, he also knows that there is such a great swordsman in the sea who has gained fame and led other swordsmen to sit on the throne of the world's #1 swordsman. For the man who has broken his legs and is dying, he will naturally not think about fighting with such a young and strong man, But now it's different, he is resurrected. And it was revived with a complete victory. Not only is there no rudder on the head, but also both legs are there. With the Golden Lion in such a state, when facing the challenge of the world's #1 swordsman, there is no reason to refuse. Come on. The old man will fight with you first. This old man just happened to take a look at what kind of existence the swordsman king of this era is like. Although Shiki really wants to take down Naval headquarters right now, but for Hawkeye's battle, he has to fight. Brush. Shiki's sword fell, and the sword-slashing wave stretched for several kilometers, cutting off a corner of Marineford. Under the power of lion fruit, this ground immediately flew into the sky. He looked at Hawkeye and said, "Come on, let's fight here." Good. Just what I want. Seeing that Shiki has opened up a battlefield alone, Hawkeye is very satisfied. As soon as he stepped on his feet, his figure went straight to the piece of land he was flying to. Seduce us as a helper. Kazuki Odin curled his lips, and then pulled out Yan Mo and Tien Yu Zan. Because he was resurrected by the viewing system, the system also asked him if he wanted to take the original weapon when he was resurrected. Kazuki Odin naturally agreed without hesitation. Quick fight everyone. I still dare to go to Punk Hazard to save my son. With a low shout, Kazuki Odin instantly killed everyone in Marine. With his strength, once he falls into the Marine crowd, it will be a one-sided massacre. Hey! Don't try to succeed. Kuzan jumped lightly and came to the front of Kazuki Odin. He condensed a frozen spear with both hands at the same time, and threw it towards Kazuki Odin. There must be a limit to looking down on people, ML. Faced with Kuzan's attack, Kazuki Oden cut the knife in his hand. Boom. Boom. The two frozen spears shattered. But at this moment, the roar of the fire dragon. I saw Kuzan opened his mouth, and scorching dragon flames emanated from his mouth, forming a strong column of magma fire, which violently sprayed towards Kazuki Oden. Kazuki Oden frowned, feeling a burst of opportunity. His two knives crossed in front of him immediately. The jet black armed color hairpiece instantly covers it. However, the huge impact of the fire dragon's roar rushed him out instantly. It's really ugly. Roger laughed, and then he looked at Sengoku. Guozan, you old dog. I have already surrendered, and you still want to kill my descendants. This account cannot be settled anyway. Come on, if it's a man, come out and fight me. HMPH. Roger, don't be so self-righteous. As the Marine Marshal, I can be the one you guys want to fight. Sengoku doesn't like him at all. In this large-scale war between the two sides, Sengoku is not only one of the main forces on Marine's side, but also serves as Marine's brain. If at this time, it is not a wise choice for the entire naval headquarters to watch National Treasure focus on the battle. Nani. Hearing this, Roger saw this, and said angrily, okay, you old dog, you are really old and cunning. Okay. Lousy knows that you are destined to be a coward, so I will tell you, just wait for me. When I bleed the blood of naval headquarters into a river, I will see if you can make a move. Sengoku dismissed this and just sneered. HMPH. Do you want to fight? Paluzolino, play with him. Paluzolino curled his lips. Good guy. The one who should come is finally here. It's time to go to work. He clasped his hands together, and 10 thick golden rays of light emanated from where his palms faced each other. At the same time, countless frozen mirrors appeared in the sky in front of him. The golden light bounced back and forth between these frozen mirrors, and soon appeared in front of Roger. Ever tasted what it's like to be weighed by a beam? Paluzolino's voice came from the ice in front of Roger. No matter how fast the speed of light is, there are traces to follow. Before listening to the voice of all things, Paluzolino's attack trajectory is presented in Roger's mind like a slideshow. I saw him make a knife out. I have armament hockey and conqueror's hockey wrapped around my body. Avoid God. Facing Paluzolino, who had just condensed his body, Roger landed on him with a single blow. Brush. Paluzolino was immediately cut in two. What? When this scene appeared, the Marines all turned pale with fright. If someone else chopped Paluzolino in two, I'm afraid no one would be worried. Because, as a sparkling fruit-capable user, Bolu Sano will never let himself fall into death. But it was Roger who made the cut just now. Wrapped around the blade is undoubtedly armament hockey and conqueror's hockey. Under the dual science popularization of the white frame video in the red frame video just now, everyone now understands what a terrible ability conqueror's winding is. When Roger chopped Paluzolino in two, a shocking thought appeared in everyone's mind. That is, Kizaru Admiral is dead. However, Roger frowned instantly. He is very confident when he falls this knife. But after achieving the effect, I found a problem. Let's put it this way. Before the knife fell on Paluzolino, what Roger heard on Paluzolino was the sound of a living creature. But at the moment when the knife fell on Paluzolino, what Roger heard on Paluzolino was the sound of a dead thing. This sounds like nothing wrong, but the problem is, Paluzolino died too soon. Even if a normal person is killed, his voice will not change instantly from living voice to dead voice. And the transformation of the nature of Paluzolino's voice is obviously an active process. Not good. The sense of crisis strikes instantly. Roger turned around abruptly. His armed lust instantly covered his whole body. A leg wrapped in yellow striped suit pants popped out from a piece of ice behind him. Boom. Roger's figure was instantly kicked out. The next moment, the leg stepped out of the ice mirror. Then he stepped forward even with Paluzolino. The corner of his mouth outlines a wretched arc. Woo. The feeling of being kicked by the speed of light is still reasonable. Mr. One Piece? Nani? Suddenly seeing Roger being kicked away by Paluzolino, many people present were shocked. That's the One Piece Roger. Although Paluzolino is Marine Admiral, but Roger's strength is definitely above him. Most importantly, Roger is a person who has the ability to listen to the voice of all things. This ability can be regarded as the superior existence of the top observation hockey. Even if Paluzolino is an ability user of sparkling fruit, it is almost impossible to sneak attack Roger. However, Roger was really kicked away by Paluzolino. Hey. Roger, you just resurrected, haven't you recalled your fighting style yet? Seeing Roger walking out of the ruins below, Whitebeard half-jokingly asked. Why? Roger shrugged his shoulders, he looked in the direction of Peluzarito, and asked doubtfully, what is this guy's fruit ability? It's a bit difficult. He has the ability of sparkling fruit and can move like light. But, even so, you shouldn't be able to threaten you. In the situation just now, maybe he got it from the viewing system rewards, right? After a little thought, Whitebeard said in an analysis. Woo. You guessed it right. Perusalino raised the corner of his mouth slightly, this is the ability of Ice Escape. What was cut off by Roger just now is not the ability of elementalization. Second is the Ice Escape substitute. This is better than the elementalization of nature. There are so many. Foo. Indeed, these escape techniques rewarded by the viewing system should all be able to use this body replacement technique. Mr. Roger, you can deal with him carefully. Doflamingo, who can be seen everywhere, reminded with a smile. Although Doflamingo is not with the pirates, but he doesn't want to see Marine win this war now. Understood. It seems that you can't be careless. Roger nodded, then patted the dust off his body, and charged towards Peluzalino again. Hey, my ice escape is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Seeing this, Peluzalino had a joking expression on his face, and he clapped his hands. Ice escape magic mirror ice crystal. Following Peluzalino's low shout, dozens of frozen mirrors immediately appeared around it. Then I saw the figure of Peluzalino slipping into one of the frozen mirrors. Your Excellency, One Piece, now come and guess where I am. The figure of Peluzalino keeps shuttling and changing among dozens of frozen mirrors. When others are inside the freezer, they are cut off from the outside world. Even observation hockey cannot perceive his existence. At this time, you can only rely on the naked eye to identify the location of Peluzariro. But if you do that, you'll fall into Peluzalino's trap. He can use the ice escape to create a large number of frozen mirrors around him, and let these frozen mirrors be completely distributed in all directions of Roger's 360 degrees. Roger only has one pair of eyes, so anyway he can't see all the frozen mirrors at the same time. This is really a tricky ability. Facing Peluzalino, who suddenly disappeared, Luogia couldn't help frowning. Of course, as the existence of the former One Piece, his combat experience is naturally rich and incomparable. Combat IQ is also very high. Since your trick is so stupid, then as long as you destroy these frozen mirrors, you will be fine. While speaking, Roger's figure rushed out instantly. The jet black armament hockey covered on the blade in the hand. Wherever his figure went, those frozen mirrors exploded. In the blink of an eye, more than half of these dozens of frozen mirrors were destroyed. Woo. It's no wonder that you, the Pirate King, have found a way to deal with it so quickly, but I can make them recreate these frozen mirrors in an instant. With an obscene arc on his face, Peluzalino clapped his hands. Ice escape ability battery life. Clatter. Massive frozen mirrors appear out of nowhere in the air around them. And the number is more than before, at a glance, at least. If it's the amount just now, Roger can barely handle it. But facing the current order of magnitude, Roger has some headaches. Because when he is attacking some of the mirrors, Peluzalino can completely shuttle through other mirrors and take the opportunity to attack him. Certainly. This does not mean that Roger was eaten to death by Peluzalino. This just makes Roger's aggressiveness a bit more difficult. But if Roger doesn't want to fight Peluzalino, you can't keep him, Peluzalino. But this is only theoretical. Roger came to Naval headquarters to rescue his son Ace. As long as Ace hasn't been rescued, Roger can't escape no matter what. Hey. In this way, you can't do anything. Looking at Roger, who frowned into the word, chew on, Peluzalino smiled jokingly, while shuttling through nearly 100 frozen mirrors. However, as soon as his words fell, a powerful shockwave hit him instantly. This shockwave was like a big wave, instantly covering Peluzalino and hundreds of frozen wells around him. Boom boom boom. Although the distribution of these frozen mirrors is scattered, under the indiscriminate coverage of this shockwave, they all instantly turned into ice shards all over the sky. Peluzalino's figure was also forced to emerge instantly from these ice surfaces. Got you. Roger narrowed his eyes slightly. For a strong man like him, it can be said that he has reached the point of perfection in grasping the opportunities on the battlefield. At the moment when Peluzalino was forcibly blasted out of the ice, it was obviously a very good opportunity to make a move. The powerful observation hockey instantly locks Peluzalino's figure. Armored Haki and Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the blade at the same time. Roger's figure reached Paluzolino in an instant. God avoids. Without any gaudy pre-casting and deadly nonsense, Roger's knife was cut out in an instant. Before the blade touched Paluzolino, the powerful Conqueror's entangled attack hit Paluzolino with a bang. Boom. Paluzolino's figure was like a missile, which hit the marine defensive offensive not far away, and directly poured into it. Then the marine fortifications collapsed, burying Paluzolino. Roger, I'm going to deal with Kid Kizaru, you go save Ace. Whitebeard appeared next to Roger and said. And for Paluzolino's ability to shuttle through the mirror, the shock fruit of the day just happens to be its nemesis. If you use Whitebeard to deal with Kizaru, let alone whether you can kill Kizaru, but if you just want to hold him back, then there must be no problem at all. What's more, the current Whitebeard is Whitebeard, who is 15 years younger. Only 57 years old, about the same age as Kizaru. At this age, even if Whitebeard's strength has not fully reached the state of his heyday, it is definitely not far behind. If you really want to fight to the death with all your strength, Paluzolino is definitely not Whitebeard's opponent. But now Kizaru is not vegetarian. Brusalino with Ice Escape is like a combined state of Kizaru and Aokiji. Even though Shock Fruit can restrain Ice Stun, but if the abilities of Ice Stun and Sparkling Fruit cooperate well, it will definitely be full of killing moves. Woo. I really accidentally fell into the enemy's way. At this time, the ruins were opened, and Paluzolino walked out from the ruins. He patted his head, and there was still a classic, terrible, beating expression on his face. Maid, this idiot. Fighting is fighting. I don't know where there is so much nonsense. Give the enemy a chance to adjust, it is really stupid to make people speechless. Watching Paluzolino go from his original advantage to being caught by others, Sakazuki immediately cursed. Sakazuki was seriously dissatisfied when I saw Polusari's performance in Summit War in the White Frame video before. Now seeing Pineapple Solito's coquettish manipulation, how can he not be angry? With Whitebeard to deal with Paluzolino, Roger has no hesitation. Immediately rushed towards the execution platform. Don't even think about it. Sakazuki's face was angry, his arm turned into billowing lava, and he was about to launch a big gun in Roger's direction. Who are you looking down on? Crocodile's voice appeared in Sakazuki's ear. I am obviously fighting with him, but this guy is going to attack others. How contemptuous of his current opponent is this? Normal people absolutely cannot bear this kind of contempt. What's more, what about someone as arrogant as Crocodile? Sandstorm Desert Piranha. Crocodile pressed down on the ground with one hand, and a large amount of yellow sand emerged from the ground in an instant. Like countless springs gushing out of the ground suddenly, forming a series of tumbling sand rivers. 8 strands of sand rushed out of the ground, forming 8 desert spears, which instantly penetrated into Sakazuki's body from all directions. Roll. Sasuke was furious when Crocodile interrupted his original attack idea. On his body, lava surged and flowed, condensing into a solid lava armor. When Crocodile's 8 desert spears hit Sakazuki's body, it was like poking on solid steel, and it was instantly shattered. Idiot. Do you think you can compete with me when you get a broken magnet-style reward from the viewing system? My lava style is not comparable to your broken magnet style. With an angry growl, Sakazuki suddenly burst into lava. The figure rises rapidly and deforms. Behind him, a lava tail stretched out quietly. Then came the second, third, and fourth. When the 4 lava tails fully emerge, Sakazuki's shape has changed into a flaming ape. After getting rewards about the system, why does Sakazuki have super self-confidence? It is because when he got the lava style rewarded by the viewing system, he also got the power of the 4 tails Sun Wukong bound to the lava style. After a little understanding, Sakazuki will understand how powerful the tail beast is. To be a careerist with the ambition of absolute justice, after gaining strong support, he will only strengthen his belief. Sakazuki clasped his palms together, and then yanked to both sides. A thick cylinder of lava was pulled out by him. Lava-style golden cudgel. Sakazuki picked up the golden cudgel with both hands, jumped into the air. See the power of another world. Sakazuki slammed down on Crocodile hard. From his point of view, this blow will definitely smash Crocodile to pieces. The breath of the tailed beast. Looking up at Sakazuki falling from the sky, Crocodile whispered softly. Then, yellow sand burst out of his body crazily. The body shape is also constantly rising and changing. In a blink of an eye, it transformed into a fox raccoon with mysterious lines all over its body. The power of the tailed beast, it's like no one has it. Crocodile sneered, and countless yellow sand gathered from all directions in an instant. It condensed into a large yellow sand eggshell around his body. Let me use this strongest shield to appraise your great power. Show Crane absolute defense. Crocodile looked at Sakazuki in the gap, eyes full of contempt and disdain. While he was rewarded by the movie viewing system, he also got the power of the bound one-tail Shuhei. Although there is a difference in strength between the tailed beasts, the gap will not be so large. The one-tail Shuhei, which is famous for its defense, although its offensive ability is relatively weak, its defensive power is definitely leveraged. Seeing the breath of a tailed beast on Crocodile, Sakazuki immediately understood that Crocodile's form at this time is also completely tailed beast. He was taken aback for a moment, but then he thought about it. Since the lava-style reward combined the power of a tailed beast, why can't Crocodile's magnet-style bind the power of a tailed beast? HMPH. With the strength of one tail, you dare to be arrogant in front of four tails. Who gave you the confidence? With a cold snort, Sakazuki smashed the lava gold hoop in his hand. Boom. When the golden cudgel hit the absolutely defensive yellow sand eggshell, an earth-shattering bang resounded throughout the world of Naval headquarters. Marin's many grounds vibrated violently. In the Marine family town behind Marin, all the windows on the buildings were shattered by wolves at this moment. Sabo de Archipelago, rumble, even at a relatively long distance, this terrifying sound was transmitted to Sabo de Archipelago in an instant. It's as if someone detonated millions of shells on the sea not far away at the same time. It's deafening. OMG. A Kainu admiral and crocodiles, what's up? Why did one turn into an ape and 10 into fat cats? It's horrible. This should be related to the rewards they get from the viewing system? It's just a collision, but the sound of the collision directly crossed the sea and sky so far, and reached here. Look, the live broadcast on the top of the soap bubble is gone. Probably those few live phone bugs were killed by the blow just now. Fortunately, there is a movie viewing system, otherwise we wouldn't even have to watch it now. It's terrible. Is this the battle of the strong after receiving the reward? I feel that if I was on the scene, I would become cannon fodder in an instant. Haha. Be confident, man. Take out the word, I'm afraid. Naval headquarters, there are so many Marin. After the strong confrontation, the ground where Crocodile was on exploded instantly, and his things fell several meters deep. Around his body, the absolute defense composed of yellow sand was cracked by Sakazuki's hard blow. However, Crocodile is still well protected. Of course, Crocodile can stop Sakazuki's blow, but the ground can't stop it. So under the stick of Sakazuki, he was directly blasted below the surface. Idiot. Seeing that Crocodile disappeared from his eyes, Sakazuki was going to attack Roger. But at this moment, on the piece of ground where Bullock's love disappeared, all the original gravel and tiles turned into sand. The billowing yellow sand emerged from the ground, and instantly condensed into a new arc shape. Damn it. The ground quality of Naval headquarters is too bad, it caused me to go underground. Crocodile, who still maintained a complete tailed beast state, dusted off his body and said with some displeasure. Bastard. You're so on and on. Seeing Sakazuki chasing after him again, the anger in Sakazuki's heart. You have to work harder. You were only a little bit close to breaking through my defense. Crocodile took a puff of his cigar unhurriedly, and turned towards Sakazuki with a very proper expression. Now. It's time for me to take the initiative to attack. As he spoke, Crocodile suddenly opened his mouth, and a large amount of chakra energy burst out from his mouth. The chakra energy of this yin and yang attribute is quickly condensed and fused in a ratio of 2:8. In the blink of an eye, a purple energy ball was rubbed out. Asshole. You are an asshole. Suddenly seeing Crocodile make such a tailed beast bomb, Sakazuki is almost cursing. This is Naval headquarters after all. When this tailed beast bomb blows up, Marine will be affected on a large scale. But right now, since Crocodile has released the tailed beast bomb, he can only use a reciprocal attack method. Otherwise, he will suffer a big loss. Damn bastard. I will kill you. Sakazuki roared, and then opened his mouth. A purple-tailed beast bomb was instantly condensed. Why are you pretending to care about your comrades? If you have the ability, don't condense tailed beast bomb, and force me to remember it. With a disdainful taunt, Crocodile moved forward. The terrifying tailed beast bomb rushed toward Sakazuki immediately. Damn. Although Sakazuki will consider Marine's casualties, but not too much. In contrast, his own safety is the most important. Go. Underscore. He also spat forward. Tailed beast bomb pressed towards Crocodile's tailed beast. Rumble. The purple mushroom cloud reaches the sky. The tailed beast bomb exploded, and the energy generated instantly pierced through the sky and the earth in a blowout. Just like the chakra energy light wave, the billowing energy shock wave punched out a big hole in the atmosphere. And below, a deep pit was blown out of the ground of Marineford, piercing through the foundation of the island, causing the seawater from the deep sea to surge up along the pit in an instant, forming a seawater fountain. Not only that, the Marines and pirates around Sakazuki and Crocodile all died or were injured under this energy storm, and the scene was once horrible. Sakazuki, are you trying to destroy Marin Fando? Seeing Sakazuki and Crocodile make such a big noise, Sengoku is going crazy. He yelled with red eyes. If this battle is to continue like this, no matter what the final result is, Naval Headquarters will definitely sink. It's none of my business. The bastard Crocodile doesn't care about the situation of Marlin at all, he just wants to make a big fuss. Seeing that two-tailed beast bombs directly blew up Marineford, Sakazuki is also a dumb eater of Coptus chinensis, is hard to say. Lord Roger, I'm here to deal with the idiot Sakazuki. You must give Sengoku some color. Although Crocodile is arrogant, he still respects Roger. Witnessing the execution of One Piece Roger in Logue Town, Crocodile admired Roger's free and easy way before he died. Ah ha ha. That's a must. Roger laughed, and rushed towards the execution platform. I can't let you pass so easily. At this time, Kuzan appeared in time and stood in front of Roger. Two heavens of ice and fire dragon's ice and firebomb, underscore. Half of Kuzan's body erupted with icy ripples, and the other half erupted with fire dragon flames. The energy of ice and fire poured into Kuzan's body, and then he opened his mouth. Powerful energy bombs came out of his mouth. Each energy bomb is a mixture of ice and flames. The freezing and flame inside the bomb have reached a wonderful coexistence environment, as if they are constantly complementing each other like Tai Chi. Logia is really a headache, seeing the large amount of energy bombs rushing towards him like beans falling from a bamboo tube. Roger curled his lips in displeasure. The middle of the blade in his hand was covered with a jet black armament hockey. But just when he was about to take action against these energy explosions, it exploded directly above the ground. Hundreds of bones that looked like bamboo joints rushed out of the cracks in the ground. Kang 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 kang, these bamboo knots interweave each other instantly in two regular arrangements, upper left and upper right, as if blocking a fence in front of Roger. Rumble. The next moment, Kuzan released a large number of energy bombs and bombarded these mud fences with a force of destruction. After the violent explosion, those bone fences survived unharmed. Nani? Seeing this scene, Kuzan's face became a little ugly. The ability just now is already a powerful ability he has fused through Logia frozen fruit and flame fire dragon magic. According to his understanding, the power of the energy bomb after the fusion of ice and fire energy is absolutely no less than that of Sakazuki's magma. But even so, it didn't cause any obvious damage to those bone fences. How can this not shock Kuzan? Captain, hand him over to me. A figure floated over from behind Roger. It was Buggy. Little Buggy. Seeing Buggy up close again after many years, Roger was very excited. If it weren't for the Naval Headquarters battlefield, Roger would have sat down with Buggy and talked about his $10 days. Captain, now is not the time to reminisce about the past, hurry up and save Ace. While urging, Buggy rushed directly to Kuzan. At this moment, his body is flying in the air. Because I saw the fighting style of Buggy over there in the red frame video just now, so Buggy was crippled. Just when the warship was falling, Buggy put his 2 feet on Luffy's side. In this way, he can fly and fight without any worries. As for why Luffy agreed to help him keep a pair of feet, the reason is very simple. Buggy's position is to help Roger to save Ace. This alone is enough for Luffy to help Buggy unconditionally. Buggy rushed to Kuzan in one step. On the backs of his hands, several bone blades suddenly appeared. Looks like Wolverine. Buggy used to use a dagger as a weapon. He is good at holding the dagger between each finger. It is like the paw of a feline beast to launch a fierce wolf attack on the enemy. And now he has dead bone pulse. This resulted in the dagger turning to rubbish in front of his bones. So, directly use the strongest bone in the Hokage world to extend the bone blade. This is more effective than any magical weapon. Willow Dance Split Pancake. Buggy appeared in front of Kuzan. His 2 arms broke from his body in an instant, and attacked Kuzan from both left and right directions at the same time. At the same time, on his body, Sharp bones pierced through his chest like countless bed crossbows growing in front of his body. Tsubaki dance split machine gun. Following Buggy's low cry, the sharp bone spear on his body rushed towards Kuzan like a hungry and thirsty predator. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large number of bone spears instantly penetrated Kuzan's body. Kuzan melted into a piece of ice, and then quickly condensed. Broken mouth hyphenation point fire dragon's ice bird claw hook. Frozen instantly condenses into an ice eagle. But the feet of this ice eagle are covered with raging flames. The flames formed the ice eagle's sharp claws, and wherever it passed, it seemed to tear the air instantly, and the flames billowed. Boom. The ice eagle's talons landed on Buggy's body, sending his body flying upside down. Buggy's body was blasted to the ground, plowing a trench in Marineford. What a powerful method. Buggy got up from the ground and dusted off the dust. Although this level of attack can't cause him any harm, Trash still has a strong posture now, so of course he is unhappy. Thinking of this, the two arms he controlled quickly flew back and assembled on the body. Then he raised his right hand high and grabbed the spine of his back. Kalala, in the midst of a piercing sound, Buggy's spine was held in his hands. Dance of the Iron Flowers split bone shield dual riders. Buggy snorted coldly, his mouth immediately turned into Deister. The upper body is the strongest attacking knight holding a spiral bone spear. The lower body is a defensive knight holding the most hardened bone shield. But Buggy's head flew alone in the air, bone hairs emerged from his eyes and mouth continuously, and shot towards Zan. Frozen time capsule. Seeing Buggy's one base transformation into 3 bases, Kuzan chose to take the initiative. 2 ice pucks were thrown from his hands, and instantly hit the attacking knight and the defending knight. Caw 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 caw. The bitter cold air froze Buggy's body in thick ice. But I haven't waited for the ice to last for a second. A series of sharp bone spurs pierced out from the ice seal, smashing all the ice into shattered ice pieces. Fire won't melt it, and it won't freeze it. Kuzan frowned, facing Buggy's powerful bone defense, he was a little at a loss. I'm sorry. My bones are the hardest substance in the world, let alone your ice, even the best steel will be pierced by me times in an instant. With a haughty expression on Buggy's face, with a thought, the knight, holding the spiral bone spear attacked Kuzan first. On the other side, the knight, holding the strongest shield also moved. Trouble. Kuzan scratched his head, and couldn't think of any way to end this battle quickly. In desperation, Lien Zan had no choice but to fight Buggy seriously. As for Roger, taking advantage of Buggy's cover, he strode forward. Quickly approaching the execution platform. After passing the 3 admirals, ahead is the camp of 7 warlords of the sea and marine vice-admiral. Only. Doflamingo has changed a lot and become a crowd pleaser at the scene. Moria doesn't even know where she went, after all, after seeing his results after the Summit War in the White Frame video, wouldn't Moria be a fool if he still helped Marine? Hawkeye and Shiki went to compete in swordsmanship. Hancock is the most outrageous. She has already rushed to Luffy's side and is fighting side by side with Luffy. Originally there were only 5-7 warlords of the sea who came to participate in the Summit War operation, but now 4 out of 5 are gone, and only Bartholomew Kuma is still fighting for Marine. Of course, this is mainly because Bartholomew Kuma has been completely transformed and lost his sense of autonomy, becoming a war puppet who can only obey orders. Otherwise, I am afraid that none of the 7 warlords of the sea will stay at this time. Bartholomew Kuma put his hands together and immediately condensed an oversized bear paw-shaped airwave. The next moment, this oversized bear-shaped airwave was sharply compressed into Bartholomew Kuma's palm. Bear paw impact. Rumble. The air fluctuations compressed to the ultimate level exploded with terrifying impact force when Bartholomew Kuma slapped forward. Galaxy wink. At this moment, Ivankov, a cadre of the Lejeune army, arrived in front of Bartholomew Kuma and instantly withstood the explosion. Sir Roger, leave the bear to me. Ivankov parried again and said to Roger. After all, she now knows that Bartholomew Kuma has no sense of autonomy, but as she and Bartholomew Kuma are co-founders of the Revolutionary Army, he will not just watch Bartholomew Kuma die in this war in confusion. There are too many strong men on this battlefield now. If Bartholomew Kuma were to face a strong man from the old era, he might be completely killed. Rather than that, it would be better for her to restrain Bartholomew Kuma and prevent him from tragedy. That's really great, Roger laughed and continued to rush forward. A large number of Marine vice-admirals and rear admirals rushed over. Use all your strength to intercept and fight to the death to keep Roger alive in Naval headquarters. We at Vice Admiral are not vegetarians, although he is only one person, don't be careless. Both the Marine Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral doors were fully opened by Haki, showing a desperate attitude. Stop talking nonsense. Your opponent is us. Don't even think about interfering with Mr. Rogers' rescue of Ace. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates and the major captains rushed over and fought directly with the Marine Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral. Haha. Great. Whitebeard, I really owe you a daily favor this time. Although Roger is not afraid of these Marine Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals, it is impossible for even him to defeat these Marine backbones instantly. The current situation on the battlefield seems to be the pirates' side, but everyone knows. The pirates must seize time. Once the Marines receive reinforcements from Mariojoy, the pirates' advantage will be gone. The balance of victory will also tip towards Marine. If Luffy's identity is not exposed, maybe Mariojoy will only send CPO-level reinforcements. But now everyone knows that Luffy is the legendary Joey Boy. The world government wants to kill Luffy at all costs. So the reinforcements from Mariojoy will definitely be led by all 5 elders. The Knights of God should also come, to be even more extreme. Maybe the throne man, named Yimu, might take action himself. In that case, even with the support of the Red Hair Pirates, the pirates would definitely be at a huge disadvantage. So the rhythm of the current Summit War is completely different from that of the Summit War. Now this battlefield focuses on a quick victory. The pirates not only want to save people, but they also want to save them quickly. It is necessary to successfully evacuate before reinforcements from Mariojoy arrive. Otherwise, even if someone rescues him, he may not be able to escape. Roger jumped up and looked at the execution platform just around the corner. He shouted boldly, "Ace, I'm here to save you." Garp. What are you waiting for? Seeing that Roger was already in front of him, Sengoku looked at Garp and shouted angrily. Under normal circumstances, Garp would never allow anyone except Luffy to get close to the execution platform. We will never allow anyone to offend Marine's majesty. But from watching movies online, Garp has already seen his future. No matter which side is developing, the world's official government will not hesitate to kill his great-grandson. This is Garp's bottom line, and even more so his reverse scale. So at this time, when Garp saw Roger rushing to the execution platform to save his own son, his mentality was completely different from before. Bore. Even out of empathy, Garp only feels the same for Roger at this time. Garp wants to save his eldest grandson, Roger wants to save his own son. These two brothers and sisters who are both enemies and friends are actually facing the same situation at this time. Garp. You can't shake your faith at a time like this. Finding that Garp didn't intend to do anything, Sengoku hurriedly reprimanded him. However, Garp gritted his teeth, and after showing a slight struggle on his face, he shook his head firmly. No. I won't go. Seeing Garp's attitude, Sengoku secretly sighed. Although he is still firm in his position, he is also Garp's brother for many years after all, and he doesn't want to force him anymore. Think about it yourself. Desolately left a word, Sengoku stepped on his feet and jumped directly from the execution platform. Roger. Don't try to play wild in Naval headquarters, watch how I deal with you, Dewey Tianlong. With a roar, Sengoku vented all his anger on Roger. God avoid. Roger didn't mean to be polite at all. As soon as he made a move, it was a powerful killing move. The powerful armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki are wrapped around the blade at the same time, like two swimming dragons, one black and one purple, dancing on the blade. Is the Conqueror's twine. Seeing the power of Roger's blade, Sengoku's heart moved slightly. When he was young, he could do it too, only. Although he is now rewarded by the system as 15 years younger. His current physical age is about 65 years old, and he can't support him to use Conqueror's winding. Of course, there is no need for him to use Conquerors to fight Roger recklessly now. With his physical condition, he can control the fruit ability with ease. There is also the ability brought by Dewey Tianlong Cassock. Sengoku under the Golden Buddha's light, the whole person's Buddha's light is vast. It is like a true Buddha descended into the world. He fell from the sky and looked down on Roger. The vertical palm of his right hand is a steel, golden and shining. Facing Roger below, he slapped it with his palm. Under the Dharma of Dewey Tianlong, Sengoku's physical strength has become quite powerful. In addition, he also used armament Haki to coat his golden Buddha with a layer of black skin. At this time, he looks black and bright, although this appearance is funny, but the defensive power is quite terrifying. Sengoku slashed down with his palm from the air, and felt Roger's divine avoidance, with the palm of Buddha's light body protection. Rumble. The attacks of the two did not come into contact, but a terrifying explosion erupted a few meters away. Powerful new classes turn everything around into dust. So scary. It's not over yet. On Sengoku's body, Dway Tianlongjiashi is as red as blood. On the blood-colored cassock, the golden lines erupted with a violent golden light at this moment. Very shiny. At this moment, Sengoku is like beating a chicken. Not only did his palm not withdraw, but he exerted more and more force. Under this attack, Roger could have been evenly matched with Sengoku. But at this moment, he suddenly felt the power from Sengoku suddenly increase. It was as if suddenly the weight of more than a dozen mountains pressed towards him violently. Damn it. Is this the power of the Dway Tianlong cassock? Although Roger doesn't know what Sengoku is doing, but he has fought against Sengoku many times when he was young, and he already knows the strength of Sengoku. At this time, Sengoku erupted with a force that was completely beyond logic. Obviously, this is definitely a reward from the viewing system. Boom. A strong bang, Roger's figure was slammed onto the ground. Around his body, the ground collapsed. It's as if there is a huge transparent palm pressing on the dough. The ground around Roger suddenly collapsed into a huge palm-shaped crater. Facing such a powerful, different dimension invasion, even Roger, the One Piece king, can't turn the tide. Puff. With a lag in his mouth, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Roger. On the execution platform, Ace watched this scene and subconsciously shouted. Ace hated Roger from the bottom of his heart. He hates Roger for giving birth to him, especially when Roger knows that his time is running out. He still wants to give birth to Ace with Rouge. This is really irresponsible. Ace has never had a father since he was born, and has almost never felt what is called fatherly love. This is why after he joined the Whitebeard Pirates and felt the family atmosphere of the Whitebeard Pirates, he would wholeheartedly treat Whitebeard as his father. Although the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates and their captains all call Whitebeard Daddy, but everyone's feelings for Whitebeard are actually different. Some people just regard Whitebeard as a towering backer, seeking protection. Some people just yell and it becomes a habit. But Ace felt Whitebeard's love for his father and son from the bottom of his heart. When he recognized Whitebeard as his father, his hatred for Roger became even stronger. Should have seen Roger rushing over desperately to save him. I saw Roger spitting blood on the ground when Sengoku slapped him. Ace's heart was finally touched. Although he still can't accept Roger as his father, it doesn't stop him from caring about Roger at the moment. He said, Roger, the meaning of concern is self-evident. Roger was overjoyed when he heard Ace's voice. Although Ace called him by his first name, Roger could feel the tension and concern in the voice. This is enough. Definitely a great message for Roger. His son's concern gave him strength. Wiping off the blood from the corner of his mouth, Roger bounced off the ground. Old dog Sengoku, although I don't know what kind of power you have, but don't underestimate a father's determination to save his son. The powerful Haki is released instantly. The jet black armament Haki hardened Roger's entire body. Conqueror's Haki unleashed his full strength without reservation, circling around his blade. He rushed to Sengoku again and launched a suicide attack on Sengoku in a desperate way. Sengoku has Dway Tianlong cassock body protection, so powerful at this time. But in the face of Roger's desperate style of play, he didn't dare to face the front. Sengoku relied on his own strength and the power of Dway Tianlong to deal with Roger. In the Battle of the Strong, this practice is very common. As long as Roger's desperate efforts are overcome, then Sengoku will go all out later. When Roger and Sengoku were killing each other, Luffy ran all the way and successfully arrived at the execution platform. Mr. Luffy, leave this place to me to guard, you hurry to save your brother. The customer's cheeks were flushed, and he looked at Luffy obsessively. Well, Hancock, thank you so much. Luffy hastily said a word of thanks, and immediately soared into the sky. The figure appeared in front of the execution platform in one step. Not good. Sengoku turned his head and saw that the execution platform was no longer defended by Marine's advanced combat power. Only Garp and Ace are still there. I just saw the future scene in the white frame video, so Sengoku is not imagining that Garp can kill his relatives right now. Why? He sighed and tried his best. Leave the rest to the world government. Grandpa, get out of the way. I already know you won't stop me. Luffy jumped to the top of the execution platform and yelled at Garp, who stood in front of Ace. In the white frame video before, Luffy, who was released by Garp, was blinded. What nonsense, Luffy. Garp clenched his fists. He looked at Luffy. I won't run away this time. Grandfather. Hearing what Garp said, Luffy was a little confused. Could it be that Grandpa wants to kill grandson to prove the truth? Garp. Sengoku is also secretly happy. Could it be that Garp is going to be broken or built? Subconsciously, both Sengoku and Roger looked at Garp. I saw Garp bring Ace to him, grandfather. Seeing this scene, Luffy didn't dare to rush forward. However, the next moment, Garp grabbed the seastone handcuffs on Ace's wrist, and inserted the key in his hand into the keyhole. Caw. Turn the key, and the handcuffs fall off. Luffy. This time I won't run away, I have to make a choice. Garp hugged Ace with his left arm, and pulled Luffy over with his right hand. With tears in his eyes, he shouted loudly. Since this era has chosen you, I have no other choice as a grandfather. Luffy, Ace, let's rush out together. Good. Grandfather. Suddenly hearing what Garp said, Luffy and Ace were taken aback, and then their faces burst into ecstasy. Grandpa finally no longer needs to be oppressed by the hypocritical government of the world. Gu la 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 la. Garp, you finally made the right choice. Whitebeard laughed while fighting Kizaru. Roger was even more ecstatic. Garp. Take my son and your grandson to the captain first. Let's go drink later. Bastard. Garp, you are not called a marine hero. You deserve to die for betraying Marine at this time. Sakazuki was so angry that lava rolled all over his body. Others want grandparents and grandchildren to reunite. What right do you have to interfere with them? Crocodile waved his right hand, setting off a burst of sharp sandman. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates obey the order. All members will fight and retreat. The target has been rescued. Whitebeard slashes Kizaru back, and then his Conqueror's Haki is released suddenly. Although his Overlord Haki can't attack a target as accurately as the red-haired Shanks, but the general direction control can still be easily done. Boom. The majestic Haki suddenly rose from Whitebeard's body, like a raging wave, rushing towards the Marines ahead. Nani. Damn. Sengoku stared, and immediately understood what Whitebeard was thinking. Obviously. Whitebeard wants to use Conqueror's Haki to stun all the weaker Marine soldiers in the Marine camp, so that it will be convenient for the Whitebeard pirates to retreat. Don't even think about it. Sengoku roared furiously, and then his Conqueror's Haki was released. Two invisible energy fields collided in the mid-air of naval headquarters. It's like two hemisphere-shaped barriers, where pirates and Marines wrestle crazily. Haha. The old dog of the national war. You are the only conquerors in the Marine. Let's see what you do. Roger grinned, and then his Conqueror's Haki was activated instantly. At this moment, two strands of Conqueror's Haki collided with Sengoku's Conqueror's Haki, forming a 2-on-1 situation. Sengoku's Conqueror's Haki fell apart in an instant. Roger's Conqueror's Haki and Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki formed a double oppression, crushing and rolling towards the Marine camp in an instant. As long as the military rank has nothing to do with the general. They all lost their eyes and fell to the ground. The entire battlefield suddenly became much more refreshing. The situation is even more favorable for the pirates. The remaining Commodore, Rear Admiral, and Vice Admiral are not enough to stop the retreat of the pirates. The pirates concentrated their superior firepower and bombarded these Commodore, Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral. With Luffy and Ace joining the battlefield, the retreat of the entire Whitebeard pirate group has become smoother. Although Garp decided to leave with Luffy, but at this time, he did not attack Marine, but just followed Luffy like a shadow, like a personal bodyguard. Captain, here we come. At this moment, the pirate ship Redforth arrived at naval headquarters. The cadres of the Red Hair Pirates led by Red Hair Shanks all rushed to the battle platform of naval headquarters. Ah ha ha. Little Shanks, you are finally here. Seeing the long-lost Shanks, the smile on Roger's face is very distracting. Buggy was in the air, looking down at Shanks. You idiot, you came too late. This battle is going to be over. Ah. Shanks scratched his head and shrugged his shoulders at Buggy. I can't help it, I just went to deal with Kaido yesterday, and it came here without stopping. Then, he looked in the direction of Sengoku, and said in a deep voice, there is no need to continue this battle. I think, let's stop here. Everyone, please give me some face. While speaking, Conqueror's Haki by Shang was also released with a bang. The terrifying aura appeared for a split second, and even the expressions of Roger and Whitebeard changed slightly. Hiss, this power. Rumble. An invisible aura enveloped the front in an instant, as if a monstrous giant palm had slammed down on the Marines. Those Marine officers who had already been knocked to the ground at this moment just let out a whimper and completely lost consciousness. As for those commodores and rear admirals who were still fighting, they were not spared at this time. They only felt that a heavy force suddenly covered them, and they fell to the ground in an instant, foaming at the mouth. All of them were powerless and frightened. Even among the Marine Vice Admiral, there are quite a few people with pale faces. When this scene appears, not only the powerhouses of naval headquarters, but even everyone in the world who was watching through the white-framed screen at this time all took a sharp breath. This. A pair of eyes fell on Shanks in horror. Redhead, you still say your Conquerors is not as good as Red Luffy? Dust? You know, when watching the Red Frame video before, the Red Luffy released a Conqueror's Haki in the Summit War, directly stunned all Marines from the Rear Admiral down. Even the Rear Admiral was stunned 10 times. Seeing that scene at that time, all moviegoers were astonished. And when someone asked Shanks if he could achieve this level, Shanks said that he was a little worse than Luffy. But now it seems, Shanks is obviously too modest. But if you think about it carefully, you can understand. On the road of Conqueror's Haki, the red-haired Shanks is the most talented existence after all. He has practiced for so many years, how could he be easily surpassed by a teenager? But even so, the cultivation level of Red Luffy's Conqueror's Haki, who was only 17 years old at the time, was absolutely second to none. With a mere 17 years old, he directly threatened the dominance of the strongest conquerors. This is already super scary, damn. Red hair. Faced with Shanks' horrific conqueror's suppression, Sengoku's face instantly became extremely ugly. If Marine was able to barely deal with the pirate army before. So now. When the Red Hair pirates joined, Shanks single-handedly suppressed all the Marine rear admirals in an instant. In this case, Marine has no chance of winning. Sengoku raised his head subconsciously, and looked in the direction of Mariajoy. Now I can only rely on the support of Mariajoy. When he raised his head, his eyes narrowed. In the sky, one after another silhouettes are rapidly descending. The person rushing to the front is none other than Kong, the commander-in-chief of the whole army. Marshal Sky. Seeing that the reinforcements finally arrived, Sengoku was overjoyed. But when he saw the figures behind Kong, his face suddenly collapsed. Because the ones who appeared with Kong seemed to be only CPO people. Marshal Kong, are these all the reinforcements? Sengoku asked with some concern. All Marines obey orders and stop the pirates. The second batch of reinforcements will arrive soon. Taking advantage of today's situation, make sure to wipe out all the pirates present. Kong roared loudly. Hearing this, Sakazuki was the first to make a strong response. With this shout, he also got Kong's approving gaze. Woo. Trouble. Seeing such a scene, Paluzolino thought to himself, and stamped his head without any trace. Empty. Even those crooked melons behind you are worthy of such arrogant words. Roger grinned, and immediately got up. Roger. Unless you can wipe out all the Marines within a few minutes, otherwise, when the 5 elders and the Knights of God arrive, you pirates will only face death. Kong didn't care about Roger's sarcasm at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he was confident in this battle. Then, he looked in the direction of Luffy, and ordered to the CPI behind him. All you have to do is hold Monkey D. Luffy, no matter who lets him go, no one can let him go. Yes. Everyone in the CPO took orders immediately. Null. However, Kong's words immediately aroused Garp's anger. His eyes were red, and he looked at Kong angrily. Kong. Just because of that legend, you have to kill my grandson. Hearing Garp's question, Kong sighed slightly. But then he immediately became firm in his belief, and said in a cold voice, the appearance of Joey Boy will plunge this era into great chaos, and many people will die because of it. For justice, for the world, the government can only sacrifice your grandson. Getting such a conclusion from Kong's mouth, Pooh was trembling all over. Kong responded coldly. Garp. This is Luffy's life. Fate. This old man doesn't believe in fate. With an angry roar, Garp stepped on his feet and rushed towards Kong directly. Galaxy shattered. The figure came in front of Kong in an instant, and Garp punched his face. However, Kong didn't dodge at all, and also shot out. The jet black armament Haki protruded from his arm, as if soaked into the bones. The earth shakes mountains and rivers. Kong punched and collided violently with Garp's blow. Boom. There was a loud bang on the ground. The entire Marin fan duo seemed to be caught in a violent explosion. The collision of these two top forces instantly caused the entire space around them to collapse. The majestic power fluctuations were as if they were suddenly squeezed out of a balloon, and the unimaginable impact posture rumbled towards the surroundings. The Marin-rich ground that was originally intact fell apart in an instant under the remnant power of this blow. It turned into a ruin with countless pieces of rubble. Garp immediately stepped back and looked at Kong aggressively. Kong sneered. "Don't forget who brought you here." After punching Garp, Kong seemed to be able to do it with ease. He is also 15 years younger, so even against the 15-year-old Garp, he will not be at a disadvantage. "Grandpa, let me help you." Luffy knocked over two Marine Vice Admirals and immediately rushed to Garp. "Stop him." Several more Marine Vice Admirals are approaching Luffy, trying to stop Luffy. "Don't even think about interfering, Luffy." Ace swung his right hand forward suddenly. The flames are like exploding mountains and rivers, suddenly pouring out. "Yan Shangjung." Ace breathed fire with both hands at the same time, forming a circle of fire pillars rising into the sky, blocking all the Marine Vice Admirals behind. "You guys go and stop him. The 5 elders will be here soon." Kong saw Luffy attacking him, and he immediately ordered the CP0 behind him to intercept. Although he said that he would hold back Luffy at all costs, if the price was his own. Kong still needs to think about it, especially after knowing that Luffy has activated the 5th gear and received the Armament Hockey full-level experience pack. Kong will not be stupid and go head-to-head with Luffy. How terrifying is the 5th level Luffy with the bonus of Armament Hockey at full level? The answer has been given in the white frame video before. Moreover, Luffy's Armament Hockey has not reached the full level. Of course, the Luffy in front of me will not be entangled by conquerors. But no matter what, he definitely has top-notch strength. To face such Luffy and angry Garp at the same time, Kong would never want to do this. Several strong men from the CPO immediately used Shao and Moonwalk. He quickly intercepted Luffy, but at this moment, a bullet instantly penetrated Maha's body. "Don't take it for granted. As long as we are here, no one can touch Luffy today." Beckman cocked the rifle in his hand, and while talking, he gently blew on the smoke coming from the muzzle. That shot just now became his masterpiece. The former, who has the strength of an emperor, directly destroyed the CPO's Maha with one shot. Brush. Shanks also appeared, the unicorn arm bursting with extraordinary speed and power. The sword body is even wrapped with Qilin flames, like a stream of red light, instantly streaking across the sky. Phew. CPO agent Joseph's body was broken into 2 pieces. At the broken spot, unicorn flames were burning, sizzling and oily. Other cadres of red hair pirates also rushed forward. The remaining CP0 agents were no match at all and were quickly suppressed or even killed. No one can stop Luffy. Luffy jumps directly to the top of Kong's head. Rubber hyphenation point Snake Shinso. Once launched, Luffy has the strongest move. After awakening the 5th gear, Luffy automatically realized the Ape Shinso and the Snake Shinso. The difference between these two moves is, Ape Shinso uses oversized fists to increase their power to hit oversized opponents. The Snake Shinso is the superior ability of the Snake King Spear. The fist will not become extremely huge, but it can condense Haki into its essence and produce at least 100 times the power of itself with a regular volume. In this kind of battlefield, although Ape Shinso can be used, it will hurt teammates. Snake Shinso is obviously more suitable. Boy, you are looking for death. Seeing that Luffy didn't use the same trick he used to defeat Kaido in the white frame video, Kong felt relieved. The armament Haki on him exploded violently, and then his legs bent. The sky is falling apart. His legs suddenly burst out with strength and were about to rise into the sky. But at this moment, Garp's voice rang in his ears. "Grandpa and grandson are united, Meteor." Damn. Suddenly feeling the pressure of Garp's attack, Kong's heart suddenly became angry. Actually 2 against 1. Especially when he was gathering strength to meet Luffy's attack, Garp's attack seemed particularly deadly. Moreover, Garp is close. Kong had to react to face Garp. Otherwise, Kong would be smashed to pieces by Garp's blow without waiting for Luffy's punch. "Then I'll send you on your way first." In anger, Hong Kong Stock Exchange changed its offensive and went directly to Garp. Boom. The two attacks collided instantly, erupting with a force that was as devastating as the world. Both of them are top experts in physical skills. In such a fierce collision, neither of them gained any benefits. Garp instantly took a few steps back. Kong also took several steps back. But the difference is, after Garp goes backwards, you can adjust your breathing. But it was too late for Kong to regroup his strength to face Luffy above him. Rubber snake Shinso. Luffy's fist fell from the sky. The top armament Haki dyes his fists as brightly as ink. The flames of awakening swirled around Luffy's fist. Full of divinity. In a hurry, Kong quickly raised his hands and attacked Luffy. However, the characteristic of Luffy's Snake series boxing is that it is as agile and cunning as a snake. Seeing that this punch was about to collide with Kong's fist, when the punch reached 1 foot away from the limit of Kong's attack distance, it actually turned at an angle of 70 degrees, directly inserted from the side. Whoosh whoosh. This fist was like a very fast snake. It changed its angle several times and arrived behind Kong in an instant. Nani. Feeling the terrifying power coming from the back of his head, Kong's expression suddenly changed. He immediately wanted to avoid. But Luffy's group is really too fast. Boom. Just as his head turned a little, he was hit hard by Luffy's fist. Rumble. When this punch landed, it was as if a magnitude earthquake had occurred on Kong's head. If there is slow motion, you can clearly see that Kong's face is vibrating at a high frequency. His consciousness blurred for a moment. The whole person seemed to be drunk, and he suddenly started shaking. Brush. Luffy fell from the sky and landed in front of Kong. He stood on the ground with one hand, raised his head sharply, and looked at Gang Kong. I will not be killed by someone as indiscriminate as you. When he thought of the scene he just saw in the video, Luffy felt angry. The old man in front of me is not so much the commander-in-chief of the entire army of the World Palace, but rather a good dog of the World Palace. Just because the 5 elders gave the order, he will kill Luffy by any means necessary. Luffy will never forgive this. Rubber_Ape King Gun. Luffy's right hand was pulled sharply behind him, and at the same time he zoomed in. Jet black armament Haki covers it. The next moment, this terrifying fist fell on Kong. Boom. This punch landed, and before Kong could regain his consciousness, his powerful body was violently blasted away. With a loud noise, Kong's body hit the top of the Naval headquarters building, sending up rubble and smoke all over the sky. Clatter. I saw that a corner of the Naval headquarters building collapsed. The power. Thief ha ha ha. A figure appeared from the collapse. He looked at Kong lying at his feet and said with a grin. Oops. Sengoku turned his head and saw this figure, and his face suddenly became anxious. Because this person is none other than Blackbeard, who will become one of the 4 emperors in the future screen. This guy isn't with Whitebeard, but he's definitely not with Marine. With the appearance of Blackbeard Teach, several figures appeared beside him in an instant. Undoubtedly, it is all the executive members of the Blackbeard Pirates. Faced with this situation, I can only be a dead horse as a living horse doctor, shouting at Blackbeard, Blackbeard, save Marshal Kong, I will thank you. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Blackbeard Teach burst out laughing. Sengoku. Now, do you think anyone will believe your nonsense? Whether it is a white frame video or a red frame video, everyone has seen too much. Blackbeard is not stupid. From the very beginning, he never thought of becoming Marine's vassal, and naturally he would never believe that Marine Wei was sincere to him. It's nothing more than mutual use, but in the current situation, even if he really helps Marine save Kong, he won't get a thank you from the government of the world afterwards. All the government of the world wants to do is to destroy him. Blackbeard Teach walked up to Kong, stared at Kong's corpse, and grinned grinningly. Teach, what are you going to do? Seeing this scene, Sengoku was furious. Thief ha ha ha. The military medal for killing the commander-in-chief of the entire army, I, Teach, want it. With a big grin, a large amount of black dark matter sprang out of Blackbeard Tiki's left hand, as if entangled by a demon, and rushed towards Kong in an instant. His dream is to become the One Piece, so he must have many powerful helpers to achieve it. And if you want others to believe him, then he must not only have strong strength, but also have enough pirate honor. It is undoubtedly a great honor to kill the commander-in-chief of Marine's army with his own hands. You will make more pirates come to him. The black dark matter swallowed Kong, as if countless insects and ants were feeding his body crazily. Kong's body was continuously collapsed and eroded. Og. Seeing that Kong was killed by Blackbeard Teach, Sakazuki was furious. Damn pirates will never be forgiven. Sakazuki is crazy and furious, but he is always entangled by crocodile, which makes him almost explode. Thief, ha ha ha. Completely turning Kong's body into fly ash, Blackbeard Teach laughed ferociously. Looks like we can't find any bargains here today, so let's withdraw first. As he spoke, he waved to the cadres. Let's go. Ha ha ha. The executives of the Blackbeard pirates did not hesitate. Everyone knows that Mariajoy's reinforcements are coming soon. If you don't leave now, when will you stay? The San Juan wolves picked up everyone, put them under the big raft, and floated out into the distance amid Blackbeard Teach's wicked laughter. No one could have imagined that the first wave of reinforcements from Mariajoy not only failed to put the pirates in trouble, but almost killed and injured them in a short period of time. Not to mention boosting Marine's morale, it directly lowered Marine's morale to the bottom. Damn it. Never let these pirates escape. Hold them all. Wait for the arrival of the 5 elders. Sakazuki's eyes are red, as if he is going crazy. Garp. Look at what you've done. Seeing his old boss die in front of his eyes, Sengoku is also furious. He stared at Garp angrily, panting like a wolf. To be honest, for Kong's death, Garp feels apologetic. But not much, although Dang Kong is also the old captain of Garp. But from the moment he was determined to kill Luffy for the world government, he was Garp's sworn enemy. The road you choose, you have to walk on your knees. Even if you are the commander-in-chief of Marine, it is the same. Stop talking. I am no longer Marine Vice Admiral. Whoever wants to kill my grandson, I will kill him. Even if the 5 elders appear here, I will not keep them. Garp's roar spread throughout Naval headquarters. It has also spread all over the world through the viewing system. Bastard. Betray the world government, the only way to die. At this moment, a thick and powerful roar appeared above everyone's heads. Everyone looked up. I saw that in the sky, the troublesome crowd was descending quickly. 5 elders. Seeing these people appear, Sakazuki was even more excited than meeting his own father. Of course, he is not excited because 5 elders gave him the position of marshal in the future. But because of the support of this wave of strong men, it is impossible for these pirates in front of them to escape. Even if some of them can escape, they will definitely suffer serious losses. As long as he can kill pirates, Sakazuki will be happy. Sakazuki would be even more excited if he could kill a powerful pirate. And this wave of reinforcements includes not only the 5 elders, but also the Knights of God led by ancient Saint Fegolando Green. Such a wave of strong reinforcements joining the Marine side directly tipped the balance of victory. Satan Saint, Wachuli Saint, the 3 of us are going to kill Luffy, and the rest of us will hold off other enemies. As soon as he arrived at the battlefield, Saint Marcus Moshe didn't even say a word of nonsense and directly conveyed the killing order. Don't worry. Leave it to us. Ancient Saint Fegolando Green glanced at the corner of his mouth, looking confident. Oops. They're going to kill Luffy. Seeing such a scene, Ben Beckman suddenly showed an anxious look on his face, and he quickly shouted, 9 days. The sudden scene caught all the pirates off guard. The situation on the battlefield has basically stabilized, and the number of people who can support Luffy at this time is very limited. Don't even think about it. Shanks' eyes suddenly shrank, and the cold murderous intent was instantly released from his body. He immediately rushed in the direction of Luffy. However, Shanks, where are you going? A figure stopped in front of Shanks. He looked at Shanks with a half smile. Gringu. Don't seek death. Facing the energetic old guy in front of him, Shanks showed a ruthless expression, holding the famous sword griffin in his left unicorn arm, with blazing unicorn flames on it. Hey, that little kid from back then has strong wings now, right? Listening to Shanks' threat, Ancient Sage Green not only showed no fear, but instead grinned and started teasing him. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you now. Get out of the way. Shanks took a step forward, and the blade in his hand shone instantly. Carrying the billowing flames and cold light, he rolled towards the ancient holy green in front of him. Huh. This flame is a bit interesting. Ancient Saint Green took a step back first, and then the famous sword Kanglang on his waist came out of its sheath. Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki were wrapped around the blade at the same time. Ancient Saint Green slashed forward with his sword and fought with Shanks. On the other side, Saint Satan, Saint Vachuli and Saint Moshe had already approached Luffy and immediately surrounded him, blocking all his escape routes. You bastards. When Garp saw this, his eyeballs were bloodshot and he immediately went to rescue Luffy. You traitor to Marine, just stay here and watch with your own eyes how your grandson dies. A flash of swordlight came towards his life, forcing Garp to punch out in a hurry. The attacks of the two collided with each other, and the 5-star explosion instantly shattered the surrounding air. The one who came to stop Garp was the great swordsman Azambalan V. Nasjiro from 5 Elders. He himself is a great swordsman with strong swordsmanship. At the same time, he is also an esper of the zone fantasy beast species. With the addition of these two aspects, there is no need to think too much about his strength. He is a stable to level. On the other side, Ben Beckman also wanted to support Luffy, but was stopped by another 5 Elders, Shepherd 10 Peter. Facing the 5 Elders, who are powerful in physical skills and are of the phantom beast species, even a general level warrior will never be able to break through easily. Go support Luffy. Upon seeing this, the red-haired man immediately ordered his cadres. These cadres have also watched Luffy grow up, so naturally they cannot leave Luffy alone. However, other powerful men from the Knights of God swarmed forward and surrounded the Red Hair Pirates' officers. Among these strong men in the legend of Knights of God, the weakest ones have the level of Marine Vice Admiral. There are even 3 other people at the level of Emperor and Deputy. Coupled with the ancient Saint Fagolando Green who is firmly at the Imperial level. The high-level combat power of a Knights of God group has firmly exceeded that of any 4 Emperors group. With the 5 Elders in charge of the World Palace, plus such a Knights of God, this is the basis for the World Palace to rule the world. At this moment, everyone on the pirate side was restrained. Luffy's side suddenly became a huge disadvantage with 1 versus 3. To know. At this time, although Luffy has awakened the Nika form, he still has armament Haki at full level. But after all, he hasn't awakened Conqueror's entanglement yet. With examples like his, he can at most be deceived into dealing with a general level warrior. If you meet 2, it's all for nothing, let alone 3. 3 strong men of the fantasy beast species besieged Luffy. Even the Child of Destiny, Luffy could only parry. Even parrying is extremely difficult, it seems like it might collapse at any time. Puff. Lulusia Satan transformed into a demon form, and the sharp tail pierced through one of Luffy's arms in an instant. Ah! Luffy was in severe pain, howled, and the other hand turned into a huge fist, and slammed on the big face of Lulusia Sakenrate. Boom. Lulusia Satan took a punch, his face was sunken, and he staggered back a few steps. But at the same time, Maka's Mahjong's attack has also arrived. He opened his mouth wide, and those 2 rows of sharp teeth bit Luffy's shoulder viciously. He used it for a flick. Tear apart a gash was torn on Luffy's shoulder, and blood shot out. Luffy. Ace's eyes were red, he tried his best to rush over, but was blocked by other Marine Vice Admiral. Straw Hat Boy. Hold on. This old man is here to save you. Whitebeard slashed at Paluzolino in a life-threatening way. Paluzolino himself is a clock-in-time social worker. How could he fight Whitebeard desperately? Without thinking too much, he immediately stepped out of the way. Seeing this, Whitebeard rushed over immediately. Luffy came here to save Ace, how could Whitebeard watch him die under siege? What's more, he is now sure that Luffy is the destiny child of this era. To change the world, Luffy must not die. At this moment, Whitebeard even made a decision to save Luffy's life even if he sacrificed himself. But just as he rushed past Paluzolino's body, Paluzolino's wretched voice came from behind him. Woo. I am also a Marine Admiral anyway, if you let it go so easily. My salary will be deducted. Whoosh whoosh. As Paluzolino's voice fell, several extremely thick laser beams shot towards Whitebeard's back. No way, faced with such a powerful attack, Whitebeard had to stop and turn around to resist. Kaka kaka. A grim freezing sound is generated around Whitebeard. Frozen mirrors are floating around Whitebeard. Feel my new moves. Ice escape floating array. I saw Paluzolino continuously shooting laser beams from both hands, one by one falling on the frozen mirror surface around Whitebeard. Whoosh whoosh. These laser beams only rely on mirrors for random reflections, making the day have to go all out. Rumble. Whitebeard shot out a shockwave, smashing the frozen mirror on the right. However, Paluzolino quickly condensed out again. Seeing his hard work, it seems that he plans to get overtime bonus today. Roger. Seeing that I can't break through, Whitebeard shouted. However, facing Sengoku, Roger can only be evenly matched, and it is impossible to break through under Sengoku's eyeing eyes. Damn. Damn. Garp remembers screaming crazily, but the case of Ron-M Nashijiro in Yijuang in front of him will not let him pass anyway. Boom. 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 Luffy got hit one after another, spewing blood from his mouth. His body is like a ragbag and fell to the ground. And Topman Vochalison, Lulusia Satanzen and Makas Mahjong are determined to kill each other. Just as Luffy landed here, the three of them immediately stepped on the ground. Surround Luffy instantly. Could it be? Hawkeye, who was fighting, subconsciously stopped. His pupils narrowed slightly. Could it be that the destiny of Destiny Child will be terminated? No way. Shiki is also stunned. Crocodile frowned while fighting Sakazuki. Is the legend about to end? Not only them. The eyes of all the powerhouses present gathered at this moment. All the viewers who are watching through the viewing system are also closely watching the battlefield of Luffy and the 3-5 elders. Their hearts are all mentioned in their throats. Could it be? This era called Luffy has just begun and is about to end. 3-5 elders, all in the form of phantom beasts. At this moment, almost everyone thought that Luffy was bound to die. Children of the times? It's better to die obediently. A sneer flashed across the corner of Marcus Maz's lips. He raised his sharp claws and hit Luffy's chest. At the same time, Saint Jagolucia Satan and Saint Topman Wachuli also launched attacks on Luffy's vitals. Brush. The moment the three people's attacks were about to fall on Luffy, Luffy's figure disappeared out of thin air. Kang. Boom. Click. The attacks of the three phantom beast species all landed on the ground, making a dull sound. The 3-5 elders all had confused expressions on their faces. As for the Luffy people, that is really missing. And on the battlefield, another supernova appeared. Capone Beige. At this time, inside Capone Beige, the injured Luffy appeared here with a confused face. Next to him, this is Trafalgar Law. Taylor Nan. It was you who saved me. Seeing Trafalgar Law appear in front of him, Luffy opened his eyes wide and full of surprise. Although the intersection between him and Trafalgar Law is not deep now, through the future scene in the white frame video just now, Luffy knows that Trafalgar Law can deal with. If something happens, he will really come to you. Now seeing that Trafalgar Law saved him from life and death, Luffy was excited and grabbed Trafalgar Law's hand. I took action, but it was not me who really saved you, but the head of Beige. Trafalgar Law's mouth twitched, and he took his hand out of Luffy's hand without leaving a trace. Capone Beige. He's here too. Hearing this name, the look of surprise on Luffy's face increased again. In the future scene, Capone Beige is also one of his comrades. They teamed up to create a scene in the Big Mom Pirates territory and rescued Sanji. Even if things happen in the future, Luffy will still remember this kindness. No doubt. Luffy is so good, Trafalgar Law nodded. Yes. The current Summit War is obviously completely different from the Summit War in the future scene. If Beige is not in charge, even if I show up here, I will beat you. Trafalgar Law can use the power of the life fruit to transport him and Capone Beige from the submarine to land. You can also use the ability of the life fruit to teleport Luffy from being surrounded by 3-5 elders to the inside of Capone Beige's body. But this ability consumes a lot of physical strength, and the distance that can be teleported is also very limited. It is completely impossible to move Luffy from Naval Headquarters to Sabo Archipelago with this teleportation ability. Even if he could take Luffy into the submarine, in this situation, the 5 elders would not let his submarine escape from Naval Headquarters. Certainly. The reason why Capone Beige dared to come was not because of his future comradeship with Luffy, but because he got rewards from the movie viewing system, so he had the confidence to come to Summit War. After all, among all the supernovas in the future scene, only Luffy and Trafalgar Law appeared in Summit War. And now, Capone Beige also wants to make an appearance to increase his popularity. Luffy. Where is Luffy? Luffy was nowhere to be seen on the entire battlefield, and Garp suddenly screamed anxiously. At this time, Capone Beige activated his Devil Fruit ability and instantly turned into a huge castle, standing in the middle of the Naval Headquarters. Luffy's figure appeared at one of the floor-to-ceiling windows, and he shouted in the direction of Garp. Grandpa, I'm here. Seeing that Luffy was fine, Garp let out a long sigh of relief. He shouted excitedly. Okay. Great. Damn. Are all the supernovas of this generation crazy? One by one, they are so blatantly opposing the world government. After learning that it was Capone Beige who saved Luffy, Jagolucia Satan's face instantly darkened. Especially when he saw another supernova, Trafalgar Law, standing next to Luffy, he was furious. Each of these. You really don't take the world government seriously at all. Kid, you are leading yourself to death. Without any hesitation, Saint Lucia Satan rushed directly in the direction of Capone Beige and approached the big castle of Capone Beige. He held the devil's fork in his hand and stabbed the big castle hard. The powerful Haki is wrapped around this weapon, and coupled with its own demonic power, this blow becomes extremely powerful. As soon as the fork came out, the world behind trapped Lucidin instantly changed color. Countless Uzumaki and air currents violently condensed on this devil's fork in a spiral. It seems to have the power to destroy the world. So scary obviously, with an attack of this magnitude, even if an emperor-level warrior is hit by this blow, he will definitely not end well. This fork fell on the gate of the big castle. Boom. An earth-shaking roar exploded on the gate of the big castle. All the fighting marines and pirates felt the ground beneath their feet violently shaking. It was as if there was a huge giant using a giant hammer to hit the island of Maling Fanduo hard. It must be from this strong sense of vibration that you can realize how terrifying the blow of Saint Lucia Satan is. At the same time, we can also realize how terrible a blow Capone Beige received at this time. 2. It was such a powerful blow that fell on the gate of the great castle of Capone Beige. But it didn't cause any damage to the gate of this big castle. Even, not to mention destroying, not even a single stone chip of this big castle was destroyed. Even though the ground around the big castle instantly cracked and collapsed, the big castle didn't move at all. When this scene happened, not only Lucia Satan was dumbfounded. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Hey. Am I dazzled? 5 Elders' powerful blow failed to hurt him at all? In the white frame video before, I remember seeing Capone Beige using the ability of the big castle. Although it can withstand Big Mom's attacks for a period of time, every attack of Big Mom falls on the big castle, because the castle is its shaky. That's right. At that time, this big castle was destroyed by the ant. What's going on with this big castle now? It's not moving at all. People all over the world who are watching this war through the movie viewing system are also dumbfounded. How can this be? Saint Lucia Satan subconsciously took back his devil's fork and looked at it. I felt my Haki energy and no one had any problems. But why was there no harm done to Capone Beige? This is unreasonable. Woo. What's going on? Has his devil fruit ability awakened? Perusalino raised his eyebrows, his face full of surprise. Whitebeard was equally astonished. It seems that even if my shaking power falls on this big castle, I'm afraid it won't be able to cause any harm. Roger narrowed his eyes slightly. By the way, didn't he get a reward from the movie viewing system before? Crane Vice Admiral frowned. Damn, it's the effect of that unshakable lock. Capone Beige was originally a small character, and many people ignored his existence. Naturally, not many people paid special attention to what reward he just received. But now he suddenly appeared out of nowhere and saved Luffy, and faced the powerful blow of Lucia Satan without being hurt. This situation naturally reminds people that he also received rewards from the movie viewing system. The existence of. That's right. It is indeed the power of an unshakable lock. Capone Beige doesn't hide it either. His expression appeared on the front wall of the big castle, grinning slightly. Maybe you think your attack is very powerful, but in my opinion, it is just a joke. What? Hearing this, Saint Lucia Satan's anger suddenly came to his mind. A small character who could be crushed to death by him at will is now so arrogant in front of him thanks to a reward from the movie viewing system. How can he endure it? Suddenly, Saint Lucia Satan said angrily, "Stop being so self-righteous, idiot." No, don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting you. Seeing such an angry Lucia Satan Saint, closed the case. Then, his eyes swept over the world government and marine experts in front, and smiled lightly. I mean, everyone here is rubbish. Everyone here is rubbish. These words. It's like sticking the tip of a gun into your ear. Hatred instantly filled up. Even though they knew that Capone Beige's words were addressed to the world government and marine, the pirates also unconsciously felt uncomfortable. The artillery fire on this map is too harsh. Damn boy. Today I will let you, the frog in the well, see what it means to have a sky outside the sky. Marcus Masheng rushed over in one step, his anger surged. Top man Vasily Saint is coming. The 3-5 elders who originally besieged Luffy now all arrived in front of the big castle. Destroy it. Saint Marcus Moshe roared, and the 3-5 elders took action at the same time. With the three of them joining forces, level 5 Luffy is no match for him. Under such a powerful offensive, the space was instantly shattered. Boom. 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 The three people's combined attack force slammed into the gate of the big castle. When the terrifying energy fluctuations touched the street of the big castle, there seemed to be an invisible protective cover on the surface of the big castle, completely isolating this energy fluctuation. There is a layer of looming ripples rippling, as if the breeze is blowing on the lake surface, and the water is sluggish. The terrifying shock wave generated by the combined efforts of the three people was like a mud cow entering the sea, without any waves. Lava-style meteor fire feather. At this time, Sakazuki didn't know whether he was jealous or wanted to show off in front of the 5 elders. He actually activated the long-range attack. Rumble. Under the influence of lava style, Sakazuki's back suddenly erupted with rolling pillars of lava and fire. This spray attack was as fierce as the tail flames of a fighter jet. Under such an eruption, several terrifying amounts of magma rushed into the sky in an instant. It condensed into countless huge fire raindrops in the air, and shot down towards Capone's big castle with a rumble. It shot down, not smashed down. Its speed is like countless flaming cannonballs fired from the sky, hitting the body of the big castle violently. Rumble, 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 waves of meteors and fire showers exploded on the walls of the big castle. But that invisible protective cover is like a dimensional dividing line, completely isolating the inside and outside of this protective cover into two worlds. No matter how violently the magma outside the protective cover exploded, the walls inside the protective cover did not suffer any damage. These bursting magma fell on the ground and burned the ground to smoke, and the scorching smell was billowing. Can't even the magma cause any damage to him? Seeing this outrageous scene that couldn't be more outrageous, Sengoku's face became uglier than the color of pig liver. Crane Vice Admiral said in a deep voice. The introduction of the unshakable lock mentioned that as long as the effect of the lock is activated, no attack can destroy the building. And Capone Bega's transformation happens to be a building, obviously. It was the lock that really did the trick. This is impossible. Marcus Mashang's face was gloomy, and he launched an attack again. Topman Vouchery on the side also made the same shot. But no matter how these two old things show off their strength, the big castle standing in front of them remains motionless. At the gate of the big castle, a figure stood a foot away from the gate. This person is the real body of Capone Bege. He stood casually, holding a cigar in his right hand and putting it on his mouth, smoking it. Without talking, I just smoked a cigar and quietly watched the performance of 5 elders. Especially the expression on his face, that is the arrogant expression pack unique to smokers. Although he didn't say a word, what Capone Bege said just now kept popping up in 5 elders' minds. Everyone here is rubbish. Over and over again. Keep hitting their minds. And their current performance seems to be proving to the world. Capone Bege is right. Senior Golden Lion, I'm going to use my fruit power to transfer you in. Please don't resist. We have something important to discuss. At this time, Trafalgar Law appeared at the skylight on the top floor of the big castle and shouted to Shiki not far away. When he heard this, Shiki noticed a strange force trying to move it away from where it was. His haki began to resist almost reflexively. But the next moment, he understood that he was getting the same treatment as Luffy just now. However, because Luffy was injured at the time, he had no resistance at all and was transferred directly to the interior of the big castle. And he, Golden Lion, is not injured now, so of course he will not be transferred away for no reason. Although he didn't know why Trafalgar Law came to him, with his intelligence, he quickly realized that the other party must need his devil fruit ability. In the current situation, Golden Lion can certainly escape alone. But if you want to bring other people with you, it is not an easy thing. The appearance of Capone Bega's big castle undoubtedly opened up a new idea for the pirates' retreat. Thinking of this, Shiki looked at Hawkeye. Boy, this is not the right place for sparring. Let's make an appointment another day. Okay. That's what I mean too. Facing Shiki's proposal, Hawkeye agreed without any hesitation. On the one hand, it was because of the sudden entry of the world government that the balance of this war was completely broken. It is obviously impossible for Hawkeye and Shiki to compete in swordsmanship under such circumstances. On the other hand is the appearance of Shanks. A good friend is helping the pirates deal with Marine, but he is siding with Marine, which obviously makes Hawkeye very uncomfortable. Now that Shiki has spoken, Hawkeye will naturally stop talking. He made a please gesture. Please. Shiki looked at Trafalgar Law at the skylight on the top floor of the big castle. Boy, get me in. Good. Trafalgar Law snapped his fingers. Shaki suddenly disappeared from the spot and then appeared inside the big castle. Huh. The decoration here is so luxurious. Appearing inside the big castle, Shaki looked around and was a little surprised. The head of Bej is a person who knows how to enjoy things. Trafalgar Law nodded, and then said straight to the point, "Time is urgent, so I won't say any more nonsense. The situation is now very clear. If there is no external intervention, the pirates will suffer heavy casualties in this war. Trafalgar Law doesn't care about the attraction of other pirates. It's just, he doesn't want the world government and marine to take advantage. So you want me to use my devil fruit ability to fly this big castle? It's best to give it a try." Shaki has obviously guessed what Trafalgar Law is thinking. As expected of one of the two great kings of the old era, the head of the Golden Lion really has a superior IQ. Trafalgar Law did not hesitate to praise, and then nodded, with the defense of Capone Bega's big castle, my transfer ability, and your lion fruit ability, we can completely minimize the damage of the pirates. Gia ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Golden Lion burst out laughing. I have to say that Trafalgar Law's idea is really wonderful. Naturally, he would not be stupid enough to ask Trafalgar Law why he did this. We just saw so many things in the video, so naturally no one wants the world government to profit from this war. Thinking of this, Shaki agreed. Okay. Of course there is no problem on my side. However, I first go out and get all the pirate ships outside into the sky. It's like selling Whitebeard a favor. Okay. Thanks to the head of Golden Lion. With Golden Lion's consent, Trafalgar Law felt relieved. Then, the Golden Lion rushed out from the back door and rushed towards the pirate ships. Wherever he passed, he blocked all pirate ships. Then he said to Whitebeard, "Whitebeard, let your minions retreat first, and the stronger ones stay. Use the big castle as a stronghold to stop marine." After seeing the powerful defense of the big castle, Whitebeard probably guessed what the Golden Lion wanted to express. Immediately, he gave an order. All the young men board the ship. The captains stay to face the enemy. Dad? Dad, we can't escape alone. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were suddenly confused. Believe me, this is a calendar that protects everyone. Don't ask me to repeat it a second time, this is the captain's order. Whitebeard's voice was quite serious. When the three words, "Captain's order," were uttered, everyone knew that this order was absolutely unquestionable. Quick. Board the ship. Do as Daddy says. All aboard. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates followed suit. Let's evacuate quickly too. Quick. Get on that warship. The pirates and criminals who escaped from Impel Hell were also busy running to the super prison warship. Pirate ships set off from the sea and fly to the sky. The strong men on the pirate side exploded with all their strength and launched a fierce attack on Marine, thereby organizing Marine's interception of the pirate ship's flight. Especially Perusalino and Sakazuki received extra care. After all, the abilities of the two of them are too great a threat to the pirate ship that has not yet reached high altitude. Go and destroy the pirate ship, Maka's Mashang ordered decisively. But just when the three Free 5 elders were about to chase the pirate ship, a powerful force suddenly struck from the right. Rubber hyphenation point ape Shinso. After emergency treatment by Trafalgar Law's fast food surgery, Luffy came out of the big castle. As soon as he came out, it was a blow with all his strength. As soon as Marka's Mashang turned his head, he saw that Luffy's huge fist had already enveloped him. Boom. Fundamental, there was no time to dodge, and Marka's Mashang's figure was violently knocked out with a bang. Nani? Saint Jagolucia Satan frowned, then his eyes fell on Luffy, and he shouted coldly, "You came just in time, kill him." Immediately, he and Top Man Voshuli Street shot at the same time, killing Nan Luffy. However, just as the two of them reached Luffy, Luffy's figure disappeared instantly. Then they saw Luffy appearing at the gate of the big castle, with one arm on Capone Bega's shoulder, grinning loudly, "Ha ha ha, can't hit me?" Slightly, Luffy's mocking face. Top 2 over the top. Buzz, J. Golucia Satan-san and Top Man Vokshuli-san felt the blood rushing to their brains, and they almost toppled their celestial spirit caps. Die. J. Golucia Satan-shang takes a fork at Luffy. Luffy pressed his face against the inner surface of the protective cover and made a face to Jago Lucia Satan. Slightly. Puff. Saint Jagaluja Satan and Saint Topman Vachuli felt their mouths stagnant at the same time. A mouthful of blood surges, annoying. So irritating. Committee. The 3-5 elders are not easy people to be fooled by, but at this time, it's so over the top. Especially Luffy's celebratory expression, which made the 3 old men violently attack the big castle. Luffy contained 3-5 elders by himself, making the battlefield begin to become more balanced. The minions of the Whitebeard pirates and the pirates who escaped from the deep-sea prison also took the time to evacuate. With Lion Fruit's ability, those pirate ships quickly disappeared into the clouds. Everyone, gather here quickly. Don't resist when I use my power to transfer you in. Trafalgar Law stood on the top balcony of the big castle and shouted loudly. At this time, no one will question Trafalgar Law's decision. After all, the front of the big castle withstood the crazy output of 3-5 elders, which has proven its reliability. As the strong pirates were moved to the interior of the big castle one by one, only Marine and the strong men of the world government were left in the entire naval headquarters. Damn. We must not let them escape. Izanbalin V. Nastiro's holy sword stood on the wall of the big castle, but it failed to cause any wounds, which made his face become even more gloomy. Blast the ground down and let it sink into the sea. Ancient Saint Figalandu Green rubbed his chin and suddenly thought of a good way. When the strong men around heard this, they immediately showed expressions of approval. Everyone took action together and instantly shattered the ground beneath the big castle. However, the next moment, they were dumbfounded. Because the big castle actually floated directly. Gia ha 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 ha. Don't you think I can't make this castle float? Standing at the gate of the big castle, Shiki smiled so hard that his mouth was crooked. He is now so satisfied with Capone Bega's fruit abilities. If possible, he really wants Capone Beige to be his subordinate. In this way, his lion fruit ability combined with Capone Bega's invincible castle makes him invincible and can reach anywhere in the world. Suddenly, he looked at Capone Beige and said, "Boy, I plan to rebuild the Sky Pirates. Are you interested in becoming my deputy leader?" Golden Lion. What are you doing? At this time, Whitebeard came over, glanced at Shiki with a half smile, and then said to Capone Beige, "Boy, be my son." Ha ha ha. When Roger heard this, he burst into laughter. Capone Beige twitched the corner of his mouth, then took 2 puffs of his cigar, and said in a deep voice, "Senior pirates, there is no need to say anything. I have already formed an alliance with Luo. In the future, we will compete for the position of 4 emperors together." Gu la 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 la. Good boy, we are still here, and you dare to say this, you are really terrible. After hearing Capone Bega's letter, not only did I not feel offended, but I greatly appreciated it. After all, a pirate with this kind of personality is very suitable for Whitebeard. It's a pity that the other party doesn't want to be his son. Boy, you want to bring down the 4 emperors, but you dare to save so many of us. You are very brave. Ben Beckman held the rifle at his waist with one hand and smoked a long cigarette at the same time. Capone Point Beige walked to the meeting in the middle of the hall and sat down. He said slowly, "If only 1 or 2 of you are here, I may be in danger. But so many strong pirates are now, I think. No one can really be cool enough to deal with a supernova like me." While talking, Capone Beige snapped his fingers. Then I saw the men of the flame tank pirates coming over with some freshly prepared food. These guys placed the food in front of Capone Beige. Capone Beige picked up the napkin, knife and fork, and then ate it elegantly. He cut a piece of steak and put it in his mouth, then looked at everyone. "By the way, although we are not allies, I don't want to see the Marines succeed. Anyway, thank you so much, T." Luffy sat next to Capone Beige as if he and Capone Beige had been good friends for many years. He unceremoniously picked up the steak from Capone Bega's plate and stuffed it into his mouth. Oh, Capone Beige looked at the empty plate and didn't know where to go. Damn it, this is a super high quality steak brought from West Blue. I usually can't bear to eat it. I just took a small bite of the last piece and you just took it away? And you guys swallowed everything in one gulp. It was a waste of natural resources. Damn it, it's okay to save anyone. Maybe Luffy was the only one who saved the wrong one. At this time, Luffy said to Capone Bega's men carelessly, "Don't be stunned, hurry up and serve the food. I'm starving." Forehead. The chef of the flame tank pirates looked at Capone Beige in confusion, apparently asking for Capone Bega's opinion. Capone Beige was silent for a second, thinking of the friendship between him and Luffy that just appeared in the future scene, so he raised his hand, "Serve him food." Seeing this scene, Whitebeard immediately sat down and grinned. "Gla la la la. I also have a meal, don't you mind?" Haha. I didn't expect Beige to be so generous. He is indeed the best among this generation of supernovas. Then I'll have a shameless meal. Roger chuckled and came over. Ha ha ha. Come on, Captain Beige is treating us today. Everyone, sit down, everyone sit down. What a heroic boy. The powerful pirates present shamelessly sat around the conference table. Huh. Capone Beige slapped his face crazily. This is crazy. I saved your lives, so forget it. As a reward, I still have to give you a meal? Although Capone Beige wants to curse, such a big boss is here. After thinking about it, forget it and bear with it. He looked at the chef of the Flame Tank Pirates and said, let's cook. Half an hour later, a grand pirate peak banquet started in Capone Beige's body. At the same time, outside the big castle, the ancient Saint Fagolando Green led the Knights of God to chase the big castle and deal damage. A meal as fierce as a tiger, the result is 0. As for naval headquarters, Sengoku waved his hand, and the mighty Tianlong cassock instantly expanded, like a flying carpet, holding up the Marine Admiral and Vice Admiral, chasing a large raft not far away. The Blackbeard pirates are escaping from naval headquarters. No. Teach, look behind you. Fan Oka looked back into the air and suddenly shouted. What's going on? Seeing Sengoku leading the Marine Admiral and Vice Admiral in pursuit, Blackbeard Teach's expression suddenly changed. What's the situation? Shouldn't there be a fierce battle going on in naval headquarters right now? There are so many strong pirates, aren't there enough worries for the Marines? With so many strong men coming to hunt them down, the Blackbeard pirates, did Marine just give up on naval headquarters? Teach. Where to run? The powerful Tianlong cassock caught up with the big raft. The Sengoku people were high in the sky, and the Buddha's light was shining. In fact, even if Marine and pirates have an irreconcilable relationship, Sengoku does not have to kill the Blackbeard pirates. But Blackbeard just took Kong's head at naval headquarters, which directly sentenced Blackbeard to death. There's no way to stop Joey Boy over there. If Blackbeard Teach is allowed to run away again, Marine will become the laughing stock of the whole world. Damn. Sengoku, if you don't deal with Whitebeard and Roger, why are you chasing us? Blackbeard Teach asked with a fierce expression. Stop talking nonsense. Teach, from the moment you attack Marshal Kong, you should be prepared to die. Sengoku became furious when he thought about Kong's death. He pressed down with his big hand, the mighty Tianlong. Meteor Volcano. 8-foot Magatama. Ice Age. At this moment, Marine 3 Admiral and Sengoku took action together. Ah. Damn. No. On the big raft, the crew members of the Blackbeard pirates all made desperate comments. They can't think of it. No matter what, this summit war will last until the end. After all, it was them, the Blackbeard pirates, who took it all. 1 week later, the summit war that shocked the world has come to an end. Naval headquarters completely collapsed and became history. The commander-in-chief of the army, Kong, died in battle. The Blackbeard pirates were destroyed. The Straw Hat Pirates reunited, together. Because everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates has received rewards from the movie viewing system, this time, they did not choose to practice for 2 years. Embark directly on the journey, Luffy. If we follow the route we saw before, the next place we need to go to should be Punk Hazard. But judging from yesterday's news reports, Kaido made a preemptive trip when he returned to New World. Punk Hazard, he killed Momonosuke and took Geisa and the Devil Fruit in the form of an artificial phantom beast, a blue dragon. Nami said while reading the newspaper. Hearing this, Luffy's face suddenly turned very ugly. Although he has never been in contact with Momonosuke, he has already fallen in love with Momonosuke just from what he saw in the White Frame video. Now that he learned that Momonosuke was killed by Kaido, Luffy was extremely angry. And Momonosuke here is dead, and Momonosuke in the Red Frame video over there is also dead. Momonosuke on both sides is dead. This is really sad. Hey, it's a pity Momonosuke. He could have become Wanakuna's general. Princess Vivi also sighed. Originally Princess Vivi was in Alabasta, but after seeing her fate in the White Frame video, both she and the Alabasta royal family were determined to send him to Luffy's ship. Since IM wants to get Princess Vivi, then the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates is definitely the best refuge for Princess Vivi. Not only her, but also Princess Shirahoshi came. No way, who makes Shirahoshi the Poseidon princess of this generation? Stop thinking about Momonosuke. The top priority is to find more devil fruit for Luffy. At this time, Zoro came over and said seriously. He stared at everyone. Even though our Luffy here has been rewarded by the movie viewing system, it is not as good as the red Luffy over there. But our Luffy's advantage lies in the Tiger Talisman. Listen, before we officially start the war with the world government, we must find enough devil fruit for Luffy, so as to ensure that the balance of victory will definitely fall on our side. After listening to Zoro's words, everyone felt that it made sense. Although everyone has now been rewarded by the movie viewing system, it seems from the video just now that the son of this era is obviously Monkey D. Luffy. No matter who has an accident, Luffy must not have an accident. Therefore, increasing his strength is the top priority. Okay. Then I suggest that the main goal of the next voyage is to find devil fruit. As a navigator, Nami raised his little hand and suggested. Seconded. Usopp agreed without hesitation. No problem. I agree too. Soon, all the crew members' hands were linked together. At this time, a familiar force suddenly came. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates found that their abilities were instantly lost, and even their movements became extremely slow. It is the restraining power of the movie viewing system. Here we go again. I can't move anymore. At this moment, not only the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates, but also other people around the world felt that the restraining power of the viewing system had arrived again. Sakazuki. Damn. Why are you still here? Crane. Originally it's over, but I didn't expect it to happen again. Is it because I have to continue playing the video with the red frame and use too much force? Gold D. Roger. Hey. Why can't you move again? It's really annoying. Kazuki Oden. Wano Kuni is already close at hand. Kaido, you piece of shit, I'm here to kill you. Having learned that his son was killed by Kaido, Kazuki Oden now wishes he could teleport directly to Wano Kuni. Kaido. Idiot, you think I will wait for you and Roger in Wano Kuni to deal with me? Sorry. Lousy has left Wano Kuni, you can't find me, ha ha ha. Although Kaido is reckless, he is not stupid. With the strength of Beast's pirates, how can it be compared with the army led by Roger, Oden and others? What's more, there are peerless strong men like red-haired Shanks and red-nosed Buggy. The Whitebeard pirates might also come to join in the fun. After all, Kazuki Oden used to be a crew member of the Whitebeard pirates. It stands to reason that Whitebeard cannot sit idly by and do nothing. Kazuki Oden. Asshole. Kaido. You killed my son, and you and I are at odds with each other. No matter where you go to the end of the world, I will definitely kill you. Kaido. Haha. Kaido is not panic at all. Although the current wave of forces that help Kazuki Oden come for revenge is very powerful, these powerful pirates are not Kazuki Oden's pendants, and they cannot always follow him everywhere to find Kaido's whereabouts. These people definitely have their own things to do. When Kazuki Oden becomes alone again, then Kaido will come and meet him again. At this moment, the red-framed screen gradually became brighter. The screen appears. 1,000 miles of sunshine and Redfords ride the wind and waves on the sea. According to the direction indicated by the magnetic field, the sea area in front should be very close to the destination. Nami looked at the converging magnetic field of the recording pointer in his hand and said, "Hey. Look." At this time, Usopp, who was sitting on the mast, suddenly shouted. Hearing Usopp's shouting, everyone's eyes immediately turned toward the sea ahead. Crash. I saw a huge rolling Uzumaki in the sea ahead. Asterisk. When the two ships approached this piece of Uzumaki, they saw the isolated island in this huge piece of Uzumaki. Although it is an isolated island, the area of this island is not small. Almost as big as Marineford, Jewelry Poly. It's an island in Uzumaki, it's so spectacular. Shiki. Where is this? Is this Raftel? Charlotte Linlin. Impossible. Doesn't it mean that Raftel should be the ruins of a huge kingdom? How does this island look like a huge kingdom? Looking at the bare appearance of the island, no matter how you look at it, it has nothing to do with the huge kingdom. Rox D. Zebek. Just ask Roger, he has been to Raftel. Hello. Roger, is this Raftel? Gold D. Roger. You tell me where you are, and I'll tell you if this is Raftel. The summit war is over, but Roger still doesn't know where Rox is resurrected. This makes Roger feel uneasy. Rox D. Zebek. Ha ha ha. Don't think too much. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. The answer will be revealed later. Shiki. Hey. Rox, where have you been? You didn't participate in the summit war, where are the people? Rox D. Zebek. Idiot, do you think I am as short-sighted as you? Summit war? That's just a child's game. I am the one who wants to rule Shikong. Gold D. Roger. Ha ha ha. Oh my god. Rox, are you trying to laugh me to death? After all, You are a person who has lived a new life, can't you see the current situation clearly? You. Not even a match for Kakuzu. Rox D. Zebek. Hey. We'll see. Monkey D. Garp. What do you say? Roger, is this Raftel? Garp couldn't help but ask. Anyway, the answer to the mystery will be revealed later, so it's okay to ask in advance now. Gold D. Roger. Yes. This is indeed Raftel, and I did put all my treasures there. Ha. After hearing Roger's confirmation, all the moviegoers were shocked and their mouths opened. Raftel. The island in front of you in the huge Uzumaki is the legendary Raftel? Once those terrifying Uzumaki capsize inside, even a large warship will probably be shattered to pieces. Have to say, the cards in this position are enough. But this area, isn't it a bit too shoujo to deserve the title of Huge Kingdom? At this moment, in the screen, Sangli, Sunny and Redford sail into Uzumaki. Got in. The hearts of all moviegoers moved together. Later, when the two ships made it through the waves and successfully arrived at Raftel, a ruins full of desolation appeared in front of everyone. I've been waiting for you for a long time. This sentence is engraved on a large wooden sign. Signed. Goldie Roger. Shaki. Hey. Roger, you even set up a tombstone for yourself. Goldie Roger. Ahaha. Golden Lion, you idiot. Roger laughed off Golden Lion's ridicule. It's a message from Captain Roger. Seeing this font, Shanks recognized Roger's handwriting at a glance. Wow. At this time, Nami let out a scream. Next, wow. Many people screamed in surprise. Because in front of them, there is a golden mountain piled with treasures. Let's not talk about how much this pile of gold is worth, but just from the visual effect, it is definitely shiny. Quick, Frankie, move the money. Wu-Si-san, Nami immediately gave the order. Okay. Frankie Kaka is a transformation, turning into a super large forklift, and starts shoveling the treasure gold mountain. Follow me. Shanks patted Luffy on the shoulder and walked forward. Luffy didn't think much and followed immediately. Walking towards the inside of Raftel, Shanks is also looking for it while walking. Obviously, Roger once told him about Fi, but after all, Shanks is here for the first time, so he needs to look for it while recalling. Not long after, Shanks brought Luffy to the ruins of a city. Sengoku. What is that? I saw only a super big pillar in the ruins of this huge city. There are densely packed ancient characters engraved on it. Crane. It's ancient writing. There are also ancient writings here. Gold D. Roger. Aren't you talking nonsense? The so-called ancient writing is actually the writing used by a huge kingdom. This is just people's daily writing. Shaki. Oh? Roger, what on earth did you find there? Hearing this, Shaki is also interested. Monkey D. Garp. Yeah, Roger. What does that pillar say? After seeing the true appearance of the final island, no one will not be interested in what exactly happened here. The entire chat room suddenly became quiet. Everyone seemed to be waiting for Roger's answer. Gold D. Roger. Instead of letting me tell you, why don't you see it with your own eyes? Luffy over there has arrived at Raftel, so the next step is to witness the miracle of A. In fact, although Roger learned the information on this pillar by listening to the sounds of all things, he was also sure whether the information on this pillar was true. Certainly. From a logical reasoning point of view, the information on this pillar is most likely true. Therefore, Roger risked his life to start the age of discovery. Now, when the son of the times who had high hopes really appeared in this place, Roger was also looking forward to it. Could the message on the pillar be true? Will that huge kingdom also be real? Will his wish to risk everything come true? You should be able to understand the content on this pillar, right? Arrived in front of the big pillar, Shanks looked at Luffy and asked. Yes. Luffy's eyes fell on this big pillar, his face was full of shock. Through the ability to listen to the sounds of all things, he heard very shocking news from this pillar. This world is alive. Suddenly a sentence came out of Luffy's mouth that made Shanks' hair stand on end. Live. Live? Shanks couldn't help but take a breath of cold air and felt the hairs on his body burst. Fu said in shock. What do you mean? Although that's probably what Luffy said, Shanks didn't dare to think about it until he got a definite answer. Sengoku. Alive? Zephyr. What is he talking about? The world is alive. Edward Newgate. Red Luffy means that the world we live in is actually a living thing. Charlotte Linlin. Hey. This is too outrageous. We are living in the body of a living creature. How is that possible? Kazuki Oden. How is it impossible? Isn't Zoe living on the back of an electric elephant? Gold D. Roger. Yes. A kingdom can fit on the elephant's back. Is there any creature bigger than the elephant? Monkey D. Dragon. Perhaps these lands and oceans we are on are really just a huge creature? Emporio Ivankov. No, then the ocean we see is actually just the urine of this creature? Lindbergh. PFF'd. Sir Demon King, can you stop being so disgusting? Couldn't these oceans be the saliva of this creature? Koala. You are more disgusting. Okay. Kaido. Such a big creature. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just looking at the boundless sea, Kaido felt that this thing was too outrageous. Vegapunk. Our understanding of this world is really too small. If we have never left this world, we cannot understand the full picture of this world? Crane. Actually, even if we leave this world, we may not be able to understand it. After all, the biological forms of this world may not be what we often think of. Ben Beckman. Yeah. The world is too big. Red Luffy turned to look at Shanks, and said with a horrified expression. Yes, just like Zoe. In fact, we live in the body of a huge creature. Ha. When Luffy heard this confirmation with his own ears, Shanks could not help but open his mouth. He subconsciously looked at his feet, but then he suddenly frowned again and said suspiciously, no, if we live in the body of a huge creature, then why didn't the war between various forces cause this creature to be furious? In Shanks' opinion, those artillery fires and those devil fruit abilities that can destroy the world at every turn are enough to cause this creature pain. No. We humans are so small. To this huge creature, we are like the bacteria living on it. Even smaller than the bacteria. Luffy shrugged his shoulders and smiled bitterly. There is a war between the bacteria on your body. Can you feel it? Shanks is speechless. Then I thought about it carefully and it seemed that it was indeed the case. And Luffy continued, the so-called creatures in this world and the creatures in our imagination are not the same cognitive creatures. Just like bacteria cannot recognize us, it's also impossible to understand this world. After carefully savoring Luffy's words, Shanks probably understands. Luffy continued. Besides, land and ocean are just things on the surface of this creature's body, just like the ash on our bodies, but they are different. Because the land and ocean here actually belong to the world's creatures. Shanks' mouth twitched. This truth is really shocking. Then he pointed to the big pillar next to him and asked, so, what is this? Luffy explained. This was the center of that huge kingdom, and this big pillar is actually the only channel in the world we live in that can communicate with the creatures in the world. Communication? Shanks was confused. Yes. The content on this pillar was written by Joyboy 800 years ago. 800 years ago, the distribution of land and ocean in the world was not like this. There was no red line at that time, and all the seas were actually connected together. And the place where is under our feet is also a very vast area. The huge continent. There is no red line. All oceans are connected. One Piece. One Piece. So that's what Captain Roger said about the One Piece. Shanks's eyes suddenly glowed with light. He raised his head and looked at Luffy. In other words, the current land and sea pattern in the world is actually caused by man-made. Luffy nodded. You can say yes. You can also say no if it is accurate. It means that someone communicated with the world's creatures, causing the world's creatures to have the thought of smiling. Yes, the sea and land structure on the surface of the world's creatures has changed. Changes have resulted in the current situation. Shanks looked horrified. Communicate with the world's creatures. How to communicate? Luffy faintly spit out 4 words. Joyboy. Sengoku. One Piece. One Piece. It turns out to be really One Piece. More than 20 years ago, when Roger was executed, Roger announced to the world that he had placed all his treasures on the final island of Raftel. His treasure was called One Piece. At that time, people just thought that Roger casually gave his treasure a name. But no one thought that the One Piece in Roger's words really meant this. It refers to the connected ocean, crocodile. The red line is actually caused by man. Don Quixote Doflamingo, Fufufu. This is really unexpected. Although Doflamingo knew about the big killer weapon in Im's hands, he really didn't know anything about the 100 years of blankness. Abel. The red line was created by man, so why do my race always live on the red line? Quinn. Haha. Idiot Jin, how long have you lived? You know nothing about what happened 800 years ago. Edward Newgate. Roger. The scene in the red box video, is this real? Gold D. Roger. It's true. But as for whether what is said on the big pillar is true, we don't know. But it doesn't matter. the next step is to witness the 16 miracles. Shaki. How do you say? Gold D. Roger. I got the same information in Raftel as in the video, but as Red Luffy said, only Joy Boy can communicate with the creatures in this world. And now, that Joey Boy next to me is already in front of the big pillar. Monkey D. Garp. I understand. No wonder you said you went early. In fact, it's not a matter of early or not, but that this place must wait until Joey Boy arrives. Gold D. Roger. Ha ha ha. Yes, we have to wait until your eldest grandson, haha. Crane. Strange. Since Joy Boy can communicate with the creatures of the world, why did the 800-year-old Joy Boy let the red line rise? Zephyr. Let's take a look, maybe we can get information from that big pillar. I just don't know if the Red Luffy over there will tell it. Joy Boy. Listening to what Red Luffy said, Shanks frowned slightly. That's not right. If Joey Boy can communicate with the world's creatures, why would the 800-year-old Joey Boy change the landscape? Let the kingdom disappears. Luffy spread his hands. The information I heard from this big pillar is also very limited. However, I probably learned something. It was almost 800 years ago that Joy Boy believed in a certain beautiful vision and was willing to do it. I sacrificed myself for some things, and also convinced the mermaid princess, but in the end I found out that I had been cheated. Although Joey Boy can communicate with the world's creatures, he can only communicate once. In order to promote a beautiful vision of the world, Joey Boy 800 years ago chose to believe in something, and then communicated with the world's creatures, so that the world's landscape it has become the current pattern. After what happened, Joey Boy regretted it very much, so he wrote a letter of confession to the Fishman Princess. At the same time, he also placed his hope of bringing order to the world in the next generation of Joey Boy. Luffy shares the information he learned with Shanks. Vinsmoke Sanji. Joy Boy can only do it once. The original Joey Boy was deceived. Those guys who deceived him are the bastards headed by I Am. Nami. Damn it. Does good always have to be used by evil? Damn the world government. They are liars. Vivi. No wonder the original Queen Lily refused to go along with the world's government. It turns out these guys are so ugly. Usopp. Is the world waiting for Luffy to return to his original state? Edward Newgate. It's so ugly, the government of the world. It turns out that you are just a group of bandits who are hindering world peace. Gu la la la. Charlotte Linlin. I understand it too. It was the fact that 20 countries joined forces to deceive Joey Boy and gained the domination of the world. This world structure also consolidated their dominance. Monkey D. Long. The robbers put on colorful clothes and turned into gods. It's really ridiculous. So, what are you going to do? Shanks looks at Luffy and asks. Luffy heard this and smiled faintly. My idea. Of course it is. One Piece. One Piece. Hearing Luffy's answer, a smile gradually appeared on Shanks' face. Yes, the world is connected. Captain Roger told me at the beginning that he hoped that I could see for him that the world is connected. Looks like a piece. Remembering the legacy that Roger entrusted to him, Gux smiled knowingly. At this time, the people from the Straw Hat Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates also came over. After learning the information about One Piece, everyone was shocked. Luffy took a deep breath, then walked forward. He reached out and touched the big pillar in front, D. At this moment, his body automatically entered the Nika form. It's as if Devil Fruit's soul is automatically resurrected. Luffy can clearly feel that there is a boundless will connected with his consciousness. The heavy feeling almost made him breathless. Taking a deep breath again, Luffy communicated his thoughts. That is a very magical feeling. No need to teach, no need to learn. Luffy naturally knows how to communicate with the creatures in the world. Everyone around looked at Luffy nervously. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly, boom. A dull sound suddenly occurred on this island. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding Uzumaki Sea suddenly accelerated, as if there was a straw stirring crazily inside. A large amount of seawater forms an irregular world around it, rolling. Boom. The ground began to shake and became more and more intense. Look. Usopp suddenly pointed outside and shouted. Everyone looked in the direction Usopp pointed, and everyone opened their mouths in shock. Because, in the sea area around Feud Island, Uzumaki is spreading towards the periphery. If this circle of Uzumaki is regarded as a flame, then the sea is the grass and trees. At this time, this circle is burning towards the outer grass and trees, making the position in the middle of the flame become bigger and bigger. As the surrounding Uzumaki waves push outward, the sea inside Uzumaki churns, and land appears. The way these lands emerge is like plasticine, appearing around Raftel, tightly fitting together, extending from the inside out. The land area of Raftel is getting bigger and bigger. The land is extending faster and faster, a long time has passed. This terrestrial growth technique just stopped. At this time, Raftel has become an extremely vast island. Oh no, this can definitely not be said to be an island. This is a super vast continental plate. Guion. Oh my god. This is too big. Nami. Yeah. It's so. Big. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Foo. This is so crazy. Is this the huge kingdom that existed 800 years ago? Zephyr. It's so spectacular. Such a large landmass should be able to support many people. Edward Newgate. One Piece. It is indeed one piece, this huge piece of land. Gold D. Roger. No. One Piece doesn't just mean a huge land, but also a connected ocean. Sengoku. The ocean is connected. Isn't the ocean separated by the red line in the calm belt? Wait. Suddenly something came to mind, and Sengoku was shocked. When Sengoku said this, many people also reacted. Vinsmoke Sanji. Wait a minute. Are all the oceans connected together? The waters of the four seas meet in one place. This is the Blue Ocean. At this moment, Sanji suddenly understood. It turns out that the Blue Ocean is not what you want to find. You can find it if you want to. If there was no Luffy in this era, Sanji would not be able to find the Blue Ocean even if he spent his whole life. So, from the very beginning, his ideals have been bound to Luffy's ideals. Jago Lucia Satan. Damn, is Red Line gone? Marcus Mosh Saint. If what is said in that video is true, the land that fills the huge kingdom should be the land that the Red Line moved to. Vegapunk. When the kingdom of Lulusia disappeared in the previous video, a huge pit appeared that could not be filled by seawater, and global sea levels rose. I didn't understand it at the time, but now that I think about it, I understand it all. Monkey D. Long. So that's it. Boom, Red Line. The red line that towered into the clouds sank violently. And the city of Mariajoy sank directly into the water. Because Mariajoy is a city built on the Red Line, it is far away from the ocean, so there are almost no ships in Mariajoy. When Mariajoy sank into the sea, the cries of the celestial dragons were also drowned in the sea. I am and the remaining 4 old stars, plus some strong men from the Knights, relied on technological devices to barely survive this catastrophic change. The sea on the calm belt was originally calm, without a trace of waves. It turns out that the wind is blowing hard at this moment and the waves are rolling. No doubt calm belt also disappeared. In this way, all the obstacles that separate the chest in the 4 seas disappear. The waters of the 4 seas suddenly gathered together at this moment. The first church was located directly above the Fishmen Island. Neptune. No. If the Red Line sinks, won't the Fishmen Island be destroyed? Ben Beckman. Remember what the female fortune teller on the Fishmen Island said. The Fishmen Island will be destroyed in Luffy's hands. Shirahoshi. No. Luffy. It's over. The Fishmen Island over there is really destroyed. Deep Sea. Several behemoths pulled nose chains and shuttled through the dark deep sea. As early as when Luffy touched Raftel's big pillar, these underwater giants that had lived in the deep sea for thousands of years suddenly woke up from their slumber, and something seemed to be awakened in their minds. They came to Fishman Street and pulled Noah up. At the same time, because the Red Line began to sink, the roots of Yangshu Eve were instantly broken, and the entire the Fishman Island also shook violently. Everyone is a fishman or a mermaid, so when men and women are in danger, the fishmen all rush into the marine. The appearance of Noah's giant boat gave all the fishmen and mermaids hope, and they all rushed aboard Noah. When the Red Line completely began to sink, Noah had already been pulled towards the sea by several behemoths. Why rush to the sea? Because that was the order given to them by Princess Poseidon 800 years ago. At this moment, these undersea overlords who have been sleeping in the deep sea for hundreds of years happily let out a special cry, swung their tails wildly, and ran towards the real sunshine. Wow! The moment Noah broke through the water, all the fish and mermaids were shocked. Jinbei. Great, the residents of the Fishmen Island are fine. Sharkstar. Hey, aren't those sea kings the legendary top-level sea kings? Carstar. Yes. They are the legend of the seabed. Even the large sea kings look like children in front of them. Neptune. They all said they would never wake up, but they were waiting for this moment. Shirley. Originally, the Fishmen Island was really destroyed in the hands of Luffy. However, this cannot be completely regarded as destruction, but should be called rebirth. With the changing pattern of the world, the news spread like wildfire on the sea. In just 1 month, the whole world knew about the disappearance of the Red 10 continent and Calm Belt. People are excited, and the emergence of huge land plates undoubtedly quickly spread throughout the world. Monkey D. Long led the Revolutionary Army and civilians to the huge land to build their homes here. Zephyr and Garp also came here with Neo Marine and started building their homes. The Whitebeard pirates are also here. Red Hair pirates also came with the old, weak, sick and disabled. More and more people are coming to build on this huge continent. Strange to say, the land here is very fertile. Any plant can easily survive if planted. Although there are many forces living on this continent, because the area of this continent is so large, everyone does not have to compete with each other for resources. Monkey D. Long uses Devil Fruit's ability to make everything where people live becomes smoother. Binzi, the user with the ability of the lush fruit, is accompanying Zephyr everywhere. As long as there are people living and building homes, he will use the ability of the lush fruit to help them quickly harvest the first wave of crops. After that, more and more people came to this continent. There are even many islands that have mobilized the whole island to relocate. This may sound incredible, but if you think about it carefully, it is normal. Many islands are not very large, and there is very little soil for growing crops. Occasionally, natural disasters and tsunamis occur, making people's lives very difficult. Now that there is such a huge landmass, as long as we can reach here, we no longer have to worry about natural disasters such as typhoons and earthquakes. For those islanders whose life is already very difficult, going to this continent is undoubtedly the best option. What's more, Zhe Jianjun is still sparing no effort in publicity, hoping that more people will come to live on this continent. With the Leeds army, Whitebeard pirates, Red Hair pirates and Straw Hat pirates standing guard, people living on this continent don't have to worry about being troubled by lawless elements. A year later, the Fishmen Island, Noah's Ark also arrived here. The fish people have opened a new chapter on the west blue coast of this continent. Not only can they live under the real sunshine, but there are also lush forests growing on the coast. When everyone has nothing to do, you can enter forests, grasslands, rivers, and play, and have a great time. Another 2 years have passed, and there are more and more people on this continent. People hold banquets in various places during the harvest season. Not only has the number of people migrating here not decreased, but it has increased again. Finally, under the joint proposal of Monkey D. Long, Whitebeard and Shanks, the prototype of a kingdom was established on this continent. Luffy was elected king. For this identity, Luffy did not make any recommendation. In his opinion, if you want this continent to develop better, you must establish a complete political power. The choice of the king of this country will be very important. It will even affect whether this continent will develop in the direction of war or peace. Monkey D. Long is undoubtedly a very suitable candidate. But his bond is too narrow. Luffy and Garp won't mind, but Whitebeard and Shanks obviously won't agree. Similarly, the same is true for Whitebeard and Shanks. These people are all the leaders of a certain force, and no one is suitable to be the king. Obviously, Luffy is the most suitable candidate. Luffy is a layman when it comes to being a king. But Luffy has nothing else, he is very motivated to learn. Especially with Princess Vivi, the princess of the kingdom who has received king's training and education. Since she was a child, Luffy learns very quickly. With the official establishment of the kingdom, many things have been carried out quickly. Especially the many ability users who were originally unknown, saw that this huge kingdom had Joey Boy sitting in charge, and they all came to join him. Under Luffy's arrangement, many ability users found suitable positions and began to join in the construction of the huge kingdom. For example, head of the National Textile Chief, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Head of the National Department of Agriculture and Commander-in-Chief of the National Defense Forces, Monkey D. Long. Director of City Appearance Management Office, Khalifa. Director of the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television, Morgans. Dean of the Academy of Sciences Vegapunk. Director General of Hospitals Trafalgar Law. Punishment. In short, everything in this kingdom is prosperous. As the huge kingdom develops more and more brilliantly, more and more people come here. The original Marines began to defect to the huge kingdom on a large scale, including important figures such as Aokiji Admiral and Momosagi Vice Admiral. On the 10th anniversary of the founding of the huge kingdom, a military parade was held. I am and the remnants of the world government could not sit still, and finally launched a desperate counterattack against the huge kingdom. Finally, Luffy turned on the double war drum again and slapped IM to death. The rest of the strong men, with the buff of the double war drums, destroyed all the 4 old stars and the remnants of the Knights of God. Later, Luffy held a grand banquet attended by the whole country in the huge kingdom. According to statistics, the number of participants reaches hundreds of millions. And Luffy also talked about his childhood dream. He said that he hopes to hold 10 banquets attended by people from all over the world in 10 days. Come here, the red-framed screen gradually dimmed. The screen disappears. Gold D. Roger. It's over. The era of ugly world government rule is over. Monkey D. Long. Yeah. I never thought that such a huge kingdom existed 800 years ago. Such a kingdom is a place suitable for people to live. The bastard ancestors of the world government, in order to facilitate their rule, to actually destroy such a kingdom, you are simply a sinner of the world. Ambrio Ivanko. Great. I'm so happy to see the end of the world over there. In such a big kingdom, there must be a beach where the monsters can run fast. Edward Newgate. Gu la la la. With such a kingdom, my family and I must be very happy. Charlotte Linlin. How can I have such a big place? I'm really looking forward to it. Zephyr. If there is such a peaceful transition, it would really be the most beautiful thing in the world. Looking at the huge kingdom in the red frame video, many people are filled with yearning. Shanks. So, as long as Luffy arrives at Raftel, the red line can completely disappear? Ben Beckman. Yeah, at least from the video of the same frame, that's the case. Gold D. Roger. Ha ha ha. It seems that what I heard at Raftel is true. Straw Hat Luffy, this time I want to go to Raftel with you. Edward Newgate. Then what are you waiting for? Come on, bring out all the guys who have historical texts, and save yourself the trouble of looking for them one by one. Cat Viper. We don't have a big problem here. We will make hundreds of rubbings later to prevent the stone from being snatched away. Charlotte Linlin. If we can get such a big piece of land, the historical text of the road sign in my hand will be no problem. I will ask Morgans to bring it to the Straw Hat Boy later. Kaido. Hey, old lady, aren't you still planning to get Luffy's jeans? Why are you helping him now? Charlotte Linlin. I've done something, so it's not your turn to make irresponsible remarks, right? Charlotte Linlin is still full of expectations for the huge kingdom. After all, people from all over the world are flocking to this continent, and it will be more convenient for Charlotte Linlin to find special races. Jaguar D. Saul. I have no problem with this. Gold D. Roger. So, it's just Wanakuna's piece. Kazuki Sukiyaki. Don't worry, I have already stamped this piece of historical text. Odin, please bring someone back quickly. I will safely deliver the historical text into your hands. Kazuki Odin. Okay. Markasma's Saint. Damn. What are these bastards doing? Izanbalin v Nasturo Sage. Trouble. Because of the scenes in the red frame video, things in this world have changed dramatically. Originally, Luffy planned to explore Raftel's secret step by step. But now, all the secrets are in front of you. Then why is there any need to imitate? OR. Rather than trying to figure out the secret, Luffy hopes to see the emergence of a huge kingdom. Especially that big banquet. That is Luffy's lifelong dream. Monkey D. Luffy. Then please, with the historical text, we will go to Raftel immediately. Morgans. Quack quack. Leave it to me. I will deliver the contents of the historical text to Luffy's hands in the shortest possible time. The forces that were originally fighting in a melee suddenly became united because of the sudden revelation of the world's secrets. A few months later, the content of the historical text of the 4 road signs came into Luffy's hands. The large fleet heading to Raftel is also ready to go. This fleet is even larger and more exaggerated than Red Luffy's fleet. In addition to the Straw Hat Pirates, there are also the Red Hair Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates. There are even Roger, Shiki and many other strong men from the old era. Garp, Zephyr and others also went with many defectors. The Revolutionary Army is also ready to go, just waiting for the huge kingdom to appear, and they will all move. After a period of sailing, the super fleet finally arrived at Raftel. As you can see in the red frame video, Loved Road is surrounded by huge Uzumaki. When everyone set foot on Raftel, they all saw the treasure mountain, left by Roger. But at this time, no one paid attention to the treasures, but all focused on the big pillar in the middle of Raftel. Luffy. Shanks looked at Luffy and shouted. Luffy was also extremely excited at this time. He walked forward, the 5th level Nika form is activated. He stretched out his hand and touched the big pillar. A will from the world's creatures instantly connected with Luffy. He felt a special will. The next moment, he conveyed his wishes to the creatures in this world. Rumble, the whole world was shaken by the sound of the earth. Red line begins to collapse, the comm belt is starting to disappear. But, compared with the red box video, many people here have prepared in advance. The Fishmen Island has all been transferred to Noah. The people of Mariajoy have also moved to the island long ago. After a day of changes, huge land plates appeared. Then, a large number of people began to migrate towards this continent. A few years later, the huge kingdom is already thriving. King Luffy has eaten 32 devil fruits. Because of the harmony of the tiger talisman, Luffy successfully possesses 12 devil fruit abilities. Became the most powerful person in this world. A few years later, the remaining members of the world government headed by IM were completely wiped out. Creatures like the celestial dragons also became extinct. See Circle Calendar 1532, March 3rd, this point on this day. People in every corner of the world are holding their glasses high at this moment. This day is designated as World Banquet Day.